with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Rough Rider Radio Network. We're inside the 620 Studio Harvard Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers in town to take on your 4-1 Saskatchewan Rough Riders at Mosaic Stadium. We got a jam-packed show for everybody out there live in color. You can go to youtube.com/sportscage to stream us live. Stream us live on the CKRM app, or just go to the website sportscage.com and you can get to that live stream as well. And obviously we're going out on the radio. A whole bunch of guests lined up. You're going to hear from Corey Mace, Mark Mueller, Shay Patterson, Jacob Brammer, who's making his first career start at right tackle for the injured Jamarcus Hardrick, and a cast of others. We will have Dustin Nielson, the awesome TSN play-by-play man, and we have a man going for a Guinness World Record live on the set. Also, Team Saskatchewan, the under-16 Western Canada Challenge champions, will be in the house, so lots to get to on the show today. But we start with What's Trending, brought to you by Croft Electric, and that is the injury to Jamarcus Hardrick. Corey Mace said that it's going to be a long-term injury. They're hoping there is a chance to get Hardrick back at the end of the season. He's actually undergoing surgery today. We'll watch the game from hospital in Regina. He's going to stay local to do his rehab, and I got to ask one of those locals, Mark Mueller, about the impact of losing Hardrick along the offensive line.
I think whenever you lose any player, any of the 12 guys out there, there is an adjustment, whether it's doing what the new guy does best, right? You try to help whoever's the new guy first. You think about that. But there's also a big hole by whoever leaves that, whether it's been Trevor currently or Philip Blake, in the second game of the year. And now Yoshi is, it's not just what they do on the field. It's what those guys do in the locker room and off the field that, guys have to step up. And I think everyone understands that it's football, unfortunately. And this is a big part of it. And, those guys that were playing in a big part, whether it's Phil or Yoshi or Trevor, they got their first chance in probably a similar situation. So just whenever you get out there and whenever it's in practice between the white lines or not, you got to take full advantage of it because you never know how long it's going to be.
Corey Mace talked about not having Yoshi's energy on the field. He's still going to be around and do his rehab in Regina. But how much of a loss is that energy? He's literally sprinting down the field, picking his guys up, making sure they're protected in scrums and the like.
Yeah, I think that some of that stuff is really contagious, which you saw. It's brought it out of a lot of other guys as well. So I think we have to understand that we now, if with him gone, we have to get that out of ourselves, which will bring it out of our teammate as well. So nothing is, I think, a better feeling or something to see where a guy has a run and then all the jerseys go help him up or hit the pile and things like that and get it going forward. So, we hope to continue that for him, and hopefully that we've learned that from him.
The Riders are hoping that Jacob Brammer, the first-year CFL rookie, can bring some of that energy that Hardrick has to the Saskatchewan lineup for the first 5 games of the season. Brammer making his first career CFL start, a native of Richmond, Tennessee, and he's going to have a watch party going on in his hometown.
A lot of emotions. I mean, this is what I've worked my whole life for, so always wanted to play professional ball, and I mean, so just getting the chance to go out there and do it, there's a lot of anxiety going into it, but I feel like once I get that first hit out the way, it's just back to what I've done my whole life, just playing ball.
Jamarcus Hardrick out of the lineup, but we can hear him giving you tips. He says you're going against the transformer, Willie Jefferson, who plays for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. What's that like for your first pro test?
I mean, it's a great test to have, chance to prove myself. I mean, Willie's a great football player. He's made a career out of just rushing the passer and everything, so yeah, it's a tough task to go up against, but I'm ready for it and up for the battle for sure.
What's the process been like for you in terms of you see Hardrick go down and then you find out that he's out for the long term and that you're going to be in there starting for him?
I mean, it's been, for leading the past couple of weeks, I know I've been revving a lot with the ones, so I've had those reps, just haven't had my number called, and now it's called, so I feel like I've learned a lot from Yosh, so like he hadn't held back any tips or anything. Like he's given me all of his tips and everything from when his whole time playing. So just getting that knowledge, and then just playing with Furlan too, and all the guys really. I feel like I have the chemistry with them as well. So ready to put it all together.
Coach Mark Mueller talked about your versatility being a trait, but he also said, and I felt like this was a compliment, that playbook's not necessarily going to change that much with Hardrick out and you in. Do you feel like that is a tribute to what you've shown this team so far?
I do. I mean, I feel like I've come in, really put in the work, trying to learn the playbook, learn every position, whether that be right guard, right tackle, left guard, left tackle, anything like that, anywhere I needed to play. So I feel like I'm ready for it for sure.
Jacob Brammer is What's Trending, brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local. You heard about it. Brammer is going to go up against the man known as the Transformer. Wearing number 5 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, Willie Jefferson. Saskatchewan Roughriders fans know him well from his time in Saskatchewan, and Corey Mace knows him well as a defensive coordinator who's watched him from afar, but believes that this is a great opportunity for Brammer to show what he's got.
You can't ask for a better matchup, being a young buck coming in to see if you're ready to play in this league. Again, another guy I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and Willie, his tool belt as far as it's concerned about pass rush. Even if he's not rushing, he's a threat to knock the ball down. He does a lot of really good things that, Jacob's going to have to get his mind right, and Trevor on the other side going to have to get their minds right for. But if you study enough tape, there's some things that you see that you can take advantage of. It's just, again, it's always going to come back down to execution. But if there's an opportunity for you to go out there and slow down Willie, which not a lot of people have been able to do over the course of his career, you can leave the game feeling confident in yourself, and you can't ask for a better opportunity.
It's absolutely pouring and hailing outside, so Brammer might have to face Jefferson in a downpour. Hopefully the rain goes away for game time. Coming up next on your home for Saskatchewan Roughrider football, Jeff Fairholm, the Saskatchewan Roughriders great receiver and Grey Cup champion. Be sure to make sure you go to youtube.com/sportscage. Hit subscribe if you want to watch us on the live stream, and of course on the Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Performance, quality, value. That's what you can expect from your friends at Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. They carry all the well-known tire brands in the industry for a great price. Goodyear, Titan, Michelin, see it. Don't let the name fool you. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia can handle your vehicle's mechanical needs, from automotive to heavy duty. They also have 3 service trucks. Take a drive and treat your vehicle to the best. Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. Truly local.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nielson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nielson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nielson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a big selection of SUVs on the lot right now. Choose from Ford Escapes, Edges, Explorers, Broncos, and Broncos Sports. And get financing as low as 0.99% OAC on select new SUVs. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip or 2 to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glassers TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glassers TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short-line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the red zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunk. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
It is unexpectedly pouring outside. If you're watching our live stream, and I don't know why you wouldn't be, at youtube.com/sportscage, you can see outside. It is coming down at Mosaic Stadium. Hopefully this rain goes away and comes back another day, especially for kickoff tonight between your Saskatchewan Rough Riders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Wes Cates is not with me this week or next week for that matter. He's on a little tour of the United States, but he'll be back in August. Right now we go to another Rough Rider legend on the phone. Jeff Fairholm joins us. Jeff, it's a little wet here. Hopefully they don't have to play through these conditions tonight when they actually kick the football off. But I know you want to start with talking about the offensive line, and everybody in Rider Nation is talking about your Marcus Hardrick potentially being out for the season. There's a chance he comes back late in the year. But how do you feel that affects the offensive line?
Well, I think it really does. We talked about it last week on how, we had pretty much the same starting five, save for that one injury early on. But, it's not just the same starting five, but you're losing your leader. I saw him in training camp and what he came through. I mean, what he did was he just constantly was all over the players, and you're just losing your leader, not only on the offensive line, but certainly on the entire team. I'm really curious to see how that's going to affect the game. Not so much from a protection standpoint, although, who knows what Brammer's going to do, but, I'm curious to see how this team's going to react without their really mainstay leader, and I think that's going to be really interesting to watch tonight.
Jeff Fairholm's segment brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Powerlift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5515. Jeff, how do you think Jacob Brammer can do in his first career CFL start based on what you've seen out of him in training camp and the preseason when he's actually been on the field?
Well, it's kind of hard to see. It's not like I sit there and watch the offensive line, but it's hard to determine what he's going to be like under live fire, especially against. We all know what this Bomber defensive line can do. So, what can he do? Who knows? But I'm happy that Patterson's starting the game instead of our QB1, because I have a feeling that our right tackles, it's going to be a few lookout blocks coming from that side. And I think that our quarterback's going to have to scramble a few times. I think he'll hold up okay. He's there for a reason. He beat out Fry. Fry's still our sixth guy, but we'll have to wait and see. And like I said, our starting quarterback's going to have to use his legs a little bit. I'm looking forward to that.
You're right, Jeff. He might have to use his legs a little bit. In terms of Shay Patterson, it seems like, I'm asking you this as a former receiver, that Sam Emilus is the guy that he's comfortable going to. In your career, did you ever have that vibe with the quarterback where there was just this unspoken bond or this comfort level? Because I think that's what we're saying between Patterson and Emilus.
It's really a good question, because I think you feel comfortable with certain people that you like, and that the offensive coordinator is going to call certain plays for that quarterback, and sometimes you fit in well with those plays. To answer your question, yeah, I mean, everyone's going to think that, I'm going to say I had a great relationship with Kent Austin and we played together so well, which was true. But whenever Burgess was in the game, we had a close bond because we were close off the field. We played a lot of golf together. We kind of knew each other inside and out, and he knew where I was going to be. And I loved it when he was on the run. He had such a strong arm when he was sprinting out, especially to his right. And yeah, we had a great bond, and it's nice to have, but Patterson can't rely on Emilus all the time. He's got such a great receiving core, and he's got to spread the ball out and go through his reads, go through his progressions, and really throw the ball to that open man. You saw it against in BC last week where BC was throwing to one guy all the time, but it was that one guy finding zones all the time. We need to have that where we spread it out. You can't rely on one guy. We just don't. We can't do that. We're not good enough yet to do that, and we have to go out there and just be able to read the defense and throw that open guy.
Emilus has 11 catches for 215 yards and 1 touchdown in 2 Shay Patterson starts. Jeff, I know you want to talk about the culture around this team. What did you see from that perspective during and after the loss to the BC Lions, the first of the season for the Riders in the Corey Mace era?
Yeah, we talked about culture last time, and I was so excited about the culture of this team and how they came back and were able to win games. This is a little different scenario because we lost the game. But I got to say, our culture is so good. This team just has no quit in them. And I want to make sure that everybody who's listening today understands what I'm talking about, because it's so impressive to me that this team against BC, they could have folded up their tent several times during that game and actually just gone home and forgot about it. But they played to the end. And to me, after 5 games, this team's for real. I've watched this team for 5 games now, and if anybody thinks this team is not for real, they got something coming to them. And if you're not going to the park, if you're not in Regina, you're not going to the field and watching this team, they are exciting to watch. And we need people out there to watch it because they just don't have any give up in them. And that's what I love about the makeup of this team right now.
Jeff, you sound a little bit like Corey Mace, who was asking people around Saskatchewan to not go to the lake and come to the game. And I think the attendance is creeping up on 30,000 this game if it doesn't go over. And hopefully the rain goes away. It's letting up right now. Last one for you, Jeff. Overall, with the loss against the BC Lions at BC Place, I didn't get the sense that a lot of Rider Nation was necessarily expecting a win, because the postgame show on CKRM didn't have a lot of very upset Rider fans, we'll say. There was a few of them. But how did you feel about the team in that game and coming out of it?
Well, it's funny because I felt good about it. I didn't feel bad about a loss in this case, and I hate losses. I mean, we all hate losses, and we all want to win every game. But that's what I mean about the culture. Is I felt good coming out of this game thinking that we've got a team that can actually compete with the BC Lions that is likely the class of the CFL this year. And, I think we really felt okay with it, knowing that if we have our starting offensive line and if we have our starting quarterback, we have a defense that can really stick it to them. And if we plugged up some of those large zones, I think we would have been a little bit more competitive. But like I said, we played to the end. We didn't give up, and that's what the Rider culture is all about. Is we're just a tough team that won't give up. And you know what? That's worth paying to go watch a team for. That's all I'm saying about that.
It is, and we'll see if the fans show out tonight, Jeff. Thanks so much for joining us, and enjoy the game.
Well, thank you. I really hope they go out and watch this team. It really is worth watching. It's not a wait-and-see situation anymore. This team's for real. We've got another Western Conference game. We can really put the Bombers in a bad situation, and who doesn't want to see that if you're wearing Obsidian green in the stands? I'm looking forward to it. Thanks, Justin.
Thank you. That's right. There's lots of Obsidian green already around Mosaic Stadium, as some fans are starting to trickle into the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Countdown to kickoff brought to you by Croft Electric for all your home, farm, generators, and permanent holiday lights. Call Croft Electric. On the other side, we have the one, the only, big, bad Doug Brown is in the house. Rider fans, you might hate him, but you got to respect him. He brings a unique perspective on the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as we get the lowdown on the opponent, the hated rival in this game today. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Coming up this week at 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House in Indian Head, in addition to all of the great antiques and collectibles, we got some fancy glassware and more. We got the first part of Art Bransgard's auction, including a Kubota B71 tractor with a rototiller and a lot of three-point hitch equipment as well. And we've got a whole great selection of grain bin parts, mostly for West Steel, all unused parts. Easy to register, easy to bid, all on display here at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
It's another summer road trip.
When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdowns Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdowns Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
His Twitter bio says, what is it? He's tall in Japan? Isn't that your Twitter bio? Big in Japan. Big in Japan. Yeah, I love it.
Never been in Japan, but I figured I'd be big there. That's what people say to me.
Literally, big.
Yeah.
I love it. Doug Brown in the house. He, of course, does the color commentary for CJOB with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and kind enough to join us on CKRM to look at this matchup. But let's start with Saskatchewan Roughriders attendance at Mosaic Stadium for the first two games. They played on Thursday night and a Sunday night. Not necessarily ideal for people traveling in from around Saskatchewan and other provinces, but what's your theory on it?
It's like cats and dogs thriving and surviving together. Okay, they both can't be good at the same time. So my theory for attendance is the fact it stems to the fact that the Bombers have been good for the last little while, right? They've been to 4 Grey Cups in a row. They won 2 of them. So if the Bombers are good, then Saskatchewan doesn't want anything to do with the football team because the Bombers had to win some critical games against Saskatchewan. But if Saskatchewan's good, it's the same thing. You just can't have both existing as good teams at the same time. It just doesn't happen, right? So that's my theory, because Winnipeg's been good for so long lately, except for this season. That's why attendance has dropped, because you don't want to, if it's your biggest rival, do you want to go watch them lose to them? Obviously not. So this year might be the changing of the guard, so to speak, but it's like I said, you can't have both those things at the same time. There's such competitive, fierce rivals. You can't have both teams really good at the same time. It just doesn't exist in this world, right? One is always better than the other, winning critical games, and in my mind, that's the direct correlation to attendance issues.
The Bombers, you kind of alluded to it, haven't been great to start the season, but come in winning 2 in a row, and Adam Bighill was talking about this team, for sure going to go to the playoffs, and really they measure themselves by Grey Cups, and they're 2-4. Is that just the mentality of this team because they're so veteran-laden?
That might be a little bit optimistic, but here we are, 1/3 of the way through the football season, and they're on their first winning streak, right? I haven't seen a 4-game losing streak, and I don't know how long it's been. I've been doing radio about this football team since 2012, since the year after I retired, so that was novel. It's been a while. Obviously, back in those lean years, in those early teen years, those were when they had situations like this. But as of late, it's just been blow the doors off everybody. And are you going to be first? And do you get that first round bye or not? That's usually what it was always about. So a different approach this year. Obviously, starting a lot slower. But it's really hard, I think, to maintain that level of excellence with free agents. I mean, Jamarcus Hardrick, right? Case in point, one of the best offensive linemen they had ends up here, right? So it's a difficult situation to keep getting back. But Adam Bighill talking about getting to the playoffs, I think they got a lot of work to do. I mean, my whole thing coming into this game as someone that follows the team and broadcasts about them, I don't know what I'm going to see today. And that's something I haven't said a lot in the past 5-6 years covering this football team. I knew what their identity was. I knew what they were going to do in their fourth quarter. I knew what the defense stood for. I knew, they're going to win the takeaway battle, and I knew the offense was going to be, top tier. And now coming into this, even with the last 2 games they've won, I still don't know what kind of production we're going to see on the football field. I haven't really bought into what they're getting done, but like I say, it matters. Everything matters after Labor Day, I suppose, and it's early in the year. If you're going to have struggles, you're going to have injury issues. I mean, they've had 7 players with surgeries to this point, so it's been a tough year. But I mean, Zach Collaros, I think, is the biggest question mark right now for that football team.
Why do you say that Collaros is the biggest question mark?
He just hasn't been playing up to his standard form, right? I mean, a lot of people were outraged that he wasn't the most outstanding player in the CFL last year. And he had a very good year. His numbers were spectacular. The last 4 years, his numbers have been through the roof. And he just hasn't been the same. The closest we saw to it was his performance last week. And even that, he had 2 turnovers, and he threw 2 touchdowns. And those were the first 2 touchdown passes in week 5 that he's thrown the entire season. I mean, we went on the show last week, and we were like, what was our expectation by week 5? How many touchdown passes Zach Collaros would have thrown for? And we're like, yeah, around 10. And he had 0 at that point, right? So it's a difficult situation. You don't want to put it all on one player. Obviously, there's things that can manifest, but that's the most important spot on the football field, and if he's not playing his best football, it's a trickle-down effect.
Doug Brown, the longtime Winnipeg Blue Bombers defensive lineman, former NFL defensive lineman as well, and has also been a part of the CJLB broadcast on the radio in Manitoba since, what did you say, 2012?
Yeah.
Been a long time now, man. If you had to say, what was the biggest factor in Collaros not being able to throw a touchdown pass until week 5? Was it the loss of Jamarcus Hardrick, Kenny Lawler, Dalton Schoen, or, I'll give you an out here, all of the above?
or him underthrowing footballs into the end zone. I would say his touch in the red zone has been errant. It's been way off. It's been inconsistent. If I had $1 for every underthrown, a guy wide open in the end zone that's waiting on that football to get there, and his coverage catches up with him and it turns into a pick or something like that, he just has not been in sync with guys. There's a bunch of new receivers. Obviously, Pokey Wilson being one of them that we saw emerge last week, that I thought he probably should have been cut the first 2 weeks of the year because he was so underwhelming in his performance. But he came out of nowhere. But I think he hasn't had the same. I think Zach Claris has not had the same chemistry and hasn't been on the same page as his receiving core due to those injuries. I think Dalton Schoen was his comfort blanket and was a guy he depended on. And obviously losing him and Kenny Lawler, I mean, that's a big percentage of your starting receiving core. Guys that can make you look really good as a quarterback as well, right? By adjusting to the football, their catch radiuses, how athletic they are. They bring down a lot of footballs that might be intercepted or go incomplete otherwise. So I think missing guys of that caliber has been a big factor for him. But that's those underthrown footballs into the end zone has been a massive issue for us when we observe and critique his performances thus far.
When you talk about those underthrown footballs and the lack of production from Collaros really up until last week, do you feel like this has anything to do with him being a longtime veteran in the league, taking a bunch of hits, and maybe his body getting to be somewhere on the back nine? You know what that's like as a former player that played a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Zach is I'm not even sure. Is he 35 or 36? I know his contract runs one more year, but that's inevitable in football. And sometimes it's not gradual and graceful. Sometimes it's like falling off a cliff with how things, your abilities can abandon you as a player. They just escape you all of a sudden, and you were, sit there scratching your chin wondering how you used to be able to do certain things, and it's just not happening for you anymore. I don't necessarily. We saw a little bit of a glimmer last week that he still has these tools in his toolbox, but a lot of games left in the season, and you're right, he has taken some punishment. You don't respond as well. Sometimes those lingering injuries from one week to the next carry over in pro football. And, being a quarterback's like being a highly tuned Ferrari, right? You're missing one piston or one cylinder or something like that. They're very finicky, right? They're not dump trucks like linemen, right? Where we just put the diesel in and we'll just go, right? And they're very high maintenance, very temperamental machines, the quarterback. So you have to have the high octane fuel. Everything has to be right? Can't be raining outside. It has to be pristine conditions. And you have to very much maintain your Ferrari if you want it to perform at top levels and at top speed. So it's, we're as anxious, I think, as everyone else is to see what kind of performance we're going to get from him if he can build off of that emergence that he had last week.
The great Doug Brown with us, of course, the CJOB radio color commentator and legendary Winnipeg Blue Bombers offensive lineman. Telling it like it is, man. I appreciate the candor so far in this sit-down. The next question I have for you is Brady Oliveira. For the first time in his career, he's had back-to-back 100-yard rushing games in the regular season, which seems kind of a wild stat to me.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, it was surprising when I saw it on the CFL's notes, but what went down with him early in the season? He didn't come to training camp. He wasn't getting the ball. He spoke about how he was essentially upset about not getting the ball. Now everything seems to be hunky-dory with him at least.
Yeah, I think, he had an injury situation that didn't allow him to participate at all in training camp. So, football, especially running back, so much of that, you have to play with your offensive line. You have to be meshed with those guys. You have to be in sync with those guys in front of you. Your handoffs from the quarterback, your blocking, your protection schemes, running routes, so on and so forth. And no matter how you train, no matter how fit you are, no matter how in shape you are, you have to get in football shape. So when you miss all of training camp like he did, obviously he was super anxious to get into the games. I think he started practicing week 1 of the regular season, but it's just not enough to get you there. I think the most candid I've ever heard Mike O'Shea about a star running back was looked like his feet were stuck in week 1. And that's just getting used to and acclimated, I think, back to game speed and being able to just take those reps. And it takes a while, and it's a progression. And even though, sometimes you have to protect a player from himself, right? And he's anxious to be back and be the rushing leader, which I believe he's in first place again right now. But he was very anxious to get back on the field, and sometimes you have to limit those reps to make sure they don't do more damage than good in terms of staging their return to the game. So training camp, it turns out, they have it for a reason, right? It's quite valuable to us athletes in terms of preparing us physically, not just mentally, to get us out in the football field. So I think now he's turned a corner. He's got those reps underneath his belt, and I think he's hoping to build on a week-by-week platform right now.
You've been great, man. Doug Brown, the great CJOB color commentator, and of course, legendary Winnipeg Blue Bombers defensive lineman, joins us. I could talk football with you forever, but I'll give you two more. First of all, I know you focus on the Bombers, but what have you seen or heard about Corey Mace and the Riders through their 4-1 start?
Corey Mace and I have an interesting history because he's a Port Moody graduate, just like I am. So he grew up in British Columbia, just like I did. We went to the same high school, and if you can believe it, we both went and played for the Buffalo Bills to start our NFL careers. So I went on from Buffalo. I went to Washington after that, and he stayed in Buffalo, I believe, before he came to the CFL. So that's I always tell him he's the second best defensive lineman to come out of Port Moody. Well, I don't think I've told him that, but I'm sure he'll hear it now. But, you watch him as a player, and then when you watch him as a coach with the Calgary Stampeders, I think just the respect he gets from his players. He's kind of a mold of Mike O'Shea, right? You got an old school veteran, accomplished, been there in the trenches, defensive player, tough guy that walks it, right? Doesn't have to put on air, can just be his genuine self. He's authentic, and I think players really respond to that. And I think that's why he's so successful right now as a coach in Saskatchewan, is that the players vibe with him, they respect him, and they know he's authentic, right? He's not just putting on a dance for them, a show for them to try and inspire them. He's been there. He knows what they're going through. Players can relate to that, and they often respond to that, and I think that's why he's doing so well. It was no surprise to me. 4-1 out the gate as a rookie head coach, that's outstanding, and a lot of us are like, yeah, kind of what we expected.
You take the road literally to get to these games at Mosaic Stadium, and your wife grew up in Saskatchewan. How is that possible that you married someone from this province, Doug?
I usually keep that on the down low, but thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you for sharing that with everybody. She grew up technically born in Manitoba. Her formative years growing up in as a child were Esterhazy, Saskatchewan. So I spend anytime the Bombers play Saskatchewan, I'm secretly living in my little paradise cove of Round Lake, Saskatchewan. The Capel Valley, so beautiful there. Of course, I won't tell anyone in Manitoba that I appreciate certain fine aspects of the Saskatchewan province, but yeah, when everything's said and done, you enjoy the rivalry, right? If there was no Winnipeg and no Saskatchewan, there wouldn't be a CFL in terms of this is the essence, this is the foundation of what professional football in Canada is about, those two prairie provinces and the rivalry they've created. So I was just thrilled to be a part of it, and you just respect and appreciate the passion that both provinces have for the game.
You've been awesome, man. Thank you so much for your time, and hopefully, if I didn't embarrass you too much there with your little Saskatchewan nugget, you'll do this again.
My Saskatchewan secret, yes.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone. It'll never get out.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Terry at Powerlift Doors. We're a family-owned company that prides ourselves on serving all of Saskatchewan with the highest quality product. Here at Raymore, I will personally design, engineer, build, and install your hydraulic door to make sure it's done right. From small to extremely large, farm buildings to airplane hangars, new build or retrofit with the least loss of headroom in the industry. Check us out today at sask.powerliftdoors.com or give us a call at 1-888-692-5515.
You've heard of Flamin and what we do, but why work here? Here's Melissa, a member of our team for 7 years.
I love working at Flamin. It's just got a little bit of everything that I look for in a job. The people here are great, the employees, customers, suppliers. It's a great teamwork environment. It's just got a good work-life balance, good flexibility, which is important to me as well.
Our people are what make us great. You fit at Flamin. To learn more, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nielson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nielson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Where are you headed this summer? Don't let a dead battery ruin your summer fun. Prairie Battery is your one-stop battery source for cars, trucks, and motorcycles, ATVs, golf carts, and boats. Some of the highest CCA options plus AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, with free battery testing on all passenger vehicles. Find high-quality batteries for every budget in Regina or call to find a community dealer near you. Don't be sour. They've got your power. Call Prairie Battery today.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
Service Employees International Union joined the labour landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counsellors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Souris Valley Industries, your CPC QA certified manufacturer of bridge components and structural precast. They also manufacture CSA approved septic, holding, and cistern tanks, city manholes, concrete pipes, box culverts, barriers, and more. SVI is a family-owned and operated precast concrete manufacturing plant. They've supplied Saskatchewan with quality precast concrete products for over 40 years. Souris Valley Industries, your solid choice. 306-842-5854, sviprecast.com.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. I gotta tell you, when I first learned TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that pretty much sealed the deal right there. I'd rather sit on my deck than sand it, tell you what. But TimberTech composite decking material also comes with tons of pretty colors and features a sweet little hidden fastener system. When you need pretty and pretty easy to build with, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperator's Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
back inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. I have all of Team Saskatchewan, the Under-16 Western Canada Challenge champions with me on the stage. Thank you so much for joining me, boys. We'll get you guys in just a second because this feature brought to you by the homegrown feature. It is 2S Auctioneers Online House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. It's appropriate that this Team Saskatchewan team is here because you guys beat Team Manitoba in the Western Challenge 28-0 to 4-peat, right? 4-peat champs up here on the stage. We have Noah, a linebacker who made a pick in the championship game, and Gavin, the quarterback. Noah, I'll start with you. What was it like to win this 4-peat, but specifically this year to beat your rival province in Manitoba?
It was great. From Saskatchewan, there's always the rivalry with the Riders and the Blue Bombers. You just dream to be a part of that, and also being a part of this team also makes you feel like that you're a part of the rivalry, like as a rider or whatever.
Gavin, what about you? How did you feel about beating Manitoba?
It felt good. It was tough, but we pushed through it. We all worked as a team, and we had to win and show up
Showed out for Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Noah, you had an interception on the opening drive of the game. How instrumental do you think that was for you guys to get some early confidence and energy rolling?
That helped us quite a lot. I just trusted in the team on that play. Trusted in the team that we were going to be able to, get confidence. We were going to, in the dressing room, we were like, who's going to make that play? We were just wanting to, yeah.
Gavin, what about you in the game? 28-0. Defense pitches a shutout. That's easy for a quarterback, man, but you still put up almost 30 points on offense.
Yeah, it felt good. I had to trust Marcus, Daniel, and all my receivers and my O-line, and just did what I do and throw, hand off. Yeah.
And what was it like for you guys? Because I believe the tournament was at Mosaic Stadium?
It was at Libel Field.
Oh, was it Libel? So what was it like for you guys to win that tournament at home, in your home province?
It was surreal. It was a surreal moment, with the pack stands. It's like it's basically like you just won the Super Bowl. It's a surreal moment.
Gavin, how did it feel for you? Was it Super Bowl-like, Grey Cup-like, national championship-like? What did it feel like?
It was like Super Bowl because it was all our home. It was like our home and all our families. So it's just cheering all for us. There's not a lot of Alberta and Manitoba families in the stands. They're all online.
What is it about Saskatchewan that football is so important and this province continually produces high-level athletes in the sport? Noel, I'll start with you.
So basically, with Saskatchewan, we've always had that grit. We've always had that determination. We've always had that will to win and just knock everybody out that's right in front of us.
Today, Team Sask plays fast. We are fearless in the execution of our assignments.
The championship game. What is it about Saskatchewan that is able to develop such high-level athletes in the sport?
It felt good. It's just all about how we did and all that stuff, and it's just about us as a team and all that stuff, yeah.
You could see you guys were hyped up in the locker room, hyped up on the field for this game at Libel. 28-0. Under-16 Team Saskatchewan beat Team Manitoba to be the 4-peat. We're talking 4-peat Western Football Canada Challenge champions. Fellas, I got to ask you, you're here. Bombers, Riders. Noah, who do you cheer for?
Riders, you have to.
Okay. Gavin, be honest. Who are you a fan of? Your whole team's looking at you, bro. The whole province is green.
The Riders. I'll say it. The Riders.
Okay.
Are you sure? Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Do you want to phone a friend?
No.
Okay. Noah, do you have a favorite player on the team?
I would say a Joe. He's super electric when he's on the field, in his routes, in his cuts. He always wants to get that play. He always wants to get that ball.
So how does a linebacker have a favorite player be on the offensive side of the ball and a receiver at that?
Just the way he expresses himself on the field, how he's always excited for every single play, no matter what the
situation is or the call.
Exactly, yeah. Just whatever happens, he always has a smile on his face and he always goes and dominates.
Gavin, what is it about Trevor Harris's or Shay Patterson's games that you like and try to emulate?
How they just lead the offense. They know what to do and all that stuff. Yeah, they have a good tight spiral. They're like one of my idols. Yeah, I want to be like them when I'm older.
Well said, man. I'm sure you want to be like Zach Galeris, too, who's won a couple Grey Cups, a couple MOPs, been to 4 straight, too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, to get us out of here, I want you guys and everybody get in here with your teammates. No swearing, obviously, because we're live on the air. But give me the breakdown that you used throughout the tournament, nice and loud, okay? Are you leading this? So everybody can hear it live on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. Give it to me now.
All right. T-Sask on me, T-Sask on 3. 1, 2, 3.
T-Sask! Let's go. Live on your Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network. That's Team Saskatchewan, the under-16 Western Canada champions. 4-peat champions at that. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
TNT Gunworks in Regina, your trusted source in Saskatchewan for guns, ammunition, hunting supplies, plus an on-site gunsmith that can handle any issue that you have. Long-standing and knowledgeable staff that live and breathe hunting and the great outdoors. If you want the biggest selection of new and used rifles and shotguns with staff that know their stuff and at the best prices around, stop in at TNT Gunworks, just off Albert on 4th Avenue, North Regina.
Coming up this week at 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House in Indian Head, in addition to all of the great antiques and collectibles, we got some fancy glassware and more. We got the first part of Art Bransgard's auction, including a Kubota B71 tractor with a rototiller and a lot of three-point hitch equipment as well. And we've got a whole great selection of grain bin parts, mostly for West Steel, all unused parts. Easy to register, easy to bid, all on display here at 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the Red Zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Our Cola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, our Cola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from our Cola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosee and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Our Cola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Our Cola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Rider Nation, the biggest weekend for football in Saskatchewan is almost here. The night before the Riders take on the Bombers, we're proud to present Dinner with Doubles. A chance to meet, greet, and eat with a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, is Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event will go to the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation in honor of Jim Hobson. Tickets are on sale now at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire with 9 locations, Ingelheim Charters, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, Harvard Media, and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Radio Network. Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. The rain has stopped. The park is filling up, so is the lounge. Glenn Suter is in the building, and his segment is brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows. Glenn, I know the matchup that you're focused on tonight is the guy that Jamarcus Hardrick has been calling the Transformer. I don't know if that's new.
Oh, really?
Or if it's something that he's called him and just has never said publicly. But the Transformer, that's Willie Jefferson. He looks like that with that rainbow visor he's got going. Against the raw CFL rookie, Jacob Brammer, making his first career CFL start. What do you expect from that head-to-head tilt?
Yeah, that's going to be a great sort of game inside the game to see how Brammer can handle Willie Jefferson. I mean, one of the best in the league. So first of all, he's got to be able to start punching him in the midsection. I don't mean like a barroom punch. I mean like two-handed to the chest to try and get his hands down, because Willie will block the throwing lanes, as you know, and has done it better than anybody in the league's history. So you got to do that at the line of scrimmage. But also, he's so elusive with that long reach, and some of his moves, like a swim move or a rip move, his arms create such great separation that Brammer's going to have to figure that out quickly, or else it's going to be a long day just in one-on-ones. So I would suggest that probably the strategy early is to let him settle in. Doesn't mean you change the entire offense for one right tackle, but it just means that, you know, a little bit of quick game, let him settle in, give him a few plays, maybe a series or two, so he knows kind of the feel of it, the yard off the ball. I mean, I know he's been in practice and all that, but and then what I expect Winnipeg to do beyond that is to load that side. So put a linebacker outside of Willie, and then make him make the decision as to which guy he's got to get to. Does he got to get to the linebacker, or can he stay on Willie and have the linebacker picked up by AJ or someone else, someone pulling possibly? So, you know, there's going to be that game. But I think just to watch the matchup, a pure rookie against Willie Jefferson, I mean, you're going to have to beat maybe one of the best all time in your very first game. Let's see how he does, and if the play calling has to change if he is struggling a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And on the other side, Trevor Reed, a raw rookie himself. Yes, he's 5 starts in, but Corey Mace noted that they're both going to see Willie Jefferson going to have to deal with him, with Shay Patterson making his 3rd career CFL start. And we talk about Patterson in terms of the guy that's been his favorite target through 2 starts now, and even the end of that Hamilton game that he came in and cleaned up on is Sam Emilus. He's got 15 catches, if I remember right, for 215 yards. No, I think it's 11 for 215 and a touchdown in Shay's 2 starts. What have you noticed about Patterson's comfort level with Emilus?
It's interesting to me because, quarterbacks have their security blankets. They really do. Like in 2nd and long, 2nd downs, that they really need that first down. It's not like they break the huddle and think, Patterson, I know, is not breaking the huddle and saying, where is Emilus? I've got to find him. He's my buddy. I know that's not happening. But when the ball is snapped, quarterbacks, I think, by nature, go to that guy that they are most comfortable with. And when it was Trevor Harris starting, Stearns was the guy. Stearns put together a whole bunch of yards, over 300 yards, I think, in those games. And then since then, his production has fallen off, only because he's not seeing the ball as much. Emilus with Trevor was at about 100 yards, and now he's almost at 300 with Patterson in 2 games. So it's not a bad thing, and it's those guys are going to make their reads and go to the player. But on 2nd downs, quarterbacks have their guy that is that security blanket that they go, I don't know why, but my eyes went right to him, and Emilus has been the guy. So we'll see if it continues or if Winnipeg tries to do something to make him go somewhere else.
I always find it interesting because quarterbacks and a lot of coaches, Glenn, will talk about, we want our quarterbacks to go through the reads and throw to the open guy. I didn't play quarterback in the CFL, but at the university sports level, I played with a couple of receivers. Dave McCoy, who was a 2nd-round pick with the Riders, blew out his knee, didn't have a long career in the CFL, but was great in U Sports. And another guy, Jeff Keegan, that went to Winnipeg Blue Bombers training camp, played with me, and I'm like, these are my guys. If they're in one-on-one coverage, I'm going to them, and even if the safety's over top, I'm going to try to force it in there, not in a terrible way, but you're going to look for those guys first. So I think what we're seeing here is a difference between what coaches and players say versus what happens on the field, because there is just that rapport, that instinct, that trust, whatever it is. Sometimes it's unspoken and it's just a thing between Patterson and Emilus.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're best buddies off the field or anything like that. I mean, maybe he's best buddies with Stearns, who's telling him, hey, I'm over here. Don't forget me, And then we haven't even talked about Kean Schaefer-Baker or anything. So I just know, and even playing flag football, it doesn't matter the level. Like when I go back in the offseason and play flag football, I played quarterback. And I had my center, who was my high school receiver, playing flag football in Kelowna in a tournament, and every 2nd down, I needed 4, 5, 7 yards. He couldn't run past anybody. But if I needed 5 or 6, man, it wasn't that I locked in, because if the deep post is there, I want to take it. But it was so comfortable. It just, your eyes go there, your trust is there. He's got great hands. You don't have to be perfect with the throw, all of those things. So I just found it interesting in 2 starts that Patterson, who I think is making great progress, has sort of been leaning on Emilus.
The interesting thing that I want to get your perspective on, and we talked about this off air a little bit, was how you view that as a defensive back. Because I'll throw this out, you can tell me if I'm way off or totally wrong, that's fine. But as a quarterback, I felt like, especially with timing routes, depending on the coverage, if you threw it on time, it was kind of undefensible, unless you were throwing to a bad coverage. But how did you view the relationship and the idea that you felt like, well, Doug Flutie's probably going to look for Alvin Pitts?
Right, yeah, exactly. When we would break the huddle, I remember Richie Hall and I would say, it's 2nd and 8, Flutie's going to Pitts. Let's make him throw it somewhere else. So then I would turn to the other halfback as a safety and say, I'm going to help Richie big time here, so play it like 0 over there. Like, play it like you don't have any help, because we're going to make sure that Pitts doesn't catch this pass. He often did anyway, which was part of the problem. But the idea is that you can have these tells if you can study enough film and you have a tell. It is still awful hard to just jump a play, because if you're wrong, it's a touchdown the other way. So you have to use your instincts, use the film and the mental imagery that you've seen this play over and over and over again, so you trust it. Have your teammates. If we're going to bracket Pitts and make him go somewhere else, then let's just be confident that that's what we're doing, and just play the play. If Flutie did go somewhere else and it was complete, you break the huddle, or you go back in the huddle and say, well, guys, that's pro football. I mean, they're good players over there too, but if we're going to get beat, we're going to get beat by someone else. If I'm playing the BC Lions, Calgary's playing them this weekend. If I'm Calgary, I'm not letting Justin McInnis get 100 yards. If they beat me with Hollins, if they beat me with somebody else, okay. But our game plan will be take his comfort blanket away from him and let's see him move the ball somewhere else.
If you're Corey Mace drawing up the defensive game plan, how much are you relying on Roland Milligan to not only take away the football, he's done it, a league-leading CFL 4 interceptions, but to take away the other team's best receiver, because Alexander Hollins was largely neutralized last game. You know, he's moving around a little bit. I know he's a lot out at that wideout spot. He did have a couple drops, but how good has Milligan Jr. been?
Oh, he's been great. And I don't know how you feel about paces after a third of the season, but I love talking about him because we're at that point where you can kind of do it, and the numbers could be really cool. And right now, Milligan is on pace for 14 picks in the season, which would be a franchise record. And the team is on pace for 40 interceptions, and last year they had 15. That is a massive change in taking away the football, which is one of the biggest plays in the game. Block punt and interception are two of the biggest plays in the game because they switch field position immediately. There's no punt in between that you have to get another 50 yards back. It's an immediate switch in field position. So that is where I think this team has, really leaned on in the first 4 wins. They were close in BC against a red-hot team. I don't think Milligan is going to be matched up per se, but if they drop back in zones, or if he gets that out and corner sort of look and can pick between either one of them, his instincts have been so true to this point of the season. I would trust him to take a couple of chances.
Corey Mace said that the Riders need to continue having an obsession for possession. And that's certainly what they've done on the defensive side of the ball. It's catchy, right? And it rhymes. Just works all the way around.
Yeah, I like it. I love it. And guys grab onto that stuff. And, I remember when Mark Trestman said to his team, and it was one of the Grey Cup teams in Montreal, he said, everything matters. Everything and everyone. Every decision, they all matter. So don't think for a second you're going to just make one decision in a game that you're going to blow off. You can't. Everything matters. So, and then the guys just sort of gravitate to it. So it's the same thing. It's like when you're in practice every day and you're practicing intercepting the ball, it'll translate onto the field at some point. It's what you emphasize during the week. And clearly Corey Mace is emphasizing go after the ball. Don't just tackle the guy. Be fundamentally sound in your tackle, but as you're pulling them down, rip at the football. And that's clearly been reminded to them all the time.
It has been, man. Thanks so much for joining us, Glenn. Have a great call on TSN.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
You got my partner next, Dustin, so, he's a big star.
He is, yeah.
Well,
We're happy to have him.
Well, I'm just saying, do you have a red carpet or anything? Because you're going to have to get someone to carry.
We'll find something.
Well, you're going to have to get something to carry his bag up. Someone's going to have to.
He's high maintenance.
He's going to have a note taker beside him, something like that. Like I carry his bags and drive him around. Like I'm his chauffeur, and I got to go get his. I'm his Uber driver. I got to go get his food and all that stuff. It'll be fun. Thanks, Dustin.
Thanks, Glenn. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. And coming up next, Shay Patterson talking about the impact of former University of Michigan head coach, current Los Angeles Chargers bench boss, Jim Harbaugh, on his football career. We're also streaming live on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. UncommonDevelopments.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick's Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nicksservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
Troubleshooting sprayer problems is a breeze with a spray test from Spray Test Controls. One trip around the back of the sprayer and you can check your nozzles one boom section at a time with your wireless handheld remote.
Pinpoint the problem fast while saving time and money.
Service your sprayer with efficiency. Start with a spray test from Spray Test Controls.
Visit spraytest.com for more information on your next spray test or call 1-855-859-1200. Don't wait, call today.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions.
If it's second and long and the football party is in your backyard, you go for it. Get your perfect patio set at Ashdown's Furniture in Moose Jaw. Over 6,000 square feet of outdoor living touchdowns. Fire up the Franks with the new Napoleon barbecue. Get comfy with sofas and love seats, bistro and pub sets to fire tables and umbrellas. Patio furniture that's kid-proof, pet-proof, weatherproof, even Blue Bomber-proof. Ashdown's Furniture, 38 High Street West in Moose Jaw. Game on!
Service Employees International Union joined the labor landscape of Saskatchewan in 1946. Since that time, our members continue to unite in a common goal to improve the lives of working people in our province. From group home workers to addictions counselors, continuing care assistants, and licensed practical nurses to paramedics and other healthcare staff, our members live and work in your communities. Our members make Saskatchewan stronger.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a great selection of trucks on the lot right now. Choose from Ford F-150s, Super Duties, Rangers, and the new Mavericks. And get discounts up to $10,000 or financing as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip for two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 money-saving minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dunn. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
We're live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. It is buzzing in here. The rain has stopped outside. The party in the park is in full go. Lots of kids out there enjoying the festivities along with their parents and a bunch of Rough Riders fans. Seems like a bunch of people wearing the Obsidian green. Of course, the Rough Riders will be wearing that tonight against the 2-4 Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders come in at 4-1. They are 1-1 under current starting quarterback Shay Patterson, who had an interesting path to get to this point where he was a starter, and along the way, Jim Harbaugh had a major impact on his football career.
From a professional standpoint, and just learning a lot about the game, learning a lot about how to be a pro and your approach on a day-to-day basis was huge. He had an NFL staff both years that I was there, so I got to see the ins and outs of preparation and what it takes to win. So that was huge. I don't know necessarily if I was ready for it, mentally yet at the time, but having gone through that, and then towards my senior year, and that's kind of when I really started to get it, get what it takes to win each and every single week. So that was huge going into my professional career. He means everything, Love that guy. He's a proven winner, and just like Coach Mace, he's a proven winner.
Harbaugh actually convinced Patterson to transfer from Ole Miss to the University of Michigan after flying down to his home in Mississippi on a private jet. You got to hear this to believe it.
I remember, going back and forth on whether or not to transfer, and I had to look at what I wanted to accomplish, and I wanted to have an opportunity to play for a championship, and for him to fly into Ole Miss on a jet and come and meet me at my house that I had in Mississippi, it was wow. Growing up, it's kind of like Jim. Jim was like a celebrity. You almost didn't even look at him like a coach, but then you're around him and you see him, and it meant the world. And just took one conversation, and I was sold.
One conversation, and he was a Wolverine and spent a lot of time with Jim Harbaugh. This segment is brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Center, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. It's the extra point, and to end the extra point, Harbaugh had an impactful message to Patterson during his senior year at Michigan.
I think it was the start of my senior year where, in the first play, I partially tore my oblique and, couldn't really throw the ball the way I wanted to, so I wasn't, playing the way I wanted to. And eventually got healthy around week 5, week 6, but, you could tell that it was wearing on me mentally. So, after one meeting, I remember him just sitting in the quarterback room with the quarterback coach, Ben McDaniels, and all the guys, and he didn't really sit in a whole lot, but that morning he sat in, and right before the meeting was over, everybody left. He called me before I went out the door and was just like, don't ever forget who you are. You're Shay Patterson. I think that's huge with anybody, who was whatever they're going through off the field, or my confidence really wasn't shaking, but just for him to say that was huge. It led to the last 6 weeks of the season and me playing my best ball.
Shay Patterson was actually recently back in the state of Michigan for the birth of his son, Carter. Him and partner Jessica Tickle welcomed their first child into the world.
And had the baby at about 3:34 p.m. Got to spend the night with her and little Carter. I'm missing the heck out of them right now. And then flew home Sunday afternoon and then here for practice on Monday. So it was an awesome weekend. I've gotten a lot of advice, but the main thing is just to enjoy it. Enjoy every moment of it. I'm enjoying as much as I can right now, being 1,000 miles away from them, talking to them, FaceTime throughout the entire day. Yeah, just enjoy it.
Week that was for Patterson, and then he flew back to Regina, got ready for the BC Lions, went out to BC Place, and pretty good football game from the quarterback position. Patterson makes his third career start today against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with a couple rookie tackles in front of him, Trevor Reed and Jacob Brammer, going up against Willie Jefferson, Adam Bighill, Deatrick Nichols in the secondary, and a mix of a veteran and younger defense for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And Mark Mueller, Corey Mace, and the coaching staff are looking for that continued progression from Patterson. People got to remember, this was a consensus #1 recruit in the United States in his class coming out when he decided to go to the University of Mississippi for the 2016 and 2017 seasons before playing at Michigan in 2018 and 2019. He was at the top of the football world, and he's starting to show some of that promise as a quarterback in the CFL. Coming up in the next hour to kick it off, we have the energetic TSN play-by-play man, Dustin Nielson, in the house to call this one. He'll join us live on
Representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, fighting to axe the carbon tax, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
The Red Zone is a good place to be if you're playing on a Saskatchewan field. If your water's in the red zone, you need a good defense. At farmfreshwater.ca, we specialize in rural water. Our company lives and breathes in the Saskatchewan fields, and rural water is all we do. Our playbook is to design water treatment systems for wells or dugouts that require the least amount of maintenance possible. We live and breathe in the fields. Remember, we're not city people trying to solve a rural problem.
Coming up this week at 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House at Indian Head, in addition to all of the great antiques and collectibles, we got some fancy glassware and more. We got the first part of Art Bransgard's auction, including a Kubota B71 tractor with a rototiller and a lot of three-point hitch equipment as well. And we've got a whole great selection of grain bin parts, mostly for West Steel, all unused parts. Easy to register, easy to bid, all on display here at 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
These These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Rev Auto Group in Regina is focused on transforming the business of automotive retail and establishing a new standard for excellence in sales and service. They're proud to educate and supply their clients with various electric, hybrid, and gas vehicles, plus pre-owned EVs and Bike Tricks e-bikes. Their in-person and online shopping experience is top-notch, and they support a continuing shift to a greener, eco-friendly environment for future generations. Financing is available. Rev Auto Group, the future of auto.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperator's Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
We're back live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Absolutely jacked up to be joined by my former play-by-play partner. He's on to much bigger things now on the Canada West Football Showcase. Dustin Nielson, the energetic play-by-play man, calling this one Bombers at Riders. But first, I got to start with, you're in that Edmonton market, but you have a cool thing going on there. Can you let the people know?
Yeah, like basically we've started like an online sports radio station essentially, and took like half the staff from our old TSN 1260 station. Started like with midday, like from 6 in the morning to about 1 in the afternoon, live on YouTube, live on anywhere else you would listen to a radio station online, like iHeartRadio, TuneIn Radio, and obviously everything's podcast after the fact. But it's been going really well, so we're expanding. We're bringing in a midday show and a drive home show, and we got Oilers pre and post game, Elks pre and post game. We actually run live broadcasts of the local baseball team and the basketball team, like the Stingers and Riverhawks are play-by-plays on our station, and yeah, it's going really well, buddy. You don't need a radio to be on the radio. You know, you kind of do your own thing. So it's exciting, and then I obviously keep really busy during the CFL season, being gone every weekend. So
where can the people find what you're doing?
Yeah, they just go to edmontonsportstalk.com or on TuneIn or iHeart. We're also live on YouTube for every single one of our shows, so just search Edmonton Sports Talk over there as well. And I feel like in 10 years everybody's going to be doing it. So we'll lay out the path. You know, it'll be good. Yeah,
you're staying ahead of the curve, man.
Yeah,
That's kind of what we're doing here with the live stream. You're
this is great. Yeah,
dapper today.
Yeah.
Appreciate you having me on.
Thanks, man. I put on my good black suit for you. I
Let's
rotate
go.
like 3 suits, so it's not that big a deal.
You know, I think people always wonder that, right?
Yeah.
Like how many suits do on-air people have?
Man, I have a lot. Like I probably have like a dozen. But I don't know. I like 3 or 4 of them, so I just keep rolling. Plus, you change the tie, and nobody knows the difference of the suit anyway.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
It's a
Go on a
trick,
road
man.
trip, bring like 3 ties, 1 suit. Everybody's happy.
It's just like wearing your favorite shirt.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know which one's your favorite.
This is it. This is like my A right here.
Let's go.
Yeah,
A
good.
game for Bombers. Riders.
Well, you have to. You got to wear the big outfit for Bombers Riders Friday night at Mosaic. Come on. I hope we get a heck of a game. I mean, most of the games this year have been awesome. So I hope we get another one of those tonight, yeah.
It should be, man. This is Thoughts with JD, brought to you by Redvers Agricultural Supply, your Kubota, versatile, and Degelman dealer in Redvers. Visit redversag.ca. You know, I want to start with you in terms of play-by-play preparation. Because I know you have a big chart that you make up, but I think some people would be interested to hear how you put everything together and then not only the preparation, but matching that with your energy, because a lot of people around the country are really leaning into that energy that you bring to the CFL.
Yeah, I think I can get to the energy because I'm really well prepared before the game. Like, I don't have to be nervous about knowing who that guy is, knowing who this guy is, knowing what their numbers are, because I don't need to, like, I can just stay involved in the game as opposed to having to look down and sort through things. So, yeah, I've always, like, even on the online radio stuff, I'm always very prepared. Like, I would probably, man, I should have thought, because we're on video, I could have brought my board and gone over, but you would have seen it working together for a while. Like, I probably put about, like yesterday, at about 3 hours prep for the game. And then I usually dabble about 45 minutes in the morning, so today. And then I save about an hour of work right before the game. So, like, after I'm done with you, I'll go up, hammer out my final hour of prep. And then once kickoff goes, usually after kickoff, after the game, I'll look at all the stuff. I'll be like, I didn't even get to, like, half of this. But it's way better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. So, yeah, it's really tough when I got back-to-back games. Like, if I had another game tomorrow in a different city, that's a quick turnaround, because then that's like 4.5 hours of prep between kickoff. But my next game's on Sunday this week, so I'll have all day tomorrow to get everything done. And, yeah, man, I love it. Like, I just get excited. Like, I don't know. I just approach the game. I'm professional about it, but I still view the CFL a bit as a fan, right? So the best part for me is that I get to technically cheer for both teams, because I just want touchdowns. Like, I don't care how it goes. It doesn't matter to me. So I get really excited. Like, I've got to call 3 walk-off winning field goals this year. It's week 7. Like, that's insane. We did a walk-off field goal together. Nico DeFonte, remember? That was 59-yarder. Yeah, that was nuts. So, it's a league that just – I don't know how you can't get overly energetic in this league. You know what I mean? Like, there's just something big can happen every single play, and that's why I love it, yeah.
The last walk-off field goal that you called was the last game for Chris Jones in Edmonton.
Yes.
Why did it take so long for the Elks to make that move? Like, and do it on a short week? Come on, man.
I mean, they did it on a short week instead of – they could have done it on a bye week just a week earlier, right? So I guess they wanted to give him one more chance because it had been so close, but – he was 8-32 at that point. Ooh. Like, what's the difference between 8-32 and 8-33? Like, not that much. So, I mean, it is true. Like, they have been in football games. I'm assuming the one they're in right now with Ottawa will come down to the wire again. But I think his downfall was, and they were in a spot financially where they kind of needed him to do both jobs. And I think GM Chris Jones didn't help head coach Chris Jones very much. Like,
100%.
He did not. Over the 3 years, like, he brought in Purifoy and no other veterans on defense and tried to find athletes from the States. And I think they got a couple good ones, like Kai Gray, Darius Bratton, this Nick Anderson they got at linebackers, which is pretty good. But they're all first, second, sometimes third-year guys, and that's just tough to win in the league.
And traded away Jake Ceresna.
Yeah, traded away Ceresna.
Defensive lineman in the league.
Yeah, and for Gittins, I like Curly Gittins, and he obviously connects really well with MBT, but they didn't necessarily need receiver help, so I don't know. I mean, we'll see if they can figure it out. For the city, like, I've been in Edmonton for 16 years now, I think. Like, I want that city to be passionate about football again, and they were when I first was there. I was there when they won the 2015, and it was awesome. And it's a bit sad right now. Like, they got to start winning football games again. It's simple as that.
I wanted to ask you about the mood around the city. But in terms of Chris Jones, because they had this great, exciting young player, you know where I'm going with this, Trey Ford, and they're like, no, you're going to sit on the bench even though you won 5 games. We're going to pay $500-ish thousand for MBT to come here. But how much did Chris Jones keep the fan base away?
Yeah, that one was a weird decision, especially when you start 0-5. Like, if they were 3-2 with MBT, it would probably be a little bit different. But you can make a legitimate case that Trey Ford saved Chris Jones's job last year, right? So there should have been a little bit of loyalty there. He was in charge when they drafted him in the first round. So it's been a really weird conversation at Edmonton because they don't necessarily have a quarterback issue, but people are talking about the quarterback situation right now, right? McLeod Bethel-Thompson's been, I would say, a little bit better than fine so far. Like, his numbers have been pretty good. He hasn't been able to lead them to a win. I mean, he led them to tie the game late last week, and then their defense and special teams completely blew it. But, Trey Ford is special to watch him play. And last year, Trey Ford doesn't go in and throw for 300 yards. I think he did it once last year. He had one 300-yard game last year. But he wins football games in different ways. So we had a big debate on this on one of our TSN calls this week. And I thought Dunnigan made an interesting point in that you have to be careful right now because last year they put him in and he managed to swim. But, let's say they lose to Ottawa tonight. They go to 0-6. You put him in. And it's tough for a young quarterback to be put in a spot where it's a sinking ship. I think Trey's kind of special, but he did last year, and he won 4 games of their last 9. So he's exciting to watch for sure. And I don't know if he's taken a snap yet tonight. We were all thinking he'd probably get in the game a little bit tonight, but I eventually want to see him settle in as a starting quarterback in the league. It'd be great for the CFL.
110%. I'm obviously biased towards Canadian University quarterbacks, but I'm curious if you heard anything about the ownership situation, because I heard that the new owners were last week. Did anything
it wouldn't surprise me if they were, because it's going to be a local group. From what I've heard, it's going to be a local group. Now, I know Daryl Cates' name has come up, but I think Cates is going to be involved maybe in the promotion of events for Commonwealth more so than maybe directly the football team. Commonwealth, it's still a great facility. You should be bringing in some pretty significant acts to Commonwealth. I think Metallica's coming in here right away, but I think he might be a tie in there somewhere. But yeah, it does look. I mean, you're very in touch with a lot of this stuff as well. But I think when it was 20, 22 people who were kind of just wanted to snoop around a bit on it. Then you got down to 5 or 6 who might have financially been able to make it work, and then I think in the end it's going to be a local group. I heard one of the local pitches was too many cooks in the kitchen, so they were trying to narrow it down a little bit. And then I heard there was a group from the States that were interested. They just can't do that right now. I don't think the Elks need to have local money pushing the team there. They have to. I mean, they've gone the other route with presidents from the United States and stuff, and it's failed miserably. So I don't know if this is going to be the end all be all, but they got to keep it local, I think, and find somebody who's committed to turning it around.
You've got preparation to do. We appreciate you coming down here and joining us. We'll let you get up to the
Good seeing you, buddy.
Man.
Good seeing you, man. Yeah, a lot of fun, man. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate you, man. Coming up next, we have Mark Habick from the Saskatchewan Roughriders to tell us all about how the Obsidian jerseys came to fruition. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
At Flamin, you have room to grow and take space, just like Jerry, who's thriving in a new role.
My name is Jerry Valkamp. I was originally hired on as a parts and rentals associate, and I'm currently a part of the aftermarket support team here at Flamin. One thing I really like about this company is that there's always a wealth of opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to move around once you're within the business, too.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and our current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell. At the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Arcola Co-op has you ready for your deck renovations. Whether it be a new build or yearly maintenance, Arcola Co-op has you covered. Everything from decking boards, framing projects, hardware, cement pads, anything for your deck. Get ready for summer at home or at the cottage with a new or refreshed deck from Arcola Co-op. With delivery to Kenosi and White Bear. Open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Arcola Co-op on Highway 13 since 1916. Arcola Co-op Home Center. You're at home here.
Looking for agricultural equipment from the most trusted brands? Redverse Ag Supply has got you covered. They proudly carry a wide range of products from Kubota, Versatile, Degelman, Seedmaster, and MacDon. From seeding to harvest and everywhere in between, Redverse Ag has the right equipment to tackle any job. Discover the quality and performance of these brands by visiting redverseagsupply.ca. Browse their extensive selection and find the perfect fit for your farm, season after season. Redverse Ag Supply, your destination for top-notch agricultural brands.
Nelson GM in Assiniboia and Avonlea is proud to salute the agriculture producers. If you're looking for that perfect vehicle to fit your ag lifestyle, check out their new and used lineup at either location. With lots on the lot to choose from, they've got tons of new and used trucks now in stock. And if they don't have it, they'll get it for you. That's small-town service with a long-standing reputation of one of the province's premier GM dealers. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for 65 years. NelsonGM.com.
Ever been on a blind date? Nervous, sweaty palms, you didn't know what to expect. And oftentimes, it ends in disaster. And sometimes it works out. Farming is a lot like that. Year over year, farmers subject themselves to the ultimate blind date. With unknowns around the weather, market, pests, you've got loan payments, a family to support, crop inputs to pay for. Blind dates are too risky. Enter Global Ag Risk Solutions. With their support, you can turn your grain farm's uncertainty into success. Prepare for the unknown with Global Ag Risk Solutions. Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
These days, it seems like smartphones can do everything. So we're testing phones from Glasser's TV or SaskTel authorized dealer to see if there is anything a smartphone can't do. First up, catch a fish. We're here at the lake, about to do our first cast, and here we go. A smartphone cannot catch a fish. I guess it's time to get to Glasser's TV, your authorized SaskTel dealer in Moosomin, for a new phone. GlassersTV.com.
Back to Countdown to Kickoff with Justin Dung. Brought to you by Croft Electric on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network and 620 CKRM.
Welcome back live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. You are looking on our live stream, at least if you're watching, at the Obsidian jersey. And it is the first time the Saskatchewan Rough Riders will wear that jersey. One of the people behind it is Riders Retail Operations Director Mark Haybicht. This was a long time in the making. I think it goes all the way back to pre-pandemic that these jerseys got started. Can you take us through the story from then to now, finally going to be seeing them on the field?
Yeah, that's right. I think we had our first meeting somewhere around 2018 or something, and we were actually thinking about what could we do that would be really cool kind of coming out of Grey Cup in 2020. That's actually was a little bit of where this started, and we started the design process, and then, of course, everything kind of fell apart between Grey Cup being canceled and the pandemic and everything, and so things kind of shuffled down the line, but it kind of worked out to our favor because there was so much that we still had to do, frankly, and getting the color and the cut and everything right just takes a long time, and so it actually kind of helped us out. It gave us a little bit more time to really work it through, and that's kind of why it brought us to this year.
This segment is brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, working towards quality of life for all older adults. Learn about home supports and SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca. The Saskatchewan Community Focus segment focuses on these beautiful Obsidian jerseys. I feel like I'm seeing the Obsidian color everywhere. There's an obsession with Obsidian, if you will, in Rider Nation. How have sales gone, and did it go beyond your expectations?
Yeah, it's been outstanding. The first wave kind of clothing that we brought in actually sold out. So, a couple sizes here or there, but basically gone, which was a bit of a surprise. So we thankfully had another kind of set of things coming and on the way, and they all came in time. So got the store reloaded, got a whole new sort of set of headwear in, and so we got all new products. So if you were here kind of right after the launch, you wouldn't have seen any of the new stuff that's come out now, and that's been really exciting. And the jerseys have been off the charts. We actually had to bring kind of our second wave of jerseys forward to meet demand for this game, and based on the way things are going today, I have a feeling on Monday we'll be bringing the next wave kind of forward as well. So really exciting and very much what we were hoping for, but you never know for sure, and it's been fun to watch.
You're showing off the AJ Ouellette jersey out front of our stage here inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, and I heard AJ Ouellette got a bunch of these jerseys, and I don't know if you saw, Mark, but one of the most hated rivals of the Riders over the years, Andrew Harris, was wearing the Obsidian jersey in Hamilton watching AJ Ouellette play. What was that like for you to see a rival player for so many years put on the jersey that you designed?
Yeah, it was a little bit weird. I would say that Mr. Harris is not my favorite player back in the day. So, and it's funny, so I ran into AJ in the store just before he was leaving for Hamilton picking up the jerseys. He bought the jerseys for Harris and his son, and was taking him out to Hamilton, was going to meet up there. And so I knew it was coming, but I think I probably had about 300 people send me a picture of him wearing it from different places. So yeah, I was definitely made aware of it, that's for sure. Yeah, it was awesome. I thought he looked pretty good in it, actually, but
He did, yeah, and honestly, he repped it. He didn't have to put it on either, right? AJ could have gave it to him, and he could have maybe wore it outside of the game so not many people saw him, but he decided to put it on.
Well, I guess now that he's an Argonaut, maybe his hatred for Hamilton outweighed, maybe. I don't know how that all worked, but yeah, it was great to see. It was a lot of fun, and I mean, it's the CFL in a lot of ways is a big family, so it's still nice to see that. We've got these intense rivalries, but there's lots of overlap for sure.
I asked Craig Reynolds, the president, when he was on this program a couple of weeks ago, who is the highest selling jersey, bar none. He said it was Keen Schaefer-Baker. But of the Obsidian jerseys, is there one player that stands above the rest right now?
Yeah, actually, I just looked at it, and it's funny. If I would have had to put $5 down, I probably would have said AJ, but it's actually Schaefer-Baker as well. He's been selling like crazy. AJ's a close second. They're really neck and neck. But yeah, KSB, people like it. It's a terrible jersey for me because there's so many letters, and so it's a little bit of an issue to make it. But people love. I mean, Keane's a great guy, a great player, great Canadian. It's so much fun to watch. But AJ's right there, and there's some other guys too. Trevor was selling really, really well. Obviously now with his injury, slowed a little bit, but I think hopefully he's going to come back stronger than ever, and I think there's great opportunity there too. So
I saw some people wearing not Schaefer-Baker on the back, but Shake and Bake.
Yep.
How many of those have you seen?
Oh, I don't know. Probably quite a few. Actually, we talked about that. I've been pushing to put Thor on the back of the Ouellette jerseys because it's again a lot easier to put them on the jerseys than Ouellette. Easier to spell too. So if we run out of O's and L's, that might be what we do, is just go to Thor. It makes it easier.
What's it like for you in terms of you put all this time, thought, energy, effort into the jerseys along with the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the team behind you to actually see the jerseys on the players on the field in a game?
Yeah, it's like Christmas morning today for me. It's really exciting, and I have to say, I was actually just upstairs talking to somebody I work with, and she was like, "You're kind of out of sorts today." And I go, "Yeah, I don't know what to do with myself. I just like excitement, I think, for the game. It's going to be awesome." I mean, when we first got to see them even for the launch, and I saw all the players in uniform for the photo shoot and the launch and everything, that was really the first time we got to see it kind of just completely complete and on players in the whole 9 yards. And it just looked outstanding, and I can't wait for the tunnel today. I think the Bring 'em Out is going to be extra special.
Did you guys test the jerseys in any way?
Yeah, we do. There's lots of stuff that goes through it. So we actually just put out a YouTube video that we kind of go through a bit of the process, and we had Rick from New Era here as well and talked to him about it. So it's about 11 minutes long. It's maybe not for everybody. It's a little long, but it's got a bit of a deep dive and shows some of the concepts and things that we actually worked on while we did it. But yeah, I mean, we tested it on, sometimes we'd grab an employee and be like, "Here, put this on. Let's take and see what it looks like." I famously took the very first retail jersey home and put it on my son. I'm like, my 15-year-old son, I'm like, put this on. I took pictures of them, and it was still very top secret at that point. So myself and one other person had seen them, and then my son, who I made swear to secrecy, and then I took pictures because I wanted to see how it looked and how it hung and all that kind of stuff from a retail standpoint. So there's so much that goes into it that I think people don't know behind the scenes. And then we certainly had players involved, and so again, you have parts of it. You're like, try this jersey on here, put the jersey in the pants. But in terms of the whole kit, right, helmet and gloves and the undergarments and the whole thing, the first time we really see that all together is right there. We also have to send them off to the CFL. So TSN and the CFL will look at these things like from a TV standpoint and approve them for play on TSN. So thankfully we got that kind of past that hurdle, and that was really some of the last bits to get it to kind of to today.
There were some questions from fans about that. Would TSN be okay with being able to see the numbers and the writing on the jersey? So you clearly just answered that.
Yeah, we sure hope so. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit tougher than I think a current jersey for sure, just because of the contrast of the bright white. But we do go through all the testing with the CFL and TSN, and they gave it their blessing. So here we go. So I'm hoping it's going to be good. I think things have come a long way now that people have their 4K and 8K TVs and 75-inch TVs. So hopefully that'll help.
What was your nervousness level for releasing the Obsidian jerseys in terms of how it would be received?
Yeah, I think I've been through a few of these. I've done this for 16 seasons now. So nervousness isn't maybe it. It's probably more excitement, but you hope that more people like it than don't. What's been crazy about this one is everybody's been really, really positive about it. We've had really very little negative feedback, which almost surprised me a bit, but I'm happy. This is what we wanted. We literally wanted to build something we thought Rider Nation could be really proud of and the players would be really excited to wear, and I'd like to think we did that.
You've done that, Mark. Thanks for joining us, and everybody's going to see the Obsidian jerseys tonight. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportstage.com and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi everybody, Haley Wickenheiser here, and very proud to be from Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Also very proud to be a champion of the Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism, a group that's raising awareness around home supports for aging gracefully and well at home, keeping people out of the medical system, which reduces the burden on our medical system, at home with their family and loved ones, and in a place where they feel comfortable and secure.
Find out more about home supports and all SSM programs at skseniorsmechanism.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. But you know what's smart? Regal aluminum railings on your deck from Wood Country. These babies come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and Liquid Logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
Coming up this week at 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House at Indian Head, in addition to all of the great antiques and collectibles, we got some fancy glassware and more. We got the first part of Art Bransgard's auction, including a Kubota B71 tractor with a rototiller and a lot of three-point hitch equipment as well. And we've got a whole great selection of grain bin parts, mostly for West Steel, all unused parts. Easy to register, easy to bid, all on display here at 2SAuctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders. Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Flamin is all about our people, our staff, customers, community, because we know people are what make a difference. Here's Landon's story.
Hey everyone, my name is Landon Parrington. I'm a trailer sales representative out of Saskatoon. Been with Flamin for about 4.5 years now. The thing I love most about Flamin is the opportunity they provide. Started in the yard, worked up into sales. They give excellent room for growth. Amazing company to work for.
You fit at Flamin. To learn more about Flamin and current job openings, visit flamin.com/careers.
Rider Nation, the biggest weekend for football in Saskatchewan is almost here. The night before the Riders take on the Bombers, we're proud to present Dinner with Doubles. A chance to meet, greet, and eat with a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, is Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event will go to the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation in honor of Jim Hobson. Tickets are on sale now at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire with 9 locations, Ingelheim Charters, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, Harvard Media, and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Radio Network. Harvard Media has been the flagship radio partner of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders for over 4 decades. The rich tradition with the green and white continues. This is the Rider Nation Pregame Show, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, AgCo, Sask Lotteries, Johnston's Grain, SaskTel, Bayer Crop Science, Capital Auto Group, your Sask Party Caucus, Connexus Credit Union. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hot outside, it's heating up inside Harvard Studios 620 Lounge. Dave Thomas, our play-by-play man on 620 CKRM. Luc Mullinder, our longtime color commentator, joins us live on the stage. And boys, Bombers, Riders, what else really needs to be said, Mr. Thomas? Your first go-around in this rivalry.
Absolutely. Well, we had a taste of it in the preseason, but it wasn't the same.
That's not the same. Come on.
I know, but I'm just telling you, there's 2 teams that are ready to collide, and both have a whole bunch on the line here tonight, so I'm excited. This is going to be a great football game in what looks like much improved weather, dare I say.
Yeah, I think the weather's obviously going to continue to improve. I don't know about you guys, but I had a hurricane in my neck of the woods down on the south end of Regina. But these are 2 teams that are playing a high level of football right now. I know that there was a little speed bump that the team hit in BC, but I think they're still playing at a really quality level. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, I mean, they probably got tired of people talking about their inability to get back to where we're used to seeing them. So it's nice to see them come in here with a little bit of momentum and playing better. But I think that there is holes in the Winnipeg Blue Bombers that the Riders can exploit today. So I'm looking forward to the game.
This is Setting the Stage, brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-65 2-5. Luke, you mentioned it there. The Bombers on a 2-game win streak. I had Doug Brown, who does the games on CJOB, on, and he was very honest in his assessment about the Blue Bombers, talking about Zach Collaros and specifically underthrowing throws going into the end zone. From what you've seen from Winnipeg, do you feel like Collaros has been the issue with that team?
I don't think Collaros has been the issue. I think that when you looked at the way Collaros played last week, that was more what we're used to seeing. What Collaros is good at against the Saskatchewan Rough Riders specifically, he's a blitz beater, right? So you really got to be timing your blitz as well. If you're going to be the free man, you have to be the free man, because this is the one quarterback in the league that knows exactly where you're coming from. He knows where he needs to go with the football, and more importantly, their system, their receivers know when the blitz is coming as well. So this is a blitz beater quarterback. So I think Doug's right. You know, he hasn't gotten his throws, in the red zone right. But, again, he's a veteran. I mean, this is the two-time most outstanding player of the year in the Canadian Football League. So the last thing you do is forget about him, right? So today it's going to be good. And I think that, again, if the Saskatchewan Rough Riders can time their stuff right, and if you're supposed to arrive on time, you have to arrive on time today. And I'm telling you, this is the one quarterback that you can't be laid against in the whole league.
Should we also mention, though, that, yes, Zach Collaros looked more like the Zach Collaros we're accustomed to last week, but Brady Oliveira, all of a sudden, for the first time this season, runs for back-to-back 100 yards rushing. And it's no coincidence the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are 2-0 when he does that. So getting the running game, getting Brady Oliveira ready. He talked this week about how he's finally getting his body right. It wasn't right at the start of the year, and he even had to miss some playing time because of it. Now he seems to be on the right track, and that running game is going ahead and leading to better things for Zach Collaros in giving him more time to get the football away. And then, of course, when he sees that blitz, he can make the read, as the blitz does have to respect Brady Oliveira all of a sudden if he can run the football.
It definitely does, man. What do you guys think in terms of just the rivalry? I asked some players and coaches this week, and they agreed that it's the closest thing to playoff football without actually being in the playoffs. So what do you think, Luke?
Well, I think that every generation has its rivalries. I can remember when I played, it was Calgary, right? Like, you hated Calgary hated you, and you knew that you were going to walk into a dogfight where you're just going to sit in the middle of the field and punch each other until someone goes down. And I think that that's sort of what's developed here with Winnipeg. And I think the fan bases have a lot to do with it too, right? Both very passionate fan bases. Winnipeg's fan base is missing a little bit more teeth, but again, they're just as loud. So it's always nice to see the rivalry budding. And again, if you're a team that wins football games like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers has been, I mean, that just provides more fuel to the fire. So you're right down the street, right? You're literally 5 hours away from each other. So it makes sense that this is a bitter rivalry. And I think that it was made a little bit more, I think it climbed a little bit more when the Bombers took Weston Dressler. I really do. Yeah. I think there was a little bit more hate developed when that happened. And so, again, it's nice to see rivalries in the Canadian Football League. And right now, the nice part about a rivalry with Winnipeg, because, I mean, the Labor Day game's always amazing, right? Like, Justin, I can't wait till you see this Labor Day game, man. It's crazy here. But, yeah, there's a lot more on the line, and it's a lot more emotional when both teams are good. You know what I mean?
You know, another thing that added to that rivalry was when Darian Durant signed with the Blue Bombers, took the signing bonuses, like, yo.
That was the greatest move in the history of Canadian football. It was. I loved it. Man, and you know what? I remember. I don't remember, but I remember texting him something to the thing like, hey, you should, whatever you took from them, you should buy that many T-shirts and just send them back to Winnipeg.
Oh, boy, that's awesome, man. Let's get to the weather, brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. We go to our pseudo weatherman each week, Mr. Dave Thomas.
I don't know. Like, geez, last time I said, oh, don't worry about it. Then we had a delay with lightning. Now, Today, I was looking at a few clouds. Everything was going to be all right. I was watching the radar with the system that really blew into Regina. Was pretty fierce out in the field. They actually moved people off the field as they were getting ready to do some pregame stuff. But that system looks like it's going to go ahead and exit the vicinity. A few clouds going to linger. But what that rain did is it's going to bump up the humidity. So the humidex is going to climb and be up in the 30s, mid-30s for much of the game today as the temperature will drop off to about 27. Wind not going to be a factor. And I don't see any more precipitation coming, but we are on the prairies, so it can happen anytime.
You never know. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. Up next, Luke's 3 keys to the game. We're also streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. And, of course, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Spread awareness and take action against colorectal cancer, the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer. In Saskatchewan, it's also the second leading cause of cancer death. If you're between 50 and 74 with a valid Saskatchewan Health Services card, the screening program for colorectal cancer provides an easy-to-use test kit. Stay on top of your health and look out for your home-based test kit in the mail. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Visit saskcancer.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Woo-wee! It's heating up inside the Harvard 620 Studio Lounge. Bombers, Riders at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 7:30, of course, on CKRM. This fine man to my side here, Dave Thomas, we'll call it, with Luc Mullinder. It's time for betting the odds in this game, fellas. And Luc, man, you have been bang on with this stuff throughout the regular season.
I missed it last week in BC, though.
You did?
Yeah, I lost my house in BC.
Oh, we'd have to talk about that, man.
Okay, cool. Well, I just want to be transparent and truthful.
Fair. Okay. But this week, the Bombers come in here as 4.5-point favorites, Luc. Can you believe that?
Are they really?
4.5-point favorites, depending on where you look at. It's up to as many as 5.5 points if you're looking to take the Riders.
That's a lot of wow, isn't it?
Well, you know what that means, boys.
Well,
take your garage sale money. Get your garage sale money. Go get your Facebook Marketplace money.
I would be curious what is influencing that number.
Alcohol. That's what's influencing it. Those guys are drunk. 4.5-point favorites in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, I mean, you can even
after one
get
loss.
5.5-point favorites.
That's crazy. Yeah. So anyway, marketplace money, extra money from you're stealing from your kids in their piggy banks. Put it all on Saskatchewan. Easy money right there. Because this game's going to be close. I do believe it's going to be close. But I think Saskatchewan's going to win.
I'm with you. I think it'll be a close game. You look at the odds to win the Grey Cup, plus 600 for the Riders to win the West Division, plus 750, and that over-under number is still at 7.5. The Riders already have 4 wins. Man, Luke, you said bet the mortgage on that over, but it is now time for Luke's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Patterson Liquid Systems, experts in liquid fertilizer distribution. Fertilizer's just better when it's wetter. Patterson Liquid Systems, expect the best.
Yeah, so the first key in this game is to track Nick Dembski everywhere he goes. He's the key. We talked about Zach Caleros' ability to beat the blitz. He keys off of where Nick Dembski is. And the nice part, I love Nick Dembski's game. I've always looked at him as the CFL's version of Deshaun Watson or
Deebo Samuel?
Well, yeah, Deebo Samuel's a good way. But a guy who's a utility piece. He can play anywhere, and I love the way they use him. So if he's in and around the line of scrimmage, you've got to account for him. If he's out wide, you've got to account for him. That's the type of player he is. But if you track him and you're cognizant of where he is this game, right, because if you notice in the big moments, especially last week, big moments, who'd Zach look for? Nick Dembski. He's going to do it every single time. So that's the first key today, track Nick Dembski on defense. The second key is what we talked about already. It's blitz timing. You have to be perfect today. You cannot be late. If you're the extra man, whether it's from the strong side, whether it's a safety, you cannot be late today, because if you give Zach Caleros a split second more than your quarterbacks are supposed to have on the blitz, he's going to kill you. He's going to go for a career day. And that's how he starts to get building the momentum to start getting the deeper throws, especially around that red zone. So you've got to have perfect blitz timing today. And the third one is, I don't know if you've mentioned this on the show, this game features the top 4 special teams tacklers in the league, 1 through 4. And that's pretty cool, right? So you've got Ayers and Cadwaller with 9 and 7 from Winnipeg, and you've got Milligan who's playing at all-star form, and Allen with 9 each, right? The reason I bring special teams up is because they're also very well coached special teams units. And you've got to have your eyes up, and you've got to have your head on a swivel today, because something's coming, right? In those key moments, especially after Saskatchewan took advantage of BC last week, they're going to be watching for it. But it's one of those games where if you're out there on special teams and you hear something that you're not used to hearing. So, for instance, you hear a lot of Reno, Leo. If you hear that all game, and all of a sudden in the third quarter, you come out and you hear Oscar. Well, hold on a second now, right? All right, let me get my P's and Q's straight, and let me figure out what's happening here. Because if Winnipeg sees a look, especially with their coach, Mike Miller, if Winnipeg sees a look they like, they're going to run something. So you gotta be cognizant of that, because in close games, you guys both know it's special teams that make the difference. So have your eyes and ears open on special teams.
That's right. Keep it locked. 2620 CKRM. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, and streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, or go to youtube.com and just type in SportsCage. It'll take you right to it. Up after the break, pregame injury report, starting lineup, and quarterback comparison on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds, and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Owens and Schweitzer in Eston.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device.
Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
The Massey Ferguson 4700 series was designed for smart, ergonomic, and long-lasting operation. Heavier than the competition, a Massey Ferguson 4700 series tractor won't flinch when it comes to pulling larger implements and balers. Tested in the harshest conditions across the globe, these tractors can handle all the tough jobs you throw at them. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit nickservice.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 4700 series.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
All the rain outside seems to be gone. It's nice and sunny. The party in the park is in full swing, man. We can see all the people out there inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. It is bumping for the Bombers at your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. The 2-4 Bombers come in to face the 4-1 Riders. It's time for your pregame injury report, brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, which provides cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, for the fourth consecutive week, Dunk, the Rough Riders, after a game, have had to go ahead and put somebody key on the 6-game injured list. This time it's the right tackle, Jamarcus Hardrick, who goes on that list. And again, that's a huge blow because he was the prized free agent signing to provide stability to the offensive line. Now, coupled with Philip Blake, there you go, your two tackles to start the season. Noah Zer, of course, he's back on the list for 6 games. Trevor Harris continues to recover. Again, he's still trending in the right direction. We heard positive signs and indications that he may come back, but nothing affirmative yet. Nick Weeb still continues to grind from the injury he sustained last season as a member of the Saskatchewan Huskies. Charbel DeBeer and Christian Albright, of course, the defensive lineman that went on last week. And then Jackson Ford, he's been battling through that wrist injury. He's looking good. He's working out. He just isn't in a spot yet where he's going to be able to get back onto the field anytime soon. So those guys are starting to fill up that 6-man injured list as it's becoming more and more substantial with more and more key players going on that seemingly week in and week out.
Indeed, let's keep it rolling. We'll go next to the starting lineup for this game, which is brought to you by Visit Minot in North Dakota. Only 4 hours away is your easy getaway to family fun with a zoo, new children's museum, and more. Plan your trip at visitminot.org.
Well, of course, the big change offensively for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is going to be at that right tackle position with Jamarcus Hardrick this week, as Jamarcus will go out. Jacob Brammer will come in. Joining him along the offensive line is going to be Trevor Reed, of course, another first-year player. So the two tackles are both first-year players. Your guards are Ryan Sevier, Logan Furland, while Peter Godber, who turned 30 back on Wednesday, is at center. The receiving core, well, again, this has been the consistent, if you will, this season for the Riders. You've got Sean Bain Jr. and Mitchell Picton on the outside, Samuel Emelis and Kean Schaefer-Baker on the inside, with Jarvis Stern supplying some extra momentum from the receiver spot. While in the backfield, it's going to be A.J. Ouellette, who's starting to gradually heat up as he really wore down BC last week. He didn't get the win, but boy, he was instrumental in what he did. And again, that's going to be great to see with A.J. Ouellette in the backfield. Defensively for the Saskatchewan Roughriders this week, Malik Carney is going to draw back into the lineup at the defensive end spot. They still keep Anthony Lanier II out at an end. Of course, he played there last week after playing the tackle positions earlier this season. Miles Brown and Micah Johnson start on the interior of the defensive line. Linebackers, I don't know. It's hard to find any three better in the league right now. C.J. Avery, Jameer Thurman, and C.J. Rebus. While in the secondary, Nelson Lacombo starts at safety with Roland Milligan Jr. and DeMarcus Fields at the halves, and Deontay Williams and Marcus Sales on the corner. They're going to be challenged, that secondary, this week after giving up a big bunch of yardage last week to Vernon Adams Jr. and the BC Lions. They're going to be tasked this week with trying to stop Zach Caleros and his receiving corps.
That leads perfectly into our quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs. Visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, Shay Patterson comes in, making his third career CFL start tonight. Last week, 17 of 25 for 278 yards, did throw an interception. So tough sledding for Shay Patterson last week. Then you look on the other side of the ledger, Zach Caleros. And again, you see his passing percentage at 65%, but Zach is making his 119th career CFL start. He's 11-4 all-time against the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This guy is just shy of 30,000 in his career. He needs 260 to accomplish that. So the quarterback matchup, yes, it's the veteran versus the rookie, so to speak, tonight. But again, both quarterbacks can show that they can do it. We're going to wait to see who does do it here tonight.
About to see, fellas. What do you think about Shay Patterson and his progression? We've all seen him up close. You guys were on the road before the game, behind the scenes, after the game. How do you feel like he's taking steps, Luc Mullinder?
I think that there was a marked improvement in his patience from game 1 to game 2. I think that he's seeing the field a little bit better. I'm really anxious to see him perform today, because it's going to be interesting. You know, theoretically, Winnipeg under Richie Hall was more of a, hey, we'll bend a little bit for you, but we're never going to break, right? We're going to get a turnover at some point. I feel like Jordan Younger's the same way, right? He hasn't really done much different. I think he relies on his veteran experience up front, which is a smart thing to do if you have a Willie Jefferson type of guy out there, right? So, for me, I think he's played well. And again, he's just got to continue progressing and understanding that this is a 4-quarter game. I said it when he made his first start. Sorry, we got backfeed in my ear. We said it when he made his first start. He doesn't have to win it in the first and second quarter, right? And so today, he just got to come out. He's got to make his reads and continue to improve. I look at him as a guy who could potentially be where Zach Caleros was early on in his career in Hamilton, right? A guy who can move the pocket around, make throws accurately. Like, that's how young Zach Caleros was. And I look at Shay the same way. So he's just got to continue to improve.
As far as I'm concerned, I think it's going to come down to this start and this one for Shay Patterson, because I think he's had some nerves in his first couple of games. Toronto and BC got off to a bit of a slow start, and he talked yesterday about his footwork, how his footwork has to be better from the get-go. So I'm looking to see that marked improvement from the start of the football game, that he comes out and he's ready to go and ready to put the football in the hands of his playmakers.
And that's the thing, because he can throw the football. He's an accurate quarterback when he throws the football, right? So it's just it's the small things. It's the reads. It's the patience in the pocket, right? I mean, they're going to dial up all sorts of plays where you can be athletic, right? They've got the RPO in there. Winnipeg's probably going to play it well. But again, pick your spots, right? And just be patient and make your reads. And I don't have a problem with him. I think that He came in, he was literally the best quarterback here in camp other than Trevor Harris, and I think that he's came out and he's given the Riders exactly what they expected, which is nice to see.
Guys, you got a game to call, and we got to make room for a man going for a Guinness World Record. Chris Tomofachuk is up next to tell you what that record could be. Live on set.
That's cool.
Here in the Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Start your season with savings on genuine Case IH parts and service for your whole fleet. Save up to $100 on OEM engine oils, coolants, filters, and Fleet Guard filters. Get up to 35% off electric guidance kits or up to 25% off hydraulic guidance kits from Case IH and Raven. And trade in your current precision technology to save up to 50% on precision farming products. Visit redheadequipment.ca or one of our 10 locations today to save on genuine Case IH parts and service. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your apartment. Opa. This is what Opa sounds like arriving at your house. Opa. This is what Opa sounds like delivered to your work.
Hey, can I get some of those fries? Sweet. And some of the tzatziki?
Get Opa delivered fast, fresh, and easy right to you with the Opa app. Download it today to place your order.
Are you in transition? We understand that hard work pays off, so let McDougall Auctioneers make it rewarding. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our retirement auctions are designed to honor your legacy and maximize returns. With our tailored approach, selling your asset becomes a seamless, profitable journey. Trust us to turn your hard work into a golden retirement opportunity. You earned it. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at McDougallAuction.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back and better than ever. Imagine sliding behind the wheel of your new Porsche or basking in tropical Bora Bora. With 10 incredible grand prizes, including your best chance to win $1 million, it could be you. Plus, there are over 1,000 more prizes, including luxury vehicles, travel, and fantastic rider prizes. Help Saskatchewan kids. Get tickets at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Lottery license LR240034. Please play responsibly.
Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Luc Mullinder have gone upstairs to get ready for the call of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, coming in at 2-4 against your 4-1 Saskatchewan Rough Riders, and they made way for a man going for a Guinness World Record. Chris Tomofachuk, what is the record that you're going for? I know Luc Mullinder was really curious when he was leaving the set here.
He did, and I gave the information to him as he got off. The current record held by Bobby Dubois, a BC Lions fan, it's 364 hours.
To go to?
For the fastest visit to all 9 stadiums. That was his record. If mine finishes on time, the last game in Toronto, I can finish in 362.5 hours. So we want a good final game. We don't want any overtime.
Where did you start the journey?
So we started in Winnipeg last weekend, and then zipped to Vancouver, and then to Edmonton, and took a couple days off to recharge. And now we're starting the third the weekend here in Regina before we duck to Hamilton tomorrow and Calgary on Sunday.
You're not just doing this for the fame. You're trying to raise some money. CFL fans fight cancer. What's the website that people can go to donate if they don't see you around, where they can just scan your bucket?
Yeah, they can go to childhoodcancerresearch.org/fundraising/CFL-FFC, or you can Google it. It'll come up, or go to the CFL Fans Fighting Cancer Facebook page.
Where did this whole idea come about for you to take on this cool venture?
This was all about travel and the CFL and meeting the different fan bases and the experiences at different stadium. When Bobby did it, I thought that's a really cool idea. And the league, when they issued the schedule, it just happened to work out here in July over this 2-week period. And it has been so much fun. And, you talk about the fame. The idea was to get the record at first, but it's really morphed into raising funds for the charity. It's really the CFL fans around the league that are doing this more so than the record.
You were at the Riders game last week in BC, as you mentioned, with Riders president Craig Reynolds and a bunch of fans around you, and it looked like you were getting a bunch of donations there. I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but in terms of donations, which fan base is winning that race?
I don't want to call out any fan base, but I got to give credit to Rider Nation. They have stepped up far and away beyond the rest of the teams. I put that out there. Hopefully Hamilton, Calgary, and the Eastern teams can hear that, and they can do even better.
There you go. It's a challenge to the other fan bases out there. I'm curious, Chris, how did you put the travel itinerary together, and are you working on the road? Are you just on vacation? Or
this is a temporary retirement period, so it's not an issue with work. It's more praying that there's no airline strikes, cybersecurity outages, smoke, storms, all of that. But
floods like there was in Ontario.
Yeah, exactly. And there's things we can control, and there's things we can't. And if we get the record, fantastic. And if we don't, we're going to have fun trying for it anyway.
Have you experienced any jet lag from all the flying that you've been doing here?
Not yet, but I expect crisscrossing the country twice this weekend is going to tire things out, and we'll have to recharge before heading to Montreal next Thursday.
The Montreal, man, that's always a trip to get through with what you can get into there in La Belle Province.
Yeah, we'll just leave it as no comment.
Do you have anyone coming along for you on this ride, or are you doing it solo?
I'm doing the trip solo, but what's fantastic is that there are so many people in every city that I know or have met through Grey Cup and other events that they come out, they house me, they feed me, they look after me, and then they hand me off to the next city. So it really is a collective effort. I don't want this to be about one person. This is about a fan base doing something good within the CFL.
And you are a fan of which team?
I hate to say it, it's the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I'm team neutral officially for this journey, and we'll cheer very quietly if good things happen across the opposition way there today.
At least you're not wearing the colors up here on set on the live stream and live on 620 CKRM. We're with Chris Timofeychuk, who is going for the Guinness Book of World Records for the fastest time to visit all 9 CFL stadiums. What was the hour count that you had?
364 hours. That's the target. We need to come in less.
And if everything goes according to plan, you will be at 362 and a half.
That's what we're hoping. Yeah.
So fingers crossed that no games are delayed.
Yeah, no delays, no overtime, and that all the other games happen and don't get canceled.
What have you seen or heard in terms of the notoriety around CFL fan bases? Like when they see you now, do they understand the Guinness World Record because you've been doing a lot of media appearances?
Yeah, the media's been fantastic. They've really glamped onto it. Walking the streets of Regina today, people passed by and said, "Hey, that's the bucket guy." So that's as famous as it gets, I guess. So you'd be called the bucket guy, and maybe that'll carry on into the future. And I hope we can keep this tradition going of fans traveling to see the different teams around the stadium. It really is a fantastic thing to do within Canada.
And for those who don't know, if you're just tuning in, Bobby Dubois actually set the record last year, and he got a lot of attention for doing it. TSN talked to him multiple times, and then he had stops around, obviously, all 9 CFL stadiums. So you're just going to edge him
Fingers
out.
crossed. We need a little bit of good luck to happen, but I think we can do it.
From your perspective, being a Blue Bombers fan, What is this rivalry like, and what does it mean to the fans from both sides, the Bombers and the Riders?
I don't think there's a rivalry like it. Apologies to Hamilton, Toronto. They'll say that's the storied rivalry. Here, the fan bases are so passionate about their team, whether it's Banjo Bowl, Labor Day, or a game like this early in the season. People were talking, saying this feels like a playoff atmosphere. This game's important to both teams, and there isn't another rivalry like it, in my opinion, in the CFL.
I think I would tend to agree. There's a lot of people that say that it's the Prairie Football League in a way because of the way that Winnipeg and Saskatchewan support their football teams. What is it about the CFL that draws you in so much that you want to put your time and effort to try to do something like this, to go to all 9 CFL Stadium?
Well, I love the game since my dad took me to my first Grey Cup in 1991, the famous Rocket Ishmael frozen beer can, and I've been hooked ever since. But really, you can't find a more entertaining league. Look at the first 6 or 7 weeks this year. I mean, the games have been fantastically entertaining, and that's our game, right? It's our game. It's Canadian. And anybody that loves sports has to love the CFL. It's just that good.
What is your coolest moment so far on this journey? Somebody that you've met, a former player that you got to talk to, perhaps a current player or coach?
Well, there's 2. One was a lady in BC came up and said, "I'm having surgery on Friday. Here's my donation. Thank you." And that really set at home what this is about. It's not about the Guinness record. It's about the fundraising. And the other one was an unnamed Saskatchewan quarterback who was injured in BC signing autographs. He took money out of his own pocket to make a donation to us, and that just shows you what the players are like in the league, right? They feel a connection to the fan base, and you won't find that in other leagues.
That unnamed guy is pretty obvious to most people.
I'm not saying who it is. They can figure it out.
Number 7 was out there on social media signing autographs. The fact that Trevor Harris understands what you're doing for this league, I think, is a great story. He obviously loves this league himself so much, and I'm sure there are some other anonymous donors that perhaps you don't even know of that have thrown in some money to this cause, because as you alluded to before we got on the air, it's a great positive news story around the CFL.
It really is, and there's some people come up and we try to find out who they are. They don't want any notoriety. It's just, here's the money. They know it's going to a good cause, and it's just awe-inspiring to see cancer survivors, to see people that have been dealing with cancer in the family. I think everybody has a connection, and we just want to make a difference the best way we can.
Chris, we appreciate you so much coming on. Your upcoming schedule, you're here for the game tonight, Bombers, Riders, then you go to Toronto at Hamilton tomorrow, another rivalry game on the Saturday, then BC at Calgary. Man, I don't know how you're going to sleep here. Then next Thursday, Saskatchewan at Montreal, Friday, Calgary at Ottawa, and next Saturday, July 27th, it wraps up Winnipeg at Toronto. You get to see your Blue Bombers to end the trip.
I do. I'm excited about that, but I've been teased by the Rider fans saying, because I'll be seeing them play 3 times, that I'm becoming a Rider fan. So we'll see how that goes at the end.
We will. Thanks a lot for joining us, Chris.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
really
Justin.
Appreciate it. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Vaterstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device. Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
The summer sidewalk sale is on now at Colin O'Brien, and the deals are hotter than ever. The brands you love like Hugo Boss, Strelson, DeSoto, AG, and Page are 20 to 80% off. Plus, suits are starting from $199.99, jackets from $99.99, and shoes from $99.99. You'll look great and save big during Colin O'Brien's annual sidewalk sale. Hurry in for the best selection. Colin O'Brien, contemporary, urban, defined, 1825 Hamilton, ColinO'Brien.com.
Hey Rider Nation, this is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. I am so pumped to be here in Regina. I am pumped to be with the Riders, and I am pumped to be dealing with Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Regina. These are awesome dudes to talk to if you want a truck, car, or Jeep. Anything to get you down the road. When you want a new ride, deal with the team Thor deals with.
Crestview, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
The all-new Sports Cage on the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network are doubling down this Labor Day. The night before the Riders take on the Bombers, we're proud to present Dinner with Doubles. A chance to meet, greet, and eat with the Saskatchewan Roughrider legend and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, is Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event will go to the Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation in honor of Jim Hobson. Tickets are on sale now at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire with 9 locations, Ingelheim Charters, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, Harvard Media, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders Radio Network. Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder have gone upstairs at Mosaic Stadium to get ready for the call of the 2-4 Winnipeg Blue Bombers taking on your 4-1 Saskatchewan Roughriders live from Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff just after 7:30 live on 620 CKRM. We're live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. It is absolutely buzzing in here. The party in the park is going on outside. The rain has stopped. It's beautiful and sunny, so if you're thinking about coming down to the game at the last minute, come pack the house like Corey Mace wanted all of Rider Nation to do. He put the message out there on Twitter. Meanwhile, Roland Milligan, is putting the message out there that he might be the best defensive back in the league, and some of his former teammates are taking notice down in the NFL. 3-time NFL Pro Bowler defensive back Quandre Diggs took notice of Milligan's interceptions this season, writing, "Yeah, Millie."
Take me through how you're leading the league in interceptions.
Trust in what we're doing schematically on defense, and then just being the athlete that I am, getting in position to make the plays and just making them when I can, when I should.
There's been a couple interceptions that I've noticed where you've undercut the football. It's a real veteran savvy move. Is that something that Corey Mace teaches? Is that a technique that you learned from somewhere? Where does that come from?
Just knowing really what route concepts you get, and in certain situations, is the ball coming out fast, or, is it going to take a little bit of time for the ball to come out? Try to emphasize that.
In those instances where you're undercutting the football, are you baiting the quarterback a little bit to kind of make him think that the receiver is open, or how do you play it?
Not really. I'm just anticipating and then, trusting and seeing.
And said, "Yeah, Millie, how do you know Quandre Diggs, the Pro Bowler?"
We were in Detroit together for a little bit while I was there, about a year and some change maybe. But he's a good guy. I learned a lot from Quandre. Keep in touch every once in a while too.
What is it about Corey Mace's defense that puts this emphasis on getting turnovers, but actually coming through with them?
Trying to dictate where offense is going to go with the ball. We know what they like, from week to week, and then what the quarterback likes too, because, you know, it can be a certain route concept that they get, but, you know, he was like, okay, I see the route concept, but this is what I really want out of that route concept. And then just putting us in a position, you know, with his calls that he's making to go make a play on the ball.
Excellent start to the CFL season for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Coming up on the other side, you'll hear from Zach Collaros, the former Rider himself, and Corey Mace. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
Spread awareness and take action against colorectal cancer, the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer. In Saskatchewan, it's also the second leading cause of cancer death. If you're between 50 and 74 with a valid Saskatchewan Health Services card, the screening program for colorectal cancer provides an easy-to-use test kit. Stay on top of your health and look out for your home-based test kit in the mail. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Visit saskcancer.ca.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485-bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
This summer with your friends from Windsor Plywood with locations in Regina, Prince Albert, Yorkton, and Saskatoon. From fiber-on and TimberTech decking to beautiful and modern Vista railing, Windsor Plywood has it all. Don't forget about the huge selection of treated lumber for all your outdoor projects. See the pros at Windsor Plywood, Regina, Yorkton, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon.
Windsor, the experts you need to know. Back to the Rider Nation pregame show with Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
We're back live inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge, and the Rider Nation fans are ready. Bombers at your 4-1 Saskatchewan Roughriders coming up in mere minutes with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder live on 620 CKRM. But the biggest news around Rider Nation this week was the loss of Jamarcus Hardrick, who's going to be out long-term, actually undergoing his surgery today. He'll watch this game from the hospital. Everyone around Rider Nation and even the Winnipeg Blue Bombers fan base wishing him a speedy and healthy recovery. And Corey Mace talked about what the loss of Hardrick is going to do to his football team.
That's what I love Yosh, you know. He's still, every day he's been here. He's been at practice. He broke the team down yesterday. He was out there today, and his family, man. You know, it's again, tough loss for us to losing a player like Yosh, but still to be able to have him and his family around, constantly around the building, that brings comfort, because that's a huge part of what Yoshi brings to our team.
Shay Patterson makes his third career CFL start, and he'll have to do it with Jacob Brammer making his first career CFL start at right tackle, taking over for Jamarcus Hardrick, and Trevor Reed making his sixth career CFL start. He's played 5 games so far for the Riders. Patterson, working with 2 rookie offensive tackles, spoke to what Hardrick means to this team.
I thought he's going to drop me on my head. No, that was awesome, though. He's a strong guy. Picked me up like I was a little kid. That was fun.
Is that a first for you to get?
Yeah, it was first for one guy to do that to me. You know, one guy to be able to just pick me up like I was his son. Yeah, no, that was awesome.
That was Yoshi Hardrick picking Shay Patterson up after his first career CFL win against the Toronto Argonauts. And it's something that Yoshi likes to do, and you heard Shay Patterson talk about it. He picked him up like he was his son. Like, that was nothing for Jamarcus Hardrick. That's the type of energy that he brings around the Saskatchewan Roughriders football team. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers know that all too well. And Mace really believes that still his presence and being around Regina, he's going to stay in the city to do his rehab from this quad injury, can still help this team, even though he won't be on the field suiting up, playing for the Riders between the white lines. It's now time for Corey Mace's commentary, brought to you by Ceylon Tire. They have you covered like a championship-winning defense. Cars, trucks, or SUVs, leading value and performance you can count on. Mace knows what it's like to go against veteran quarterback Zach Collaros when he's playing for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The last time Mace went against Collaros in this building at Mosaic Stadium was the 2022 Grey Cup. And Mace's defense, while he was with the Toronto Argonauts, was able to limit Collaros to less than 200 yards passing in the game. So I asked Mace, what's the trick to limiting Collaros in his aerial show?
I would hope, there's certainly things that every week, Justin, we look at to see if we can try to manipulate something into our favor. But again, it's a lot of things have to be executed properly to do that versus a veteran quarterback. It's not just the pressure. It's not just the coverage. It has to tie in together to make it one cohesive unit. But yeah, he's shown to this point, with what it is as far as his turnover ratio. I mean, if we can force him and fluster him to maybe take a shot to set it up for ourselves, man, if he wants to do that, I'd be all for it, Zach. Appreciate you. But I don't anticipate that. I anticipate 4-time, or really, I mean, how many times he's gotten the Grey Cup in a row, MVP, Zach Collaros. That's what we're prepared for. So we're ready for the battle.
Collaros said he respects Corey Mace as a defensive coordinator, and his spacing on defense makes it sometimes difficult on opposing quarterbacks. Up next, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder have the call. Winnipeg Blue Bombers at the Saskatchewan Roughriders, rivalry game gets underway. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Attention farmers, get a sizzling deal on the highest performing DeKalb canola lineup yet. Save up to $45 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex and DeKalb Liberty Link canola, and up to $65 a bag on DeKalb TrueFlex Liberty Link canola when you book a minimum of 500 acres by October 11th. Visit your retailer to book now or dekalb.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
The all-new Case IH AF11 Combine provides productivity, technology, and efficiency. Powered by a 16-liter 775 HP engine and featuring a 567-bushel grain tank, this helps you cover more acres in less time. Take your harvest management to the next level with Case IH and the AF11 Combine. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Rider Nation, it's game day. Saskatchewan Rough Rider football is brought to you by Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Salford Equipment, SikaPlayNow.com, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment, McDougall Auctioneers, Claws of America. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the first quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Who's ready for a rivalry? That's what we're in for on a steamy night in Riderville, not to mention a couple of key points up for grabs in an all-Western showdown. Good evening, Rider Nation. I'm Dave Thomas, Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right, statistician John Hoffman to my left, and Derek Bidwell joining us from the sidelines tonight as we're set to bring you the Saskatchewan Rough Riders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The Riders dropped their first game of the season 1 week ago in BC and are looking to make amends, while the Bombers, they've won 2 weeks in a row after an 0-4 start, and they're looking to climb back into the West Division standings equation. Both looking for a critical 2 points and both ready to heat it up here at Mosaic Stadium as we're ready to bring them out.
Rider Nation, please welcome your 2024 Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Today's Sega starting lineup for your...
Well, here we go, and I don't know, the Obsidian green jerseys have made their debut on the turf at Mosaic Stadium as we inch towards kickoff, Luke. And, you know, the kids today don't even know who Mr. Blackwell is. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm no Mr. Blackwell when it comes to fashion, but these things look sharp, man.
Yeah, listen, I mean, there's a reason why the Rider store has had an epic run of sales. These uniforms are right up there, man. with the Labor Day uniforms and those black ones we used to wear in 2006, 2007. So they look clean, man, and it's one of those deals. Look good, feel good, play good.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because the players absolutely love this look.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can do a lot with it, right? You put some black cleats on, you put some white cleats on, make it really pop. Go get you some lime green cleats to make the, right? So, again, you know, I'm no fashion expert either, but I can just imagine some of the things that some of the guys, some of the DBs that I used to play with would have done with these uniforms, man. They're a real good look.
Absolutely, and there's a new designed S logo. They're debuting it right now at center field with a flag that's being waved right below the Canadian flag as we see it here at Mosaic Stadium as they introduce the starting lineups in stadium. Some of the biggest cheers, of course, for quarterback Shay Patterson, who comes in making his third ever career start against the wily veteran in Zach Collaros, who comes in making career start number 119. This will be the 16th time that he's faced the Saskatchewan Roughriders, not to mention the time that he played for them. He's 11-4 in those matchups, so obviously he knows what it's all about playing in this stadium, and he knows what this game means in the course of the standings.
More important, Zach Collaros is an absolute killer, man. This guy is a blitz beater. We talked about the fact that he hasn't necessarily caught stride with his receivers on his deep balls, but that's the problem with Zach Collaros. The more he beats you with the blitz, the more confident he gets to take some of those shots. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders, again, we talked about our 3 keys of the game. One of those is you have to be on time. If you're the extra 2 guys coming today or the extra guy coming a guy, even if you have everybody lined up on the line of scrimmage and you don't know if you're the extra, you have to come as if you're going to get free. Because if you give Zach Collaros a split second more than you're normally supposed to give a quarterback on a blitz, he's going to gut you.
Well, let's go downstairs as we join tonight's national anthem.
Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ladies and gentlemen. Well, great rendition of the national anthem as we'll get set for the Quality Tire coin toss in just a moment. As we do, it's been hot, it's been humid, and it got a little more so thanks to the weather pattern that moved in about a couple hours before game time. Yeah. 28 degrees is where we're sitting at right now. Derek Bidwell is down on the sidelines, and Bidsy, they've told me that it can be a lot hotter down there than what it is here, and I notice you're by the air conditioner. Good call, my friend.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a good spot for me to really hang out today. It is a little hot and sticky, as you mentioned. Humid is the thing, but I want to get back to those uniforms that we talked about and that you guys mentioned. Obviously, the Obsidian green is really the craze here today. Nobody can miss the Rough Riders' eye-catching new look. The predominantly dark green uniforms, by the way, will also be worn on October 26th when the Calgary Stampeders are in town. Fans love them, too, as they were lined up at the Rider store prior to the game to add some Obsidian green to their wardrobe, guys. I saw one fella buy 6 jerseys, and at the ring out, it was about $1,000. So Riders making a few extra bucks on the Obsidian green here.
Well, hey, you know what? If you got 6 jerseys, whose name are you putting on the back of them?
This is the coin we'll be using for the coin toss.
You could just go like go
Rider
Mikowski.
Nation logo will
Mikowski,
be
Aldag, Durant.
Yeah.
And the team logo
Joseph.
Yeah.
will be tails.
Well, Andre Proulx is down on the field getting ready for the Quality Tire coin toss. Adam Bighill is going to make the call on behalf of the Bombers.
Speaking of Adam Bighill.
This is heads. Winnipeg has won the toss. You won the football. Guys, which way are you going to kick? As is? Winnipeg will receive. Have a great game, gentlemen.
So you're mentioning Adam Bighill there, Luke. Of course, he missed a couple of games at the start of the year. He was actually placed on the 6-game injured list coming out of training camp this season. Didn't take part in training camp or the preseason at all, but KG vet.
Listen, it's a privilege to line up against a guy like Adam Bighill. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best linebackers to grace the leagues or the fields of this league. But right now, it is what it is. If he's out there, you go at him, right? You go at him. Father Time, undefeated, infinity and he's never going to get beaten. Father Time's chipping away at Adam Bighill. So if you can get him in different type of matchups, if you can isolate him today, do that, because there's an opportunity to make a big play.
Well, Adam Bighill coming in his 12th professional season, 6th already with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's been 6 in BC.
Man, listen, again, side to side, nobody's been better, man. It's been great to watch him play in this league. And again, he's a Hall of Famer. And that's why if you're an offensive player, like there are certain guys that I tackled that I remember. One of the guys that I tackled, my first career sack, right? Damon Allen.
Okay.
You know what I mean? One of the coolest tackles I ever made. One-on-one. Ricky Williams, when he was all the rage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there are things that you remember as a young player. Go out there today, and if you're matched up against Adam Bighill, go make a play on him and be able to tell your grandkids, look, man, I played against one of the best. And by the way, Granddaddy put 6 on him.
There you go. It's going to go, and it's going to get underway in about 60 seconds from now. I understand it's a late arriving crowd tonight as there is some traffic congestion coming into the stadium from the south. So we'll keep you company on the way in. Don't worry.
It's Friday, right? Everybody's getting off work. You know, whenever you have a lot of rain, there's always somebody that tests the underpass of the bridges that flood, right? Shanks is here with us, so might have a traffic jam. I'll tell you, man, I thought I was going to get here late, too. I was telling you, I was fishing equipment out of the pool today. Knocking over trees. That was a serious wind.
Well, right now we get set for the opening kickoff. Brett Lother, wearing his Obsidian green jersey, is ready to put the ball down when told to by the officials at the 30-yard line. Interesting in the return this week for Winnipeg as Cody Case comes onto the roster, as the Bombers have not been happy with their return game. You'll remember there was a guy that did pretty good against the Riders.
Yeah, and he's actually balling with another team right now.
That's right. That the Bombers couldn't come to contract terms with, and Janarian Grant, who now plays for the Toronto Argonauts. So Cody Case is going to get the call. The raw rookie is standing back inside his 15-yard line. He'll be accompanied by the running back, Johnny Augustine, as we get set to kick this one off tonight. It's Riders, it's Blue Bombers, it's a rivalry, and we're happy to be in Obsidian Green tonight in Riderville as we get set for the kickoff, brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. The Riders moving from left to white, wearing the Obsidian Green jerseys. Bombers are wearing their white tops, gold pants, blue trim, and they'll defend the goal line to my right as we are underway at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. Case will take that opening kickoff from Lother, goes to his left, now going to cut it to the right side of the field, tries to get the corner, can't get there, and he'll be brought down at the 32-yard line. And here comes Zach Caleros and the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offense. Caleros a week ago threw for 344 yards, so a 22-yard return for Cody Case and the Bombers have them set up 1st and 10.
Well, this is going to be a binocular day today, DT. Those Obsidian green uniforms are sweet until you sit all the way up here in the broadcast booth and realize you can't see the numbers in the last names. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled today. Good job by the Saskatchewan Rough Riders cover team on that, taking away the sidelines.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. Ball's on the left-hand hash for Caleros, who's got one back in the backfield. In Brady Oliveira standing to his right. Going to hand him the ball on 1st down. He'll get to the middle of the line, but a nice job by Micah Johnson and Miles Brown on the inside to close up the hole. Malik Carney came in to finish off the tackle. It's a short gain. It'll be 2nd down and 9.
Yeah, Miles Brown is critical to this team in terms of talented depth behind Micah Johnson and Anthony Lanier. Here he holds the line of scrimmage really well. Micah Johnson's able to take a double team on as per normal. They hold it to 1 2nd and 9.
See what the Riders can do on 2nd down. Last week, the defense, it struggled, allowing 62% conversion rate for the BC Lions. Now they've got an opportunity to try to stop up the Winnipeg Blue Bombers at their own 33. 3 seconds to go on the play clock. 5 receivers for Caleros. Drops back, has time over the middle, has a receiver up to the 35, 40, still going to the 45, 50, still on his feet, finally going to be pushed out of bounds. Drew Wolatarski, pardon me, that's Josh Johnson, pardon me, just his 5th reception of the season. It's a big one, though, and the first down of the ball game.
You remember we talked about blitz timing as one of the keys to of the game. Roland Milligan is the blitzer here on a 5-man front, and he comes in late. And again, we talk about it. Zach Collaros will absolutely slice you up if your blitz isn't coming in on time. Here he finds an open crossing route. They do the rest. First down at midfield.
22-yard gain for Josh Johnson on the reception. Zach Collaros, the countdown is on to 30,000 yards in his career. He needs 240 in the remainder of the night to get there and get closer on the all-time list to Tom Burgess. First down, run pass option. Collaros pulls it down, slings it out far side. It's complete inside the Rider 40, up near the 37-yard line before finally being dropped on the play by Roland Milligan Jr. Not a bad gain on first down for the Bombers.
Yeah, a little bit of a coverage breakdown. We got number 86, Clercius. I think that's how you say it.
Clercius, yes.
Yeah.
Kevin's Clercius, yep.
He lines up as a tight end on the left side. When he goes across and into the flat, nobody goes with him except the linebacker. So first we get a late blitz, and now we seem to have a little bit of a challenge covering guys coming out of the backfield into the flats.
First and 10 for the Bombers at the Saskatchewan 35-yard line. Collaros fakes the run, throws it out far side, and it goes off the intended target's hands. Josh Johnson had his hands on it and deflected it into the air. Marcus Sales had a shot at the interception. It falls incomplete.
Yeah, the reason this happens is because the Saskatchewan Roughriders play Zach Collaros and the RPO really well. It's a great job by Scoop Carney, number 11. Plays the line of scrimmage on the run fake and explodes up in an effort to get in Zach Collaros' face. It forces Collaros to double pump, and then he gets the throw behind. So, second and 10. If we're blitzing here, DT, we got to make sure we're on time.
Ball on the Rider 35. Bombers have it on the right-hand hash. Collaros with 4 receivers to this near side of the field. He'll drop back to pass. Here come the Riders with a blitz. Collaros dumps it off to Oliveira over the middle. He'll get to the 30, down near the 27-yard line. He had to get to the 25 for a first down. It'll be third down and about 2 for the Bombers.
This is a good job by Saskatchewan, just staying disciplined and where they're supposed to be. These linebackers are sort of playing at the sticks, and they run a crossing route in front of the linebackers, and nobody really gets glued to it. And because they don't get glued to it, they're able to take Oliveira coming out of the backfield. It's a good job by Jameer Thurman, who's been playing well. The Bombers are held to a field goal.
So 8-year pro Sergio Garcia, who's 17 of 20 on the season with a long of 60, will come out to attempt a 36-yarder to open the scoring here, 11:47 into the opening quarter. Castillo lines up the kick. It's on the far right hash. Good snap, good hold. No chip in the ball, so it sails through the uprights, and Castillo is good from 36 yards to give the Bombers the initial 3-0 lead with 11:37 to go here in the opening quarter.
We saw a 5-man front there, obviously something that they want to do, maybe cover up all the offensive linemen when it comes to Brady Oliveira. Allows you to get off the blocks and also prevents teams from double teaming you, right? We saw a 3-man front, so multiple looks in front of Collaros to begin that first drive.
Riders turn for their first drive. When we come back, this is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Want a new career in mining? No experience necessary, just a willingness to learn, lots of energy, and a positive attitude. Your role will start with 8 months paid training at BHP's Potash Academy in Humboldt. And on successful training completion, a permanent opportunity at BHP's Jansen Mine will be offered. Places are limited. Join one of the best today and join us as we build something special. Visit our website at bhp.com/CanadaJobs and apply now.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Back here at Mosaic Mosaic Stadium. We're 11:37 remaining in the opening quarter. Saskatchewan trailing Winnipeg 3-0 after the Bombers marched it down the field on their initial drive. A 36-yard field goal by Sergio Castillo, has the Bombers in front. Should mention that Derek Bidwell is looking sharp down on the sideline. His reports this season brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. Enjoy the game. Call Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com. 1st and 10 for the Riders in their Obsidian green jerseys. They're going to empty the backfield with A.J. Ouellette moving in motion to the far side in this 6-receiver set. Now he comes back in as Patterson starts his cadence as the clock is counting down on 1st and 10. Going to fake a handoff. Patterson, he pumps once, now pulls it down, going to get to the corner, to the 40, puts his head down and into the Rider bench where he's going to gain a couple as he couldn't find a receiver downfield. Yeah. So not a bad gain for Shay Patterson on 1st down.
No, this is a really good job by Shay Patterson. First of all, what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out if they can get Big Hill on a matchup with Ouellette outside. Big Hill doesn't go with Ouellette, so when he comes back in and runs the RPO, the Bombers cover her up really well. So it's a good job by Shay to just tuck this ball, get what you can. 2nd and 6 still gives you the majority of your playbook to work with.
Ball on the Rider 44-yard line. 11:08 to go in the opening quarter. 3-0 Winnipeg leading the Riders. Saskatchewan's first opportunity with the ball as Patterson has it on the right-hand hash. He's in the gun and drops back to pass. Looks over the top, has a man downfield, puts it up, and it's in and out of the arms of the intended target. And Kean Schaefer-Baker is Dietrich Nichols able to get his hand in at the last second and bat it down. And it's going to be a kicking situation as it looked like Schaefer-Baker had it for a moment.
Yeah, well, Schaefer-Baker's going to be kicking himself for dropping this. First of all, we picked the blitz up. Well, not a blitz, but they had a 5-man rush, so that was picked up. Shay makes a beautiful throw. And yeah, Schaefer-Baker just can't bring it in. 9 times out of 10, that ball is caught.
So on to kick the ball away is Adam Korsak for the Riders. Cody Case stands back for it at his 16-yard line. Not a breath of wind here at Mosaic Stadium as Case just drops the shoulder pads, gets up to the 25-yard line, and Zach Caleros and the Bombers offense will come back onto the field. 10:40 to go in the opening quarter. It's Winnipeg 3, Saskatchewan yet to score. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device. Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Luc Mullinder, Derek Bidwell back at Mosaic Stadium. And Bidsy, I thought you had a great shot at catching that pass.
Yeah, it was right in front of me, guys. Right through the hands of Kean Schaefer-Baker, unfortunately. But good news, let's look at things in a positive light like we always try to do, right? Shay Patterson dialed in early. He dropped that right in the bucket. And, KSB is going to be doing all he can to get open and make amends for that drop later in this game.
Yeah, you betcha. Absolutely you will. Last week, by the way, Shay Patterson, 17 of 25 for 278 yards and looking to take some shots as he had last week. Jarrett Stearns open in the end zone, just a little miscommunication to the end of the play, so he's not trigger shy, you know what I mean?
No, exactly. He's an aggressive quarterback. He wants to press the action downfield, and I think that's what was missing over the last couple of years is quarterbacks taking shots.
So Zach Caleros with Brady Oliveira to his left in the backfield on 1st down for the Bombers. Going to fake the handoff, throw it near side, looking for Nick Dembski, but he's met right away, and it's batted down. Nice job in closing by Roland Milligan Jr. 2nd down coming up, Bombers.
Yeah, that Milligan-Dembski matchup, when we get it, is going to be critical, and Here, Milligan does a really good job of reading Dembski's body language as he gets into his break at about 5 yards. Breaks on the football, gets his hand on it, puts the Bombers in a 2nd and 10 early on in their second drive.
10:23 to go in the opening quarter. Bombers leading the Riders 3-0 on a beautiful night for football in the Queen City. As Zach Caleros is in the gun, sends 3 receivers far side of the formation on 2nd and long. 1 man in motion near side. That's where Caleros looks, has to pull it down, feels the pressure, now going to scramble out far side, throws across his body, and it's in and out of the arms of Wolotarski as the Riders had a defensive back cutting back and Deontay Williams underneath to break it up, and it falls incomplete.
This is a fantastic job by the linebacking core. They're dropping to about 10 yards.
Winnipeg number 67. That penalty is declined. It will be 3rd down.
And this is what Corey Mace wants. Flush Zach Caleros, but limit him to where. So what the Riders do is when Caleros is flushed to the right, they take away his options. They force the throw back to the middle, and that is definitely a recipe for interceptions if Caleros continues to do that.
Jamison Sheehan comes out for the Bombers to kick this one away, standing inside his 15-yard line. Riders bring some pressure, but the end-over-ender gets away, and it'll bounce to Mario Alford down at his 35-yard line here on the near side of the field. Flags out already as he begins his return. Going to be tripped up after no gain, and this one's going to come back further, likely with an illegal block, I'm sure, to be called on this one. So the Riders are going to be marching backwards to start their second possession of the ball game.
During the return, illegal block. Saskatchewan number 8, 10-yard penalty. 1st down.
One of the best referees in the Canadian Football League, much to the chagrin of the entire fan base here in Saskatchewan, is Andre Proulx. By the way, we didn't mention Jacob Brammer in the first drive. That's always a good thing when we're not mentioning the right tackles.
So only 4 yards on the Eberes and Sons punt return for Mario Alford. And with the penalty, the Riders are backed up to their own 25. 1st and 10, 3 receivers far side. Riders going to bring in extra bodies along the offensive line with A.J. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. He'll get the carry. Dances to his right, back to his left, spins up to the 30-yard line for a gain near 5 yards. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Riders.
It's a good job by Ouellette. We've got our run package in because Clint Ratkovic is in the game. He's at the tight end position to the right. This is just a dive behind the right, left tackle and left guard. Nice little spin move late to get off the tackle of Adam Bighill. 2nd and 5.
Ball at the Riders' 30-yard line, right in the middle of the field. 5 receivers set now for Patterson on 2nd down. 3 go to the far side of the formation. Bombers show blitz. They'll bring an extra body. Patterson over the middle has a man up near midfield. It's caught and complete up to the 52-yard line. And the first down is Kean Schaefer-Baker comes up with it for his QB.
Well, first check box here is the quarterback protection. The Riders block the blitz up well. The Bombers are bringing 5. And then Shay Patterson makes the correct read against man defense, no safety. We've got a post on the slot from Schaefer-Baker, 1st down.
First, Bazendowski's agency's 1st down of the ball game for the Riders, who again bring in a run look on 1st down at their own 52-yard line. Patterson in the gun. Ouellette stands to his right. Hands it off. Ouellette comes to the right looking for a hole. Can't find one. Now gets one and gets across to the midfield stripe on a second effort to get a couple on the play at least. It'll be 2nd down and maybe 7 for the Riders.
This is defensively is a great job by Winnipeg covering gaps, especially when the Riders pull their left guard, Ryan Skeevier. Winnipeg's linebackers do a great job of just adjusting the gap responsibilities, moving in attacking position and bringing us down with only 3 yards gained.
2nd and 7, Saskatchewan. 7:35 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading the Riders 3-0. 5 receiver look for Saskatchewan. Patterson back to pass. 3 receivers far side. Finds a man across the middle. That's good. Into 1st down territory. The spot is going to be interesting as Kean Schaefer-Baker comes down with his 2nd consecutive 2nd down catch for the Riders.
Well, they're going to give him a 1st down here. And we talked about young Jacob Brammer. He's out there on the right side. Nice little chip block on the defensive end by Sam Emelis before he comes out, helping out his new right tackle. But we're advancing the ball. That's all that matters.
1st and 10 for the Riders. They spot the ball on the 47-yard line of Winnipeg. 6:55 and counting to go in the opening quarter. Couple of receivers near side, extra bodies in on the offensive line for the green and white. Fake the handoff to Ouellette. Now throw it out near side. That's complete to the 35. Still on his feet, down inside the 30, up near the 25-yard line into first down territory for guess who? Kian Schaefer-Baker.
Yeah, we got Rakovic in there at the right tackle again. I think the right tight end. Another run pass option. Shay Patterson, so quick with this football, delivers it perfectly to Schaefer-Baker, who sits down right between the hash and the numbers at about 6 yards. He does the rest. We got a first down on the 25.
Yeah, big catch there for Kian Schaefer-Baker and lots of yak yards for YAC Auctions. First down, Saskatchewan. They're at the Bombers' 25. 5-receiver look for the Riders. Hand it off to Ouellette, makes the first man miss, then dives ahead up near the 20-yard line. All that for a gain of about 5, and a good second effort again by the Rider running back.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, this is only a gain of 5, but really it shouldn't be a gain at all because Rada Kremdi reads this perfectly from the Bombers' linebacking core, and Ouellette just makes a shifty little step inside to his right to avoid Kremdi and get what he can. 2nd and 5. That was a good run, even though it wasn't a big play.
Riders into the Windsor Plywood red zone. Their touchdown percentage thus far this season, 57%. They got a shot here at 2nd and 5, though. Ball is on the right-hand hash. 3 receivers in motion to that side. Baker comes up with another catch, but the ball's on the carpet. Now the whistle sounds, and I think they're going to rule this one incomplete as Patterson found his target, but just couldn't squeeze the ball.
Yeah, Patterson goes
Ruling on the field was an incomplete pass.
He's got 3 basically hooks in front of him to his right side. One's at about 15 and the other 2 are about 6. He picks the right one, but yeah, they just battle for the football. I mean, these defensive backs from Winnipeg, I mean, they're really, really good. So you're not going to come up with every jump ball here, but we do have it. What do we have here?
I think we've got a challenge flag coming up from Michael O'Shea.
Wow.
Who's going to contend that was a catch and then a fumble. Now, O'Shea is 3 of 4 on the season in coaches' challenges.
Well, maybe this will work out like last week, too, where we actually get more yards because of O'Shea's challenge. Because last week that happened.
Challenging the previous play. They believe there was a fumble with immediate recovery by Winnipeg. The play will be reviewed.
So, Michael O'Shea is going to take a look at this, as will Andy Fantuz and the Command Center. So, with 5:22 to go, we've got a challenge here at Mosaic Stadium. The Bombers are leading the Riders 3-0. We'll be back with more. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
for big fans like you,
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, interesting that the Winnipeg Blue Bomber defense is walking back onto the field. So that's an indication that Mike O'Shea's challenge of a completed pass and then immediate fumble recovery isn't going to go his way. That might be it, as it would leave Brett Lather to attempt a 27-yard field goal for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals.
Yeah, you know, it's like 32 degrees down there. I think the heat's getting to O'Shea. Not sure why he did that, but yeah, again, so he challenged one last week and it ended up giving the opponent 2 additional yards. He's lucky that didn't just give us first down.
Yeah. Well, let's go downstairs to the sidelines. Derek Bidwell.
Hey, guys, a note on Riders quarterback Shay Patterson.
The center, the ruling on the field stands as an incomplete pass. It is 3rd down. Winnipeg doesn't have a challenge, and they lose a timeout.
Go ahead, Bidsy.
There you go. All right. Early in the morning of July 6th, the Saskatchewan Roughriders quarterback headed to Regina International Airport, and he boarded an eastbound flight. Soon after he landed, he and Jessica Brewer became the proud parents of Carter Michael Joseph Patterson. He said he got into Detroit around 2 p.m., and within 45 minutes, it was go time, and the Roughriders' newest dad is very excited about being a father and looks forward to bringing his son and his wife to a game really soon.
Well, thanks so much for that, Bidsy. It was go time there for Brett Lother, and he splits the uprights from 27 yards to tie the ball game with 5:07 to go in the opening quarter. It's Winnipeg 3, Saskatchewan 3 after a real impressive second drive for the Rough Rider offense.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, there hasn't been too many hiccups. They would have had a much bigger play with Keenan Schaefer-Baker if he had managed to catch the dime that Shay Patterson threw him on the first drive. But, I mean, they've been moving the rock, and that's what these coaches want to see. And, again, we've been covering down well, too. We've seen a couple 5-man fronts, a couple 6-man fronts from the Bombers, and really no pressure on Shay Patterson so far.
So 1st and 10 for the Bombers, who take possession after the Lother 27-yard field goal, tied at 3. Caleros dishes it under, finds his man, but no running room at all. Back to the line of scrimmage is Ontario Wilson, who had a great game last week, over 200 yards receiving. He'll get a yard maybe there. It'll be 2nd and long for the Bombers.
Yeah, this is an exceptional job playing physical football on the edges, specifically from Deontay Williams, who joins in there and gets a hat in on the runner. We set the edge well there. Every time opponents or offensive lines pull guys from left to right or right to left, the gaps adjust. And defensive fronts and linebackers need to adjust to those gaps. They did it well there.
2nd and 9 for the Bombers. Ball at their 41 on the left-hand hash for Caleros, who's in the gun and drops back to pass. Hey, he's going to air it out, looking for Wilson deep. And lots of contact, and no flags come out. As the coverage was tight, there was lots of bumping along the way. Roland Milligan Jr. claps his hands as the ball falls incomplete. The Bombers can't believe it, and they can't challenge because they lost it.
Yeah, Saskatchewan rushes 4 here, and I love the plan, right? They've clearly decided that on larger downs, they're not going to blitz Caleros. They're going to play coverage. Here, one-on-one, Ontario Wilson can't beat Milligan downfield, and we're punting.
That's the second 2-and-out consecutively for the Bombers after their opening drive got them into field goal range. They're now going to have to kick it away from their own 41-yard line. Mario Alford back to return for the Riders. Looking at it as it comes down to the 21-yard line. He'll take a move to the right, cut back to the left. No room there. Great downfield coverage there by the Bombers, and with 3:42 to go, the Saskatchewan Rough Rider offense will come back out onto the field after that minimal Ibarasa and Sons punt return. Of course, Ibarasa and Sons celebrating 100 years as your trusted in-it-to-bin-it dealer. Visit ibarasa.com. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Quality Tire.ca.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Luke, I'm not sure if you got plans for the Sunday of Labor Day, but I want to invite you to supper.
Oh.
I'll cook prime rib.
What? I'm there.
At the Casino Regina with doubles. Darian Durant is going to be in town. Chris Getzlaff just confirmed his attendance.
I think I'm involved in that in some way, shape, or form.
I think you are too.
You're cooking?
Well,
I want the rarest piece of prime rib you got.
Okay.
I'm not a medium rare. I'm not a medium well guy. I'm not a well done guy. If I want to eat cardboard, I can just go into my recycling in my garage.
You can join us. Get your tickets now. Dinner with doubles coming up during the Labor Day long weekend. CasinoRegina.com. All proceeds go to the Rider Foundation in memory of Jim Hobson. Getting set for first down for the Riders. Ball on their own 27 after that 8-yard punt return for Mario Alford. 3.5 to go in the opening quarter. Fake the handoff. Patterson got to take a shot. Has a receiver, but that's going to overthrow the intended target as Sean Bain Jr. at his step on the coverage, but the pressure got to Patterson before he could get him.
Coverage broke down really quick, and Patterson just lobbed this up in the air in an effort to give his receiver a chance. We got really nobody blocking the edge of our defense on the left side. Trevor Reed steps inside, and he had pressure from the outside. Shay did well just to get the ball off there. You don't want to lose yards unnecessarily.
Well, Shay Patterson, 3 of 6, 52 yards passing thus far in the opening quarter. 3 minutes of which to run. It's second down and 10, Saskatchewan on their own 27. 3 receivers near side. That's the short side of the field. Patterson feels the pressure, steps up, going to pull it down, gets to the 30, dives ahead to the 35, 36-yard line. Going to be maybe a yard, possibly too shy.
I'm going for this if I'm Mark Mueller and the offensive staff. It's a full yard, though.
You putting your mortgage on this one again, or what?
I don't know about the mortgage.
I'll be sleeping in your bed
We do have
tonight.
the big team coming in here. Zach Fry's checking in.
Here we go. It would be a full yard, if not a bit more.
Yeah, that's a yard and a couple slices of prime rib, I think.
Hey, speaking of which, third down gambles brought to you by Moose Creek Red Angus. Third down gamble, third and a long one from the Riders' own 36-yard line. Patterson will stay in the game. He'll head under center. A.J. Ouellette exits the backfield and comes right up to the line of scrimmage. Third and a long one. Big jump forward across the line of scrimmage. It's going to be close as he followed Ryan Sevier, the left guard. Bombers don't think he got it.
Wow, it was a fantastic job. I think this is Adam Bighill doing what he has done all his career and just anticipating where the quarterback's going.
First down.
He did get it, yeah, but Adam Bighill with great effort. You're going to want to watch the contact Shay Patterson takes. That's 2 big hits here essentially in a row. The one thing, if I'm the Blue Bombers, if I'm watching Shay Patterson, I'm starting to maybe get confident in jumping the look that he gives me, because he's throwing the ball really quickly, right? But he's not necessarily going through his progressions. He's throwing it the first or second guy he sees. So that might be a key for the Bombers to jump something.
He's got 4 receivers to his right side, does he, on first down? Hands it off, though, to A.J. Ouellette. Gets up across the 40 near the 42, which will be close to a gain of 5 on first down for the Rider running back. Already his 5th carry on the evening.
Well, that's what you want to see, right? Because you want this is like an RESP for your children. You pay into it and you don't feel like it's doing anything, and all of a sudden your kid turns 18 and we're in the 4th quarter. The defense is run down and your kid's in college.
2nd and 5 on the carry for Ouellette. Pardon me, that was his 4th run for 18 yards. 5 receiver look Saskatchewan. Bombers creep to the line, will drop back in coverage. Patterson going to throw it near side. That goes off the arms of the intended receiver right in front of the bench. Kean Schaefer-Baker couldn't haul it in. It was a contested catch, and it's incomplete. Third down kicking situation for the Riders.
This is what I talk about Shay Patterson's progressions, right? He gets committed to this route, and I like it. But if he looks back to his left just to the inside a bit, I think it's Sam Emelis over the top wide open, about 5 yards from the first down marker.
Reddick Cramdy in to break it up for the Bombers, who now away to kick off the foot of Adam Korsak. Back to return is Cody Case. If you missed it, he's taking the spot of Chris Smith, who was averaging 10.8 yards per punt return. The Bombers want more. Case will see if the rookie out of Illinois can provide that. Good snap. Bombers bring some pressure, but Korsak kicks a high spiraling one that towers into the night sky. Going to be taken there by the returner back. He loses yards. Great downfield coverage by the Riders, who get home quick. Who else? Roland Milligan Jr. gets there, and he brings down the young Cody Case.
Man, I'll tell you what. You know what? Sometimes it's good to be right. And with Roland Milligan Jr., man, we've been saying it since last year. If this kid's healthy, he's going to be one of the best. And, I mean, what week is it? 7? Week 7, we've already got one of the CFL All-Stars.
43-yard punt off the foot of Adam Korsak, -5 on the return for Cody Case. And Zach Collaros and the Winnipeg Blue Bomber offense start back at their own 26-yard line. 1st and 10, likely going to be the last play of the opening quarter. Saskatchewan and Winnipeg are tied at 3. 3-receiver look for Saskatchewan near side. Going to hand it to Oliveira, who's got some room to carry the football up to the 35 across to the 36. It's going to be close to a first down for Brady Oliveira and the Bomber offense, and they'll have it when we come back. Through the opening quarter of play, it's Saskatchewan 3, Winnipeg 3. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM's Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Vaderstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit vaderstad.com to learn more.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality, post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football, brought to you by the Cooperators, Western Ag Professional Agronomy, SaskTel, AgCo, Capital Auto Group, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Sask Lotteries, Redhead Equipment, Quality Tire. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportscage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the second quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Derek Bidwell, and you, Rider Nation, back inside Mosaic Stadium on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire, 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. 3-3. Saskatchewan and Winnipeg are tied after the opening quarter, but maybe more importantly on that scoreboard just moments ago, a fitting tribute to one of Saskatchewan's bravest young, Bella Brave, who passed away this past week after a courageous battle throughout her young life. So real cool to see the images of her on the screen at Jim Pattison Children's Hospital, along with some of the members of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see somebody so young have such a big impact on so many people.
Absolutely. 1st and 10 for the Bombers after the Brady Oliveira run. He'll get the carry again as we start the second quarter, but he's only going to get a yard, maybe 2, up to the 38. It'll be second down at 8 after he's brought down by C.J. Rivas.
It's a good job from C.J. Rivas. The strong side is to the left for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. Rivas comes in, as he normally does, off the line of scrimmage and makes a tackle. They gave him a yard. I didn't think they got a yard, but it's 2nd and 9 either way. And if the Riders continue along with this formula, what we're going to see is we're going to see a 4-man rush and probably some zone defense behind them.
Ball on the Bomber 37-yard line. Collaros has it on the left-hand hash. He's in the gun with Oliveira standing to his left in the backfield. Riders drop back into coverage for Collaros. Here comes the heat. He'll pitch it out to Oliveira, who's got it to the 40, up near the 45-yard line. He's going to be close to the first down, depending on the mark, as Collaros was forced to dump it underneath, and Oliveira did the rest.
One of the things that Oliveira is really good at is running his feet on contact. John Cornish was the same way. Joffrey Reynolds, guys like Jerome Messam. Here he just puts his head down, covers the ball up, and gets what he can, and it turns probably a 6-yard, 7-yard gain into almost a first down, and it's a 3rd and 1, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Chris Streveler into the game. The running quarterback. He's in under center. Little delay, then he gets across the 45 up near the 47-yard line. That'll be plenty for a first down as the Bombers will move the sticks and get another first down with 13 and a half to go here in the second quarter.
Yeah, you've always got to be cognizant. Last week we called it, right? In those 3rd down situations, teams can still throw out of that. So you always got to watch your coverages and see which type of receivers are in there, because if they manage to get you in a man position there and they think that the look is there, they're going to go for it. And they got burned last week with it. Here they stick with the run as you would. Streveler's like Tim Tebow, man. He's a load to carry.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. Ball on their own 47-yard line. We're tied at 3 here in Saskatchewan. Caleros back to pass. He'll air it out to the near side. That ball is complete up to the 53-yard line. Then a hellacious hit after catch. Nice job of hauling it in there for Josh Johnson and the Bombers, but he was ridden rough out of bounds into the Rider bench.
Yeah, this is a really good job. You'll have to excuse me. I didn't see who made the tackle, but just the acceleration once the ball or the target receiver was identified was exceptional, and we get him down at 2nd and 3.
I believe it was DeMarcus Fields in on the tackle. So gain of 7. Johnson had to work for every inch of that yardage, though. It's 2nd down and 3 for Caleros. Bunch formation, top of the screen as Nick Dembski's in motion. They'll hand the ball off to Oliveira, who's got room to run into Saskatchewan territory down to the Riders' 48-yard line for another first down.
Yeah, whenever you bring Nick Dembski around the tackle box, teams, their radar goes off, right? Because you're used to seeing him just doing anything from there, and here he's a blocker, but I do think that there were a number of eyes on Dembski, and when you get too many eyes on one guy, the ball goes to a different guy. It's trouble, especially if it's Brady Oliveira.
1st and 10 for the Bombers. They're at the Saskatchewan 48-yard line, 11:36 to go. Here before halftime, we're tied at 3. Extra bodies in on the O-line for the Bombers. Going to hand it off to Oliveira, who's met in the backfield. Nice job by the Riders to get there in a hurry and make a play. Lake Corte Moore along with young Miles Brown combine on the tackle for maybe no gain.
Yeah, Saskatchewan commits holistically to the run here, and it's a great job by Miles Brown. He's such an athletic defensive tackle and so hard to block when he's going laterally. Just a phenomenal play from number 90, and now we're at 2nd and a long 10 yards.
Absolutely at the 48-yard line of Saskatchewan. Big opportunity here for the Rider D. 5 receivers set for Caleros. Riders show the blitz. They're going to bring it. Caleros pumps once, throws it up, has a man open. It's up, and it's knocked down. Great coverage downfield as running right into the heart of it was young Ontario Wilson, and that ball hung up forever and was batted down at the last second.
Yeah, Saskatchewan essentially drops into a cover 3. You got 3 guys deep, and this is a great job timing the ball at the top, trying to get and make a play on it. Obviously feeling the physical repercussions of that athletic play is Milligan, but he's up quickly.
Yeah, he's still sitting on the sidelines, getting some attention from Greg Mayer. Right at the Winnipeg 24-yard line.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So you lose Jamarcus Hardrick, and other than the quarterback position, you say, that's probably the most important piece on that offensive front. And now you got Roland Milligan down, who's a little bit banged up, right? And you got to think, you say, hey, well, that's probably the most important defensive piece.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Well, the injury timeout brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. As you hear the round of applause, is Roland Milligan Jr. not only up, but also jogging off the field. He's got to come all 65 yards across it, though, to get back to the Rider bench.
Yeah, when it's 30 degrees outside, that 60-yard jog from one spot to the other is
So now
feels like you're running 100 meters.
Sergio Castillo is coming on to attempt a 56-yard field goal. He's connected from 60 thus far this season. Already good from 36 tonight. This one from 56. Right in the middle of the field. Going to be kicking into Pill Country. It's up high end over ender. No doubt about it. He puts it through. And Sergio Garcia is 2 for 2. And he gives Winnipeg a 6-3 lead with 10:27 to go here in the second quarter. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device. Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
You need a versatile utility tractor that won't let you down. The Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors are built to withstand your toughest demands on just about every operation, with up to 125 horsepower, whether you need it for hay production, dairy operations, loader work, or out in the field. See the Massey Ferguson Global Series tractors at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
10:27 to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg now out in front of Saskatchewan 6-3. And to quote the great Kermit the Frog, it's not easy being green, but if you're wearing Obsidian green, Bidsy, I'd say it's okay.
Yeah, Obsidian green is the theme, of course, for this one, and the Riders' alternative uniforms. This is from the players. CJ Rivas said that he thinks they're very clean looking, and he thinks the S is crazy. He just loves them. But Jorgen Hughes, who's a buddy of mine, a former Saskatoon Hilltop as well, he said, how are your boys going to see the numbers up there trying to call the game? And I said, yeah, I think it might be a little difficult. Obsidian green is cool, but yeah, it kind of blends in a little bit, the numbers do.
Well, you know what, Bidsy? It's great for us because when we screw up the name and number, nobody knows.
We're all in this together, nice. Saskatchewan. Yeah. Obsidian green jerseys, yes, they look great on the fans and the players as the Riders go 1st and 10 from their own 40 after the field goal. Patterson fakes a handoff, sprints out far side, completes the ball up to the 51, maybe 52-yard line. That'll be good for a first down to the Riders. Coming up with Samuel Emelis.
Yeah, and again, we're going to talk about Shay Patterson's athleticism here. I mean, the strong side of the field is to his right side. He fakes the run, and then he makes a really this is a dart to the open receiver to the far right sideline. I mean, it takes some arm strength to get it out there, and it needed to be on time as well. Otherwise, it might have been picked.
First down for Bazendowski Agencies sets the Riders up 1st and 10 at their own 52. 5 receivers set. Patterson swings it out to the far side. There's some room to run there up near midfield. Still going to the 45, 40, 35. Crashing, banging his way to some yak yards and a big first down for Sean Bain Jr.
Well, first of all, this is a great job by Saskatchewan's offensive line. They crunch down on the blitz. It's blocked up, and Sean Bain, this is really sneaky. When he gets the ball, he just waits a half step longer than he normally would to get upfield, and what he's doing is he's giving time for his offensive lineman to get in front of him, and he converts it. Great play all the way around.
1st and 10 Riders now at the Bomber 34-yard line. 8:58 to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg leading 6-3. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette. He'll get down inside the 35 up near the maybe 32-yard line. Not a lot of running there for Ouellette, but the Riders are committed to that run game tonight, and they tried to do it there.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? That's a really good word for it. They are committed to this run game. They know how valuable it is for them in the fourth quarter, and a game that's probably going to come down to that fourth quarter because you see the success they've had through the air for these first couple. As a fan, you're like, keep going, get, throw the ball. But committed to this ground ground game are the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Kyrie Wilson on the tackle for the Bombers. He came in with 25 on the season defensively. It's second and long for Saskatchewan. Patterson back to pass. Feels the pressure coming. He'll sprint out to the near side. Pulls it down. Got to throw it up towards the corner. Almost found Kean Schaefer-Baker, who broke away. Scramble rule in effect, and he took off down the field. And Patterson put just a little too much air on it. Otherwise, Kean Schaefer-Baker is home free.
Well, and the other piece of this is Patterson escapes the pressure, and Schaefer-Baker just gets hung up on the sideline a little bit too long against Evan Holm, who's got him in man coverage, and it's just out of the outstretched hands of Schaefer-Baker. And Lather, who's been good in these situations, is going to look to equal this up. Again, this is going to be a close game, so I like the action right now, back and forth, and it's exciting for the fans watching this.
41-yard attempt coming up for Brett Lothar. He made from 27 back in the first quarter. Now we're going to look to equal it up from long distance here. Good snap from Hughes, hold by Korsak. The end-over-end kick goes through the uprights. We're knotted at 6 with 7:49 to go here in the second quarter, off the foot of Brett Lothar from 41 yards out. Another Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. Again, we're tied at 6. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code Green200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Thomas, Luc Mullinder and Derek Bidwell on a beautiful night at Mosaic Stadium. 7:49 to go in the second quarter. We're tied at 6 on the out-of-town scoreboard. Edmonton still winless on the season. They fall 20-14 in Ottawa tonight, so the Red Blacks pick up their 4th win of the year, while Edmonton and Jarius Jackson and G-Roy Simon, fall to 0-5.
Well, yeah. You fire the head of the snake, but, you know, and that's a bad metaphor, actually. Because Chris Jones is by no means a snake, but I mean, he's the main guy. He brought everybody in there, so yeah, I don't know what Edmonton was trying to accomplish. I think that, you know, you had to do something to try to get fans engaged at some point, but the fans are going to come back and start winning football games. As you can see here, this is a great crowd.
Yep. 0-6, pardon me, for Edmonton. I believe I said 0-5. First and 10. Yeah.
They're winless either way. Yeah.
There you go. First and 10 for the Bombers. After the Lothar field goal, they'll scrimmage at their own 40-yard line on first down for Caleros. He's back to pass. Lots of time. Scrambles out to the near side. Dumps it underneath to Oliveira. Ball comes loose, but it's after the whistle in a game maybe of 2, possibly 3 yards. Nice tackle by Jameer Thurman on the play.
You're seeing great communication in Saskatchewan's back end. This secondary is letting nobody free, and it's forcing Caleros to go through every one of his progressions and rely on his back a lot more in the pass game than I think that he would like. You want to give Oliveira the ball as a handoff. I think he's getting frustrated that the only outlet right now is Oliveira in the pass game.
Second down and 7 after a gain of 3 on first down from the Bombers' 43-yard line. Riders bring 4, use a twist, and then Caleros is forced to throw it to the far side. Up to the 45, still going to be shy of the first down, though. Nice job by the Riders to converge on the ball. Is coming down was Clercius on the far side. And like I said, a couple of yards short on the Bombers' side of center field, and a decision for Mike O'Shea, who looks like he's made it with Jamison Sheehan coming out onto the field to kick it away.
You got DeMarcus Fields, you got Sales over there. Good job pursuing the football by Jameer Thurman. Again, that's what you want to see. You want to see bodies at the football, pursue the rock when it's in someone's hand, because this defense is predicated on turnovers, and that's how you get them, fumbles.
Sheehan kicked this one away from inside his 35-yard line. Mario Alford back for the Riders, standing at his 13. High kick. Going to chase Alford towards the sideline. He'll cut back, though, towards the middle of the field. Has a bit of a seam, but not much. Gets across the 20, near the 22-yard line for your Ibaressa and Sons punt return. And the Riders will have the football when we come back. 5:55 to go in the half. Saskatchewan and Winnipeg are tied at 6. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
This is AJ Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. In this province, people love their trucks. And so do I. Whether you need one for hauling your camper, going to the lake, or just driving around town, you'll get a great deal at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. They'll hook you up with the best-selling line of trucks in Canada for over 50 years, the Ford F-Series. All the best trucks are available now at Capital Ford Lincoln, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder upstairs in the air-conditioned booth. I think it's air-conditioned. Derek Bidwell, what's it like on the sidelines?
Well, it's a little humid, guys, and I'll tell you why. Because of that storm that blew through around 4:30, it was raining cats and dogs coming down really hard on the field. I was down here early, and I just took off running once the hail started. But because of that moisture that we had, it is very humid down here. I'll have more on the conditions and what the players are battling through when I check in with you guys a little bit later on.
You know, I'm currently in a massive grass grow in my backyard, and this is what I've been waiting for, humidity, because apparently that's how the grass grows and gets nice and green. So shout out to all my lawn warriors out there in Saskatchewan trying to get their lawns right.
Geez, you know, it really shows you how tunnel vision I've got. I thought somebody was popping popcorn. I didn't realize it was hail. Where am I at? Obviously in a football stadium.
That's all.
First and 10 for the Riders. They'll take the ball on their 22-yard line after Winnipeg's second 2-and-out of the game as Ouellette takes the ball on first down. He'll carry it up near the 24-yard line for a gain of a couple. It'll be second and long, Saskatchewan in their own territory with 5:28 to go in the second quarter.
You know, even when you're trying to gather information, like, so for instance, you got a bomber here from the Saskatchewan Rough Rider, Jareth Stearns. He's faking in, and then he goes out into the flat, right? And you're handing the ball off, but you're cognizant of, okay, is there guys going with him? Winnipeg's covering up all the alternative plays as well off of this run game. So they're taking away the options to maybe run some play action later on in the game.
Tanner Schmeckel, the Regina product, in on that tackle on first down, sets up the Riders second and 8. 3 receivers to the far side of the set for Patterson. He's back to pass on second down. Has time. Throws it off. That's complete to the far side, up to the 31, near the 32-yard line. Nice job of getting near the first down sticks for Kean Schaefer-Baker. I'm not sure he got there, though.
Oh, yeah, they got there. This is a good job by Shay Patterson. And this is not what you saw from him in the first game. This is a guy who has watched himself on film now, wants to get his footwork better. Here, he takes one more additional step back to buy himself a little bit more time and give his receivers the ability to separate themselves. He picks Schaefer-Baker, and Schaefer gets first down. He looks a little bit banged up, though.
Evan Holman coverage for the Bombers. The Riders have picked on him a little bit here in this opening half. 4:18 to go before halftime. Riders and Bombers are tied at 6. 5 receiver set Saskatchewan. Patterson has the play blow up, now extends it with his feet as he was looking for a little shovel pass underneath, and then he'll just kind of dump it in the vicinity of a receiver. It'll fall incomplete, but nice job there by Shay Patterson to make it up on the fly. There is a penalty flag down, though.
Yeah, this is against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers as well. So this is a good job by Shay Patterson evading Willie Jefferson, who's just been a terror over the last few years to quarterbacks. Just sidesteps him and extends the play.
Defensive holding, Winnipeg number 19. This will be a 10-yard penalty. And a first down.
I think Pearl's been cheering a little bit too much. His voice is starting to crack.
Kyrie Wilson gets the call as there's a shaken-up Rider down on the field. Of course, Injuries brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. It will end up as a Rider first down, as you heard, for Bazandowski Agencies, Insurance and Financial Services. Your first choice for insurance. And Jareth Stearns is shaking up, is he?
Yeah, Stearns is going to go down. So Ajo is checking in, but this is probably going to be a run. And the reason why I say that is Clint Ratkovic is getting sent into the game, and your heavy run in this formation out of 24 personnel with 25 in. But again, hey, that's the benefit of having a quarterback that can elude a defensive lineman, right? He buys himself some extra time, and it panics the defensive backs, right? Because they scramble to cover the wide receivers that are now ad-libbing, and next thing you know, there's a penalty.
The old schoolyard play is what I call the scramble drill, right? Just you make it up on the fly.
Man.
4 minutes to go in the second quarter. Riders do show a run offensive set, on first down. Patterson hands the ball off, room to run for Ouellette to the 50, midfield stripe and more, down into Winnipeg territory to the 51 as he dances left to right and then gets the rock for another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
This is a fantastic job by our right guard, Ryan Skeevier, as well as I think it's Logan Ferland. Or no, this was Jacob Brammer, Just a fantastic job of getting to the second level by their offensive lineman, clearing space for Ouellette.
1st and 10 Riders now in Bomber territory at the 51. Ball's on the right-hand hash. 2 receivers go in motion that way for Shay Patterson, who's in the gun. Fakes the handoff, swings it out near side. That ball complete up to the 45-yard line as Samuel Emelis hauls it in for a gain of about 4. Let's go down to Derek Bidwell on the sideline. Bidsy.
Yeah, fellas, I can give you an injury update. Kean Schaefer-Baker came off the field, and he couldn't raise his right arm. He tried to raise it up as best he could, and it was not even at shoulder level, so he's in the injury tent right now. They're taking a closer look at him. Kean Schaefer-Baker in there right now.
Thanks, Bidsy. We'll pay attention to that when we come back. 3-minute warning has been issued here in Mosaic Stadium. We're tied at 6. Saskatchewan and your Rough Riders. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Rough Rider Radio Network.
Spread awareness and take action against colorectal cancer, the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer. In Saskatchewan, it's also the second leading cause of cancer death. If you're between 50 and 74 with a valid Saskatchewan Health Services card, the screening program for colorectal cancer provides an easy-to-use test kit. Stay on top of your health and look out for your home-based test kit in the mail. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Visit saskcancer.ca.
For all your grain brokerage needs, call Johnston's Grain. They're hyper-focused on finding growers the best price in the market. Johnston's will deliver the best bids in Western Canada on special crops, milling oats, malt barley, feed grains, damaged grains, and much more. When you think about marketing, think Johnston's. Their expertise helps farmers secure the highest prices while avoiding risky buyers. They'll help you structure your contracts in a way that is good for your farm. Call 844-324-7778.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
We'll get to Justin Dunk in the halftime show momentarily. First, though, we got 3 minutes to play here in the second quarter. The 3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young. Get the seed selection you need from a brand you can trust. To explore a wide selection of canola hybrids, visit brettyoung.ca. The Riders have the ball, 2nd and 4 on the Winnipeg 45-yard line. It's on the left-hand hash for Shay Patterson. Bombers show blitz. They're going to bring it. Patterson back to pass. Bombers jump, though, as flags come down. Catch is made on the near side as I believe that's Sean Bain Jr. who came down with it in first down territory, but will await the flags. Bombers are pointing at the Riders.
Yeah, the Riders are walking backwards, too, so that's never a good sign when you admit it that you're
offside. Saskatchewan number 19, 5-yard penalty will replay second down.
So move the ball back to the 50-yard line of Winnipeg.
Hey, you know, one of the other guys who's banged up right now is A.J. Ouellette. He's gone off on the sideline, and he's looking like he's in a little bit of pain.
Ouellette? Kean Schaefer-Baker and Jareth Stearns.
Yeah, it's going to be an important halftime for the training staff.
2nd down and 9 for the Riders. Bombers going to bring the blitz again. Patterson reads it. Back to pass. Has a man on him. Throws it up, and it's incomplete. He found his target open, but unable to squeeze it at the end of the play. I think that was Samuel Emelis.
Well, considering the pressure that Shay Patterson is on here, the Bombers send 5, and they get some pressure late from both edges, and Patterson puts it on Emelis. He just can't hold it. Patterson right now a victim of a receiving group that's just having trouble finishing.
A couple of drops have been tough this evening for the Riders.
Well, they've been big play drops.
Yeah. So Adam Korsak going to come on to kick it instead of a 52-yard attempt for Brett Lother. 2:41 to go. Korsak, high kick. That's going to send Cody Case back to his 6-yard line. He'll take it on the far numbers. Gets out across the 20 to the 22, and now more, as that's where the Bombers will start 1st and 10. Let's go down to sidelines. Bidsy, what's the update on the injuries?
We mentioned A.J. Ouellette, and yeah, he walked right by me here, and he's trying to put weight on his left leg. It looks like, I'm just speculating here, but it looks like it would be a deep thigh bruise or a bruise to his quad, a Charlie horse, if you will. He's just trying to walk it off right now.
You got Dr. Bidwell down there. I like it. You know, he's going deep into the analysis.
16-yard punt return for Cody Case as the Bombers set up on their 23 punt returns tonight, brought to you by Ibarasa and Sons. It's 1st and 10 for the Bombers. They're at their own 23 with 2.5 to go before halftime. Zach Collaros in the gun. Brady Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield. Lots of pre-snap motion. Oliveira gets the ball. He'll get up to the line of scrimmage, tries to stutter step, and does on a second effort get about 4. It'll be 2nd and medium for the Bombers.
Yeah, and that's just, I mean, you can see how good Oliveira is on contact. It literally takes the linebacking core, the defensive lineman, and then Marcus Sales to get Big Brady down on the ground. 2nd and 4 here. You hold him here, there's a ton of time.
The Bombers are thinking likewise. There's a ton of time.
Right.
2nd down and 4. Ball on their own 29-yard line, though, for Collaros in the gun. 5 receivers set, 3 to this near side. Collaros back to pass. He's got time. Pumps once, still looking. Pumps twice, and here comes the blitz, and they get home. It's Malik Carney into the backfield for a Quill Plain sack for your Riders.
This is a fantastic defensive effort all the way around. There are 0 people open, and Malik Carney, who runs a stunt to the inside. This is a great job by Micah Johnson. Micah Johnson is running the stunt, and he's the contain guy. Zach Collaros wants to get outside with the football and can't because Micah Johnson's sitting there like a hungry bear.
Contact on receiver.
And this is a disaster.
10-yard penalty will result in a first down.
Oh.
So that great sack by Malik Carney comes off the board as Deontay Williams is flagged for their illegal contact.
Just fantastic all-around defense, and it's all for nothing.
Well, it's 1st and 10 for the Bombers. A minute 59 to go. We're tied at 6 here in the second quarter. Ball is on the 38-yard line of Winnipeg. 3 receivers come near side for Collaros on 1st and 10. He'll approach the line, and Collaros looks to swing it out far side. He finds Brady Oliveira in the flat. He looks to make a man miss, does so, and now up across the 50 before finally being pushed out of bounds as Brady Oliveira gets into that far side flat and gets significant yak yardage for a first down.
Yeah, that's a tough ask here. You've got Deontay Williams one-on-one. First of all, Deontay does a great job just playing this ball down low, because if he's not there to at least slow Oliveira up, nobody else can get there. But one-on-one defensive back versus Brady Oliveira, I'll take Oliveira no matter who it is, 8 times out of 10.
Jameer Thurman able to push him out of bounds, not before a first down, up to the 50 of Winnipeg. 1st and 10 for the Bombers. Collaros in the gun, ball is on the left-hand hash. Collaros is back to pass, has time again, feels the pressure, escapes, now comes to the near side, gonna throw it up, and it's incomplete, thrown into double coverage. The receiver tried to gain a pass interference call, throwing the arms up and everything, but that wasn't happening with Marcus Sales in coverage. And Zach Collaros is slow at the end of the play and is down on a knee at his own 46.
Yeah, he'll get up. Zach Calero loves the Greek community here. He probably had one or two spanakoppitas.
But he didn't get hit at the end of the play, though.
Maybe he's cramping up a bit.
That's a possibility, right? 2nd and 10 for the Bombers at their own 50. Big play here. Ball's on the left-hand hash. $1:45 to go here in the second quarter. We're tied at 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another cover 3 look here. Looks like we're going to rush 3. Dedicate everybody to the first 10 yards here in coverage.
4 receivers near side for Caleros. He'll drop back to pass. Dumps it underneath to Oliveira. He'll get to midfield. And what a tackle. No more. Great stick there by the Rider defense to prevent Oliveira getting near the first down stripe. And now a decision for Michael O'Shea.
This is just a fantastic job here by our boundary side defensive backs. We got Roland Milligan and Deontay Williams just bringing it. C.J. Avery's in there as well. And this is good. They're playing zone, so they're keeping everything. Nobody's getting behind anybody. And
we're going to try a field goal.
What is it this at about? Wow.
61.
62? 61, yeah.
61-yarder was good from 56. Earlier was Sergio Castillo.
Hey, listen, this is a return possibility here, too. There's going to be a lot of space if he misses.
Good hold. End-over-end kick. This is going to be well short. Alford runs into the official as he'll bring it out of the end zone now. Alford to the 5, 10, 15, still on his feet, pushed out of bounds near the 30-yard line, so very returnable for Mario Alford, who ran into the official trying to get to the football.
And Alford's pissed, and rightfully so. There's a lot of momentum he's gathering here, and he runs into the official, and it stops all his momentum. I was saying this is a return possibility, right, with his speed and the amount of offensive linemen out there because it's the field goal team. We had an opportunity, but we got a referee not paying attention. He gets run over by Alford, but turns a big, huge return into a 30-yard gain.
Well, still 32 yards on the return for the Riders, and they'll start at their own 30-yard line, 1st and 10.
The problem is it's a 6-6 game, right? You need every opportunity capitalized on, and that was one of them.
A minute 12 before halftime. 5-receiver look for the Riders. Patterson in the gun. First down. Has the clean snap, back to pass, runs out of time, pulls it down. Now he's going to scramble near side. Has the ball tucked under his arm. Flag comes out as he stiff arms a man and then gets pushed out of bounds at the 35-yard line. So it would be a gain of about 5.
Yeah, we got a holding call.
And likely this will be a hold. You're right.
This is a good job, though, by Patterson. I mean, he's going through all his progressions. He's evading pressure. Unfortunately, got an offensive lineman just holding on a little bit too long. It's Ryan Skeevier, who, by the way, has played better.
Saskatchewan number 51, 10-yard penalty. Will we play first down?
Oh, it was Godber, excuse me.
So Godber gets called on the hold. So 1st and 20 upcoming for the Riders from their 20-yard line with a minute 3 to go.
Well, here now, right, you're glad Ouellette's back in the game because right now you probably just want to get yourself in a position to go for a
Joe Emelis Stearns picked into the other side, but Ouellette gets the carry on first down. He'll get spun around after he gets across the 20. Slow to get up there after a gain of maybe a yard. Second down.
Yeah, that right there is just, hey, let's get the clock moving, right? As soon as the referee blows the clock in here, the time will start. So you're looking at a 2nd and 20, 2nd and 18.
50 seconds to go before half and counting. 10 on the play clock. We're tied at 6 here in the second quarter at Mosaic Stadium.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a draw here.
5 receivers set for Saskatchewan. Patterson in the gun. Only 4 down linemen for the Bombers, and they'll rush it. Riders look to set up the screen. Couldn't find it. Now it's picked off. Patterson's pass over the intended target, and it's intercepted by Terrell Bonds as the flags came out. Likely going to be a hold anyways. But the Bombers come up with a football, and we'll wait to see, as right now Shay Patterson is pointing towards a receiver. We'll wait to see the call, though.
This will be massive if it's against the Bombers.
Holding Winnipeg number 9. This is a 10-yard penalty. Will replay second down.
So tough penalty take there for the Bombers, and Taiwan Garbett, who's making his season debut as he draws into the lineup for the first time, the 2-year pro at Virginia Tech. And Riders got away with one there as Rider Nation exhales.
Well, that's why I said we're likely to see a draw here. So a screen is essentially the same thing. It's just Winnipeg covered it up well and really no option for Shay Patterson.
So 31 seconds to go before halftime, and now becomes a 2nd and 8. Bombers show a rush of 5. They'll bring it. Patterson to pass near side. The ball is complete. Up to the 31-yard line. No more, though, on the completion. It basically gets back to the line of scrimmage for Sean Payne Jr. And nothing else with 26 seconds now to go on the clock.
Dedrick Nichols does a good job identifying this early, and he's able to get to the ball-carrying surface before the blocking surface gets to him, and brings them down, and the Riders will just wait for the ref to blow this in, and they'll take a time off the clock and then kick the ball. So Winnipeg might have, 6 seconds?
Yep, about that. Depends on the hang time of this punt.
Right.
But Korsak likely going to kick it with about 4 seconds left. As the punt team is out, young returner Cody Case back to receive for the Bombers, standing just inside his own 30-yard line. Korsak to kick this one away from his 17. Bombers look like they're going to bring a bit of a rush, and why wouldn't you? Yeah. Good snap. Bombers got close, but Korsak's kick is a high spiral that's going to be taken by Case at his 28-yard line. He'll go to the left, come back to the right, and with zeros on the clock, he'll get wrapped up at the 34-yard line. And that's the way the opening 30 minutes will wrap up, with Saskatchewan and Winnipeg tied at 6. Of course, get your 50-50 tickets, folks. If you haven't done so already, the Rider Foundation 50-50 jackpot now over $140,000 in climbing. To get yours, go to Riders5050.ca. Great chance to do that during the halftime, as we'll be joining Justin Dunk momentarily on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Saskatchewan 6, Winnipeg 6. Quality Tire, 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan has been shaped by pioneers, entrepreneurs, and dreamers. Today, we are failing them. With a healthcare system in crisis, a land filled with lawlessness, and a province losing its identity. You deserve better. United, we can build a province where every child can dream big, every family can thrive, and where the spirit of our pioneers lives on. I'm John Rummick, leader of the Saskatchewan United Party, and we will do better.
Authorized by Chief Financial Agent for the Sask United Party.
This is the Rider Nation Halftime Show, brought to you by Flamin Sales, McDougall Auctioneers, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, Bayer Crop Science, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Donk on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
2, 1, play soccer!
Blue Bombers at the field goal fest at Mosaic. 6 and a half. Jerseys looking flashy out there on the field. Patterson, though, in the first half, 8 of 14 for 102 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions, but it really looks like he's getting comfortable the more he sees action on the field. You look at that quarterback matchup with Zach Caleros on the other side. He's 10 of 16 for 91 yards in the first half, but a couple of plays that I'm sure Shay Patterson once back. First of all, he had that deep shot down the right sideline to Keane Schaefer-Baker that was right in his hands. He should have caught that football, definitely. And then in the second quarter, going the other way, Patterson scrambles to his left. Keane Schaefer-Baker on the scramble drill goes down the field, hesitated a little bit though, and Patterson just overthrew him. That could have been a touchdown, so some points left on the board by the Riders. But Shay Patterson looking pretty smooth out there. Your halftime sponsor is Flamin' Sales, a family business with family values and a small town feel. In Swift Current, Moosomin, Yorkton, Southie, Prince Albert, and Saskatoon. We're hoping for Derek Bidwell to join me live on the set inside Harvard Studio 620 Lounge. Coming up next, this is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Rough Rider and Children's Hospital Foundation's lottery is back and better than ever. Imagine sliding behind the wheel of your new Porsche or basking in tropical Bora Bora. With 10 incredible grand prizes, including your best chance to win $1 million, it could be you. Plus, there are over 1,000 more prizes, including luxury vehicles, travel, and fantastic rider prizes. Help Saskatchewan kids. Get tickets at riderschildren'slottery.ca. Lottery license LR240034. Please play responsibly.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This is Trevor Harris, quarterback for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. A team plays its best when everyone is working toward one common goal. That's why the folks at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram make such a great team. Everyone at Crestview Chrysler has the same goal, to get you into your perfect new or pre-owned vehicle at the best price. Trucks, SUVs, cars, and more. They have a full starting lineup ready for you to drive home today.
Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive around Saskatchewan, you may run into a lot of highway construction. That's because your Saskatchewan party government is fixing a lot of highways. We've already repaired over 19,000 kilometers of highway, and we're improving another 1,000 this year. So if you're driving home from the game or traveling on our highways for any other reason, watch out for the orange zones and slow down so that everyone can stay safe. Safer highways, that's growth that works for everyone.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
At McDougall Auctioneers, we're not just selling heavy equipment, we're powering progress. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our online auctions bring together the best machinery and the biggest network of buyers. Whether it's construction marvels or industrial giants, we sell with expertise and a commitment to value. Choose McDougall Auctioneers for auctions that move as fast as your business does. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Harvard Studio 620 Lounge is packed. Our sideline man, Derek Bidwell, has joined me inside here along with a bunch of Rider fans. I see a couple Bomber fans out there. But first, we're going to get to the halftime rewind brought to you by Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
56-yard field. It's Blue Bombers. It's a rivalry, and we're happy to be in Obsidian Green tonight in Riderville. Castillo lines up the kick. It's on the far right hash. Good snap, good hold. No chip in the ball, so it sails through the uprights, and Castillo is good from 36 yards to give the Bombers the initial 3-0 lead with 11:37 to go. Sergio Castillo is coming on to attempt a 56-yard field goal. He's connected from 60 thus far this season, already good from 36 tonight. This one from 56, right in the middle of the field, going to be kicking into Pill Country. It's up high and over ender, no doubt about it. He puts it through, and Sergio Garcia is 2 for 2, and he gives Winnipeg a 6-3 lead with 10:27 to go here in the second. Sergio Castillo is coming on to attempt a 56-yard field goal. He's connected from 60 thus far this season, already good from 36 tonight. This one from 56, right in the middle of the field, going to be kicking into Pill Country. It's up high and over ender, no doubt about it. He puts it through, and Sergio Garcia is 2 for 2, and he gives Winnipeg a 6-3 lead with 10:27 to go here in the second. Good snap from Hughes, hold by Korsak. The end-over-end kick goes through the uprights. We're knotted at 6 with 7:49 to go here in the second quarter, off the foot of Brett Lother from 41 yards out.
That was your halftime rewind brought to you by Quality Tire. Derek, you've been down on the sideline. How muggy is it down there for the players?
Blew in it around 4:30. And it was just coming down hard. I was on the sideline with a few fellas from TSN that were trying to set up their equipment to cover the game, and all of a sudden they had to start covering everything up because then it started hailing. And when it started hailing, that's when I took off and took shelter. But very, very, very humid down there. The guys are not just sweating, like their arms are dripping. They are so hot down there. A lot of guys crowded around the sideline air conditioner for sure. That's the number one spot that they're all trying to hide right now, but they're all rehydrating very much as well. And the trainers are pushing them to make sure they drink enough water.
Do you want to give a quick injury update on Keane Schaefer-Baker? He went into the tent. Is there cause for concern?
I would think so. I mean, he looked disappointed. He tried raising his right arm. He couldn't even get it up to about 90 degrees or up to the top of his shoulder there, like when he raised his hand up. So I would say that it doesn't look good. That's just speculation right now. He did go into the tent, but he seemed to be disappointed when he tried to raise it, and right away the training staff pushed him into the tent. He seemed very concerned about it anyway at that point.
Hopefully KSB can get back out on the field. He was a key part of that attack in the first half. As you know, Shay Patterson looking very comfortable with him overall in this game. What have you heard from Patterson in terms of leadership on the sideline? Has he been quiet, or are you hearing him start to get a little bit more vocal?
You know, he's generally quiet. He just is, Justin. That's just the way he is. Some guys are rah-rah guys. Some guys are lead by example. Some guys are just generally quiet. I haven't seen him get too fired up, which is also kind of nice, right? You got a guy in a high-pressure position like the quarterback position. There really isn't one that is any more high pressure than that, probably. And Shay Patterson he's just calm. He's like an air traffic controller, right? He stays calm, doesn't have too many highs, too many lows. He's just riding the wave, and let's hope he can have a huge second half for the Riders. They need it. This is a close one, as you know, all tied up and back and forth all the way through the first half.
Indeed. Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the other side with the second half call. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Since 1972, Rightway has combined innovative design with quality and workmanship. From rock pickers to harrows to the greatest selection of land roller sizes to fit every field, Rightway engineers incorporate advanced technology, strength, and versatility into the equipment you need to get your field ready. A proud Saskatchewan company, Rightway helps you get the job done. See the full list of products at rightwaymfg.com and farm the right way with Rightway.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is ready to hit the field with our standout rookie, the all-new DK401TL, our highest yielding canola seed ever. It's sure to become a new fan favorite. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to book this star in your lineup today. Always read and follow label directions.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Jeremy Saxby in Regina a call at 306-359-2699 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Rider Nation, the biggest weekend for football in Saskatchewan is almost here. The night before the Riders take on the Bombers, we're proud to present Dinner with Doubles. A chance to meet, greet, and eat with a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, is Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event will go to the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation in honor of Jim Hobson. Tickets are on sale now at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire with 9 locations, Ingelheim Charters, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, Harvard Media, and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Radio Network. Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football, brought to you by SaskTel, Claws of America, AgCo, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, SegaPlayNow.com, Salford Equipment, Sask Lotteries. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Time now for the third quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Well, Mario Alford electrifies the crowd as he takes the opening kickoff of the second half, for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca takes it 18 yards up the sideline to put the ball on the 40-yard line of the Riders. So good opening return for Alford and a good start coming up for Shay Patterson and the Rough Rider offense, who through that first half, Luc Patterson 8 of 14, 102 yards. He used 3 different receivers in Kian Schaefer-Baker, Sean Bain Jr., and Samuel Emelis. Baker getting the most receptions, 4 for 60 yards. A.J. Ouellette, 8 carries for 41 yards. So the offense got to move the ball.
Yeah, you got to move the ball. I thought Shay Patterson played well under a lot of pressure, though. You're right. I mean, but here, give credit to the Blue Bombers. They came in here with a ton of momentum, and they played well defensively. Neither team here today in that first half has flinched yet, right? And I think that you're probably one turnover or one big play away from that being the difference in this ball game.
Bailey Feltmate being helped off the field after that kick return by Mario Alford. So the Riders will set up shot 1st and 10 to start their first possession of the second half. We're tied at 6, just underway here in the third quarter. Shay Patterson has 3 receivers to the far side of the field. Winnipeg going to load up the box on first down. A.J. Ouellette is in the backfield. He'll get the ball. Goes to the right, cut back to the left, makes a man miss, and then drops the ball, but the Riders able to pounce on it up across the 45, near the 47-yard line.
Yeah, I don't see Schaefer-Baker out there. I do see Joe still out there, so maybe Schaefer-Baker's not coming back into this game. Either way, the Riders start out here following their center and guard on the right side here. It's a good run. Gets 7 out of it, 2nd and 3.
Ball at the 47-yard line, 14:05 to go in the third quarter. We're tied at 6 this evening in Saskatchewan. Patterson's in the gun. Ouellette, the lone back in the backfield. Just 3 receivers in this set as the handoff goes to Ouellette. He tries to bounce it outside, but he can't. Ryan Sevier, Trevor Reed couldn't go ahead and solidify the left side of that O-line, and it'll be a 2-and-out to start the second half for the Riders.
Yeah, listen, this is a designed 3-yard play, and the problem is they don't get the edge of the defense blocked up. It's a good job by Kyrie Wilson. Sets the edge, and there's just nowhere to run, unfortunately.
So Corsack and the punt team come out for Saskatchewan. Cody Case back to return for the Blue Bombers. A good snap from Jorken Hughes. Corsack's kick going to chase Case, to the 22-yard line. He'll get to the 30, stutter step out of bounds at the 32-yard line, and we've got bodies flying all over the place. Can you tell this is a rivalry game as the Bombers will get their first possession of the second half? Again, tied at 6. Zach Caleros in that opening half, 10 of 16, 91 yards. Brady Oliveira, ran the ball 6 times for 27 yards. Oliveira was also the favorite receiver for Caleros, 5 receptions for 37. Your statistical look brought to you by Opa Souvlaki. 1st and 10 for the Bombers at their own 32-yard line. Dembski in motion pre-snap. Hand the ball off to Oliveira. Looks for a hole. Has to bounce it outside to the left side. Gets across the 35-yard line. Not much more. Gain of about 3. C.J. Rivas was in the vicinity of the tackle.
Well, there's 8 guys in the box here for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders. They were playing run the entire way. And here's the thing. I mean, these 2nd and 7+ situations, they've done really well against Zach Caleros. They've forced him out of the pocket. They've taken everybody away downfield, and they've really kept Caleros throwing to his, sort of outlet routes around the 5-yard marker. So that needs to continue for Saskatchewan. No big plays given up. Let's not let them get any now.
2nd and 7 for the Bombers after the 3-yard carry for Oliveira at their own 35. 5 receivers set for the Bombers. Caleros back to pass. Looks over the middle. In and out of the arms of the coverage downfield intended for Wilson. The Riders had a shot at it, but they couldn't come up with it. Who else? Roland Milligan Jr.
Yeah, Roland Milligan's killing himself because he played this the entire way. Zach Caleros throws it before the pressure gets there, but right to Roland Milligan. And again, the Riders doing a great job taking away receivers beyond the sticks. That could have been his league-leading 5th of the year.
Shahan back to kick for the Bombers. He'll stand at his 21-yard line. Alford back at his own 20. Awaits this punt on a beautiful night for football. Bombers moving left to right. Riders in their obsidian green jerseys as Alford takes it at his 24. Makes a move towards the middle. Now going to try to bounce it outside to the 30-35. Pushed out of bounds at his own 35-yard line, and that's where the Riders will have the ball when we come back. 11:50 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hey, it's Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. You know what I love as much as throwing touchdowns? Driving a great truck from Capital GMC. They have a huge inventory of trucks, SUVs, luxury cars, and more. You'll find something that suits your style and budget. They're also big supporters of the Riders and our communities. So, whether you're a diehard Riders fan or just looking for a great deal, check out Capital GMC today. They'll make you feel like an MVP.
Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina. We drive Rider Nation.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Let's bring you our sideline reports. Let's go down to sideline reporter Derek Bidwell.
Hey, fellas, just an injury update here. Kean Schaefer-Baker is out of the game. It's an upper body injury, as I mentioned before. It seemed to be his right shoulder. That's just speculation, but he was raising his right arm, trying to see if that shoulder could go. Is not coming back in the game. Kean Schaefer-Baker out with an upper body injury.
Thanks, Bidsy. Of course, your sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers. Call Ritchie Brother Auctioneers for all your buying and selling needs. Visit rbauction.com.
I was really hoping Bidsy would get a little bit more detailed like he did the last time on that injury. You know, I was expecting to hear like a little bit of the rotator cuff. Labrum, I don't know.
We're gonna have to get Bidsy an MRI on the side.
Yeah, exactly.
Portable.
Yeah. Get him an X-ray machine down there and just
no doubt. 1st and 10 for the Riders. They'll take over the ball after the timeout. 30 on their own 36-yard line. Pardon me. We're tied at 6. As the teams have exchanged field goals here in this football game. Patterson on first down after the Bombers' third 2-and-out of the game. As Patterson going to keep, takes the ball, has room to run across midfield, and then dives ahead into Bomber territory as a little run-pass option read to perfection by the quarterback.
Well, the Saskatchewan Rough Riders have been exceptional when it comes to scheming third-quarter plays. This is a great quarterback draw dial-up. It comes right on time, and Patterson takes it right up the middle. You got a little bit of a ball fake to begin with, but this was play quarterback run all the way. Great call by Mueller. First down for the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
20-yard run for Patterson of the Bazandowski Agency's first down inside Bomber territory. 11 minutes to go in the third quarter, tied at 6. Patterson in the gun, 5 receivers set. Going to hand it off to Ouellette. Gets to the line of scrimmage and has to stop right away as the Bombers get good penetration from their front 4 and nothing doing.
This one's on Ouellette, actually. Ouellette's got to follow to the right here. If he moves to the right with this football, and this is probably where the play is designed to go, backside, despite the pulling tackle who's Brammer. But if he goes to the right, he gets a first down here. Not sure why he hesitates in the middle of this, but either way, we're at 2nd and 11 now.
Well, communication is what he often talks about, and let's face it, Jamarcus Hardrick, the main communicator on the offensive line, is not there, and it's a back-and-forth communication between the O-line and Ouellette. For now, though, it's 2nd and long. Bombers show blitz. They're going to bring it. Patterson guns it over the middle, though. That's complete up to the Bombers' 42-yard line. Good for a first down to a Joe.
This is a great read by Shay Patterson. He knows the pressure's coming. The Bombers show it early, and they commit to it. And he knows exactly who he's throwing this to. It's a Joe the whole way. First down. 10 yards.
Down to the Bomber 42.
Joe is really good at catching. Like, he's got strong hands.
Yeah. A big body, too.
Yeah.
Just shielded the coverage.
That was a bullet from Patterson.
9:38 to go. First down, Riders inside Bomber territory. Patterson puts receivers in motion. Back to pass. Has time. Going to sling it near side. It's up. It's caught. Down at the sideline. Nice catch there for the Riders as a Joe comes up with it in a dance move to prove it at the end. Inside the Bomber 25-yard line.
Yeah, this is another fantastic catch. Another good football from Shay Patterson. But Joe climbs the ladder a little bit to come down with this. You're right, they were picking on Evan Holm a little bit in the first half. They continue here. He gives you a little break dance at the end. I like this kid's energy, man. And more importantly, I love him around the tackle box because he can block his tail off.
1st and 10 Riders now at the Winnipeg 23-yard line. Receivers come in motion to the near side. There's 4 in this formation for the Riders, who Patterson drops back and throws another strike up near the 15-yard line, hauled in by Samuel Emelis, and that'll be good for a gain of about 8.
Well, this is a great throw by Patterson because he needs to throw it immediately. The Bombers' Rita Cramdy is dropping into coverage, and if he holds this for one more second, Cramdy probably gets in on it to intercept. Instead, he puts it right on the money. It's 2nd and 2. If this goes to Ouellette, you're going to want him to read where his running lanes are a little bit better than the last time you got the football.
Riders 1st and 10 in the Windsor Plywood red zone. Patterson in the gun. Hands it off to Ouellette. He'll go to the right side. Pardon me, it's a throw into the end zone, and it's a touchdown. Fakes everybody out, including me. Yeah. And Clint Ratkovich has his first CFL touchdown. Riders.
Well, you know, when Ratkovich has been in the game, it's been primarily run. You've heard me say it all the time. Well, there's 25. They're going to run the football. And teams see those tendencies. And this is a tendency breaker from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Nobody covers Ratkovic on this corner route from the tight end position because they're used to them running the football out of the formation. This time, you got the play action to Ouellette. You got Ratkovic wide open. Shay Patterson, another dot. It's the first touchdown on the board. And it's for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
A Nelson GM touchdown drive the Riders make good on and take their first lead of the football game with a point after attempt to come off the foot of Brett Lothar. Clean snap, clean kick. It sails through the uprights, and the Riders are in front 13-6 with 7:49 to go here in the third quarter. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Need some dirt moved? Some snow plowed? Or how about some grass cut? Well, Redhead Equipment has got a skid steer for that. The B-Series Case skid steer comes in 8 different models, varying in power and load capacity to meet all your operational needs. And you can put your Case skid steer to work all year round with attachments for plowing, mowing, digging, and many more. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Nelson GM touchdown drive brought to you by Nelson GM at Assiniboia to Evan Lee. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 6th place, 74 yards, 4 first downs. Patterson 4 for 4 with 46 yards passing on the drive. And the Riders ended in the end zone with a 15-yard touchdown pass to Clint Ratkovich, his first in the CFL and the first lead of the ball game for the Riders, up by 7.
Yeah, and again, you see a tendency breaker. Ratkovich's not used to running the route out there, and nobody covers it from the Bombers because nobody's expecting it. You've probably worked on it in practice, but again, if it's not on film, it's not on film. You're not expecting it, and Mark Mueller, what a fantastic call. That's 2 great calls. The quarterback draw and to begin the second drive, and then that call to Ratkovic, those are fantastic coaching calls. That is a great job by Mark Mueller.
Halftime adjustments as Lothar steps towards the ball for another quality tire kickoff, high end over ender. This one's going to chase Cody Case back to his 7-yard line on the far side of the football field. He'll bring it forward to the 25, up to the 30, and then dives across the 30 near the 32. So Zach Caleros will come back out onto the field after a 2-and-out in his first possession of the second half, trailing going in the ball game for the first time tonight. 73-yard kick, 25-yard return for the Bombers.
So Saskatchewan's loaded the box on first down, especially when it comes out. So when you're possession in 10, so the beginning of a drive, the Saskatchewan Roughriders have loaded up the box. They've sent C.J. Revis from the strong side. They've played run. Let's see if they continue along with that, and then they've dedicated the rest to coverage.
4 receiver look for the Bombers, 3 to the near side of the formation. Call it 4 as Collaros drops back to pass, looks to the far side flat, finds Oliveira, who stumbles out of bounds just a shy of the 40-yard line. Going to be a gain of about 7 on the play. It'll be second and medium for the Bombers coming up.
Yeah, C.J. Avery was delayed just a little bit because he had to reroute himself. The slot back was running between the hash and the numbers on the right side of the defensive field, and it bubbled Avery a little bit, and that's why he was late getting to Oliveira. But again, that's what the Riders want them to do. They're fine with him Zach Collaros throwing to Oliveira. It's the big plays they want to take away.
Second down and 4 for the Bombers. They're at their own 39-yard line. Crowd comes to life at Mosaic. Riders show blitz, handed off to Oliveira. He'll get to the 41-yard line. That's likely going to be at least a yard, if not more, short of the first down, and a decision for Mike O'Shea early in the third quarter.
Yeah, if you're O'Shea, that's a long yard.
But you've got Chris Streveler.
Yeah, you got Chris Streveler, a.k.a. Tim Tebow. Here he comes. And along with Streveler comes Tui Ellie and Gabe Wallace, their draft pick. There's some extra beef in there.
With Moose Creek Red Angus bringing you this third down.
Right on time.
1.5 yards for Streveler and the Bombers offense. Riders load up the line. 1 receiver near side in Dembski. Streveler to his left. He'll be close. It looks like the officials are going to give him the first down.
Yeah, that's twice now he's gone to the left, and it's 2 successful quarterback draws or sneaks. Again, man, just such a big dude. You can't get stood up here if you're a defensive lineman. We're a little bit high in our pad level. Miles Brown gets knocked back where Streveler, or in the area that Streveler ran into. Again, that's so tough getting your pad level low as defensive linemen on those short, because those offensive linemen, they're basically crab crawling to get the blocks.
2 runs for 4 yards, but for 2 first downs for Chris Streveler, and the Bombers are set up first and 10 at their 44. Collaros to pass on first down. Looks near side, finds Oliveira up to the 50. He'll run into a wall of Obsidian green and be brought down after a gain of about 7, maybe 8. Good pickup on first down as the Riders brought the rush.
Yeah, the Riders got some depth guys in here. Caleb Sanders, who I really like, he does a fantastic swim move to evade veteran Patty Newman, and he gets the contact and a hit on Collaros. Collaros had gotten the ball off already, but again, Brady Oliveira, man, this is where if you want to turn him into a receiver, the Riders are just fine with that.
Second down and 3 now for the Bombers at their own 51. 4:50 to go in the third quarter. Saskatchewan in front 13-6. Collaros in the gun, hands off to Oliveira. He's got room to run inside Rider territory, down to the 45, inside the 45, and a big first down carry for the Bombers to move the sticks.
Yeah, we've seen a big run from A.J. Ouellette, and now the Bombers finally get something big on the ground. This is just a good job. They've got Terrell Bonds. No, excuse me, that couldn't be a Terrell Bonds. Anyways, their receivers did a great job of coming in and blocking on the edges there to the left. And Oliveira, again, that's a truckload running the football.
9 on the carry. First down for the Bombers now at the Saskatchewan 42. Looking to reply to the Rider Major. Collaros fakes the handoff, now sprints out near side. That ball complete to Wolitarski, and he's got it inside the 30, up near the 27-yard line before he's finally spun down, but another first down for the Bombers.
Yeah, so Drew Wolitarski ends up open on this play. Marcus Sales is in man coverage initially, and he goes with the longer route, and Wolitarski, who's inside, just stops. And when he stops, Sales continues going with the guy deep. Again, they haven't let anybody get deep on them yet today, so that's been a priority. But Wolitarski ends up finding a spot in the defense, and Zach Collaros ends up finding him.
17 on the reception for Wolitarski. First down for the Bombers at the Rider 25. Oliveira, the lone back in the backfield for Collaros, who fakes the handoff, pumps once. Now he sprints near side, pulls it down, and it's intercepted. Riders have it again. Zach Collaros, as the Riders stepped in front of the target, Nick Dembski, and pulling it in was DeMarcus Fields.
Wow, this is listen, kids, I've said this a number of times here. you sprint to the football, good things are going to happen. And this is a sprint as soon as... Who is that?
I don't think that's Fields.
That's not Fields.
We're going to have to get the number, and we'll do that after an Olympic RTM's turnover. When we come back, that might have been Auclair.
Yeah, it was Adam Auclair. It was Adam Auclair who's been in there for C.J. Avery. He sprints to the football. Good things happen. He comes up with the INT.
Riders ball when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Spread awareness and take action against colorectal cancer, the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer. In Saskatchewan, it's also the second leading cause of cancer death. If you're between 50 and 74 with a valid Saskatchewan Health Services card, the screening program for colorectal cancer provides an easy-to-use test kit. Stay on top of your health and look out for your home-based test kit in the mail. Brought to you by the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. Visit saskcancer.ca.
Johnston's Logistics. That's the name for your truck freight forwarding needs. They offer you the best quotes in the industry on bulk hopper, deck, van, and reefer shipping within Canada and into the United States. Next time you're looking for a freight rate to haul grain or fertilizer, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking for a rate to move a piece of machinery, think Johnston's. Next time you're looking to move van or reefer cargo, you know the name, Johnston's. For a highly competitive quote, call 844-324-7778.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Zach Caleros' 50-50 ball was picked off by Adam Auclair, and the Riders have it. Speaking of 50-50s, $209,000 in the All New Rider Foundation 50-50. Of course, on the road, at home, doesn't matter. You can win the jackpot. Get your ticket now at ridersfiftyfifty.ca. Again, over $209,000 in the jackpot, as the Riders seem to have found the jackpot as Winnipeg was threatening, and now the Riders get the ball back at their own 21.
Can you call a timeout real quick, Dave? I just want to confirm my purchase here.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, we're done.
We'll go down to Derek Bidwell after this play. First, though, it's first down for the Riders at their own 21. Patterson is the offense out on the field. Backfield is occupied by A.J. Ouellette. Fake the handoff. Patterson swings it out far side, complete. How did he get that away up near the 30-yard line? Let's go down to Derek Bidwell.
Hey, guys, as you know, all year the Riders' defense has been very timely. They're young, exciting, ball-hawking type of defense. Big play there, as you said, by Adam Auclair coming up with the interception. He kept that ball, brought it over here to the sidelines, and right away the training staff tucked it away, put his name on it with a piece of tape, and he's keeping that one very timely once again, as the Riders needed a bit of a boost, and they got it from their defense.
First is a Rider, as Samuel Emelis on that first down reception gets 8 yards at 2nd and 2 for the Oblivion and Black. No, Oblivion, period, and Emerald. The Riders have it. Patterson pumps once. Now he's going to throw it up near side, looking deep down the field. And there's pass interference that comes out, intended on this near side for Emelis, who was in a hand-to-hand battle with the coverage of Tyrell Ford, and the flag comes out.
Emelis is hilarious. He's just
pass interference. Winnipeg number 30. The ball will be placed where the infraction occurred. Automatic first down.
Emelis walks by the DB and goes, yeah, what'd you think, bro?
30 yards on the penalty, as it was a little pump and go there for Patterson to Emelis.
He's got contact the entire way through here from about 10 to 20 yards. I mean, as a defensive back, you just can't do it.
First and 10 for the Riders, now inside Bomber territory at their 51 with 1:56 to go here in the third quarter. Riders leading 13-6. 4 receivers to the near side for Patterson. Back to pass. Pulls it down. Now slings it out far side. That's complete. Adam Bighill in coverage. Can't bring him down. Rider receiver to the 30, 20. Still on his feet inside the 20 of the Bombers. Huge first down after some great YAC auctions. Yak yards for Ajo.
Hey, remember when we said at the beginning of the game it's a privilege to play against Hall of Famers, but in this game you go right at them? They got Adam Bighill on a mismatch. They brought Ajo on a crossing route and gets him matched up with Bighill, and that's a one-on-one nightmare for the Bombers. Patterson hits Ajo, and we got another big play.
33 on the reception for Ajo. Riders in the Windsor Plywood red zone. First and 10, they're 1 for 1 for touchdown efficiency tonight. They've got it at the Bomber 18-yard line on the right hash. 1:04 to go in the third quarter. Riders leading by 7. 5 receiver package for Patterson, who's in the gun with A.J. Ouellette standing to his left. left. Fake the handoff. Patterson, here comes the pressure. He'll get away. Still trying to get away, but now he'll get wrapped up. As it was Willie Jefferson that got there eventually. Taiwan Garbett made the initial play on Patterson, trying to bring down the Rider quarterback, but he just couldn't escape all that pressure that was coming off the edge.
Yeah, Brammer unfortunately can't handle Garbett coming off the edge on the right side. And what's worse is when Garbett pressures Patterson actually gets out of it, but Willie Jefferson has been bull rushing Trevor Reed on the left side the entire time, and Willie's standing right in Patterson's face when Patterson eludes the initial rush.
Will Plain sack of 16 yards sets the Riders up 2nd and 26 now at the Winnipeg 34. Patterson in the gun. Going to hand it off to A.J. Ouellette. Gets to the 30, 25, down to about the 24-yard line to get about 10 yards on the carry.
Yeah.
And to bring the third quarter of play to an end on the Quality Tire scoreboard at Saskatchewan 13, Winnipeg 6. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
At Redhead Equipment, we know that long hauls can take a toll on both trucks and their drivers. That's why we want to make your drive a little easier with the Mack M-Drive automated manual transmission. It detects changes in grade, torque demand, and vehicle weight to change gears and optimize performance and fuel economy. The smooth and accurate shifting maximizes comfort and minimizes driver fatigue. Let Mack's M-Drive work for you so you can stay focused on the road ahead. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
When you think about it, Connexus is exactly like the Rough Riders. We both have a fearsome lineup, a solid game plan, and deep pride in Saskatchewan. Okay, maybe we're not exactly alike, but with Connexus, you've got a team behind you committed to your success and the success of everyone in Rider Nation. So whether you're saving for season tickets on the 50-yard line or saving for your retirement, visit Connexus.ca to get a real home field advantage today. Now, can somebody help me up? I think I sprained my ACL.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Fourth quarter stretches on here at Mosaic Stadium. Riders leading Winnipeg 13-6. We'll be back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
This is A.J. Ouellette, running back for your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. In this province, people love their trucks. And so do I. Whether you need one for hauling your camper, going to the lake, or just driving around town, you'll get a great deal at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina. They'll hook you up with the best-selling line of trucks in Canada for over 50 years, the Ford F-Series. All the best trucks are available now at Capital Ford Lincoln, a proud part of the Capital Automotive Group. They drive Rider Nation.
Attention farmers, DeKalb is hitting the field with high-performing canola hybrids, like the new 400 series, which delivers high yield potential, improved pod shatter genetics, club root resistance, and powerful herbicide flexibility, all in one bag. Looks like Saskatchewan isn't the only team you should be keeping an eye on this season. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK. Always read and follow label directions.
What do you think of when you think of Burgo air seeders? Do you think of the heavy-duty steel construction, or possibly the flexibility to efficiently combine products with the next integral tank system? Or maybe the PDM Pro metering system that allows you to meter a multitude of products with bang-on accuracy? Whatever innovation first comes to mind, we know that it translates into added value to your seeding operation. Burgo Innovation, pursuing perfection with Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football, brought to you by the Cooperators, McDougall Auctioneers, Capital Auto Group, Connexus Credit Union, Bayer Crop Science, SegaPlayNow.com, Saskatchewan Party Caucus, Quality Tire, Redhead Equipment. Stay up to date on everything Riders at SportsCage.com. Now to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. And now, the fourth quarter on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
We'll begin with a 30-yard attempt by Brett Lothar into the south end zone from the left hash. A clean snap. Good kick, and Lothar nails it, and the Riders extend their lead to 10 points here early in the fourth quarter of play. Now 16-6, the Riders in front of Winnipeg.
Yeah, you got a two-possession game here. For the Winnipeg Blue Bomber fans, I will give you a little bit of good news. It's not time to panic. It also, this two-possession game does not mean you immediately abandon your strength, which is Brady Oliveira in the run game. But you are going to have to start putting drives together. If you're the Saskatchewan Roughrider defense, you just got to continue doing what we're doing here. And again, if Oliveira's their best receiver, that's fine. They're not going to beat you that way.
3 for 3 is Lothar tonight for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, and now the defense goes to work for the Riders on first down. Caleros to pass near side, finds Oliveira coming out of the backfield, stiff arms a man, big collision up near the 48, maybe 49-yard line. It'll be close to a first down.
Yeah, so there, Saskatchewan just gives Oliveira too much space, right? We're bailing. And when Oliveira comes out of the backfield, there's about 15 yards of real estate between him and I think it's Deontay Williams. And again, you're okay with him being a receiver, just not with a ton of space in front of him, right? You want guys around him when he catches the football. You're fine with him going 4 or 5 yards. You just don't want him going what he did there, which is 8.
2nd and 2 for the Bombers. Strebler in along the line. On this 2nd and short play, he'll go to his right this time, gets to the 50 and should have a first down for Winnipeg with 13:40 to go here in the third quarter, or fourth quarter, pardon me.
Tell you what, man, I just got the feeling that Strebler's going to throw one of these footballs here, especially when they come out of the huddle late. But you know what? It might not be against us. It might be their opponent next week. He does that against us.
There wasn't a receiver out on either side.
But that's the thing. I mean, Ratkovic was a receiver, was a tight end, right? It's the tight ends that you throw to in that situation, right? First, when you come out late out of the huddle, everybody in the defense just sort of rushes up there, right?
1st and 10 for Zach Caleros, who's back into the game for the Bombers. Ball their own 51. The Bombers trail by 10 at 16-6 Saskatchewan. Caleros to pass far side, gets Dembski, and Nick has got it across the midfield stripe into Saskatchewan territory. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the first reception for Nick Dembski tonight. Pardon me, his second.
Hey, you know, we talked about the 3 keys of the game, and our first one was the biggest one. It was track Nick Dembski. You got to know where he is on the field at all times, and especially now. Fourth quarter, when they're down 10, that's who Zach Caleros is going to start looking for. It's Nick Dembski.
2nd down and 4 after a gain of 6 for Dembski. He now has caught 2 receptions for 3 yards, according to CFL stats. 12:27 to go. Rider fans dial up the noise here at Mosaic Stadium. 5 receivers set. Bombers way offside. Thrown over the middle. Incomplete. Can't believe there's no flags down. That was a Ray Elgard play, if you will, as Ontario Wilson.
Well, I think the Riders are offside too, so both of them cancel each other out.
Okay.
Well, we look like we're a little bit over. Here's the thing. We talked about you got to have blitz timing. That was a late blitz, so the Riders get away with one right there because the lack of pressure on that blitz allows Zach Caleros to step into that throw. Fortunately, he puts it off target.
So instead of a long field goal attempt this time, Jamison Sheehan comes out to kick it away for the Bombers. He'll stand back inside his 45-yard line with 12:08 to go here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, no 60-yarder now, huh? Wind must be blowing the other way.
Not a whisper of wind tonight.
Oh, we almost lost.
Sheehan's going to try to hem this one inside the 10 as Alford takes it back at his 6. Makes the first man miss, dances out of bounds across the 10 near the 13-yard line. Long road to go for the Rider offense when we come back with 11:51 to go in the fourth quarter. It's Saskatchewan 16, Winnipeg 6. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperator Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Cooperator's advisor can help find life insurance that suits your lifestyle. Like the Let's Keep Granny's Cottage in the Family plan. Talk to a local advisor today about life insurance designed to fit your life and give you greater peace of mind.
Looking for a local Cooperator's advisor? Give Dylan Holmson in Regina a call at 306-359-2660 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
The professionals at Thrive Wealth Management are dedicated experts in financial and wealth planning.
But we're also proud members of Rider Nation.
We offer our members exceptional service, specialized attention, and access to advanced investment products.
And on game day, we bleed green and white, baby.
So for expert advice,
For big fans like you.
visit thrivewealth.ca today.
And go Riders!
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Let's go downstairs. Derek Bidwell on the sidelines.
Hey, Dave, a funny interaction that I had at halftime. I passed referee Andre Proulx as we were making our way back onto the field, and I said, I just yelled out, Ricola, because I thought he needed a lozenge. I think his voice sounds a little crackly. Sounds like he was at Country Thunder yesterday, and he said, no, he had a bunch of hot water at halftime, and it's better. He gave me the thumbs up. We'll wait for his next penalty call and see if he got his voice back.
There you go. Yeah, Luke Combs was in town last week at Country Thunder. Craven.
You ever
Great
been
show.
to Country Thunder?
Yeah, we were there. I went with my son.
Oh, thanks for the invite. I wouldn't have gone anyways, though, man. I went once, and I promised myself I'd never do it again.
11:48 to go. First down for the Riders. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette. Big hole to the right. Gets across the 20. Still going up to the 25-yard line. What a run for A.J. Ouellette on first down. And a big first down for Bazandowski Agencies.
Yeah, this is one of these runs where A.J. Ouellette's really got two great options. I mean, his lead blocker is a Joe who always does a good job, but he could go to the inside or outside of a Joe when he puts a block on the end-man line of scrimmage. He chooses to go inside and then just grinds out 10 yards. And hey, that's what you want to do. You want to grind your opponent out and continue that clock.
13-yard carry for Ouellette. First down for the Riders. They're at their own 26. 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, leading by 10. Patterson back to pass on first down. Looks over the middle. Early contact on the receiver. Flag does come out eventually as a Joe got belted in the midst of his pattern.
Yeah, you know, for as much talking as this league does about Evan Holm, you know, every time I watch him, I mean, he's good. He's quick, and he's been around the league for a couple of years now, but I don't know, man.
Defensive pass interference. Winnipeg number 37. The ball will be placed at the point of the infraction. Automatic first down.
It wasn't Brandon Alexander. It was definitely Evan Holm there.
17-yard penalty. Holm has 27 defensive tackles, 3 knockdowns, and a fumble recovery this season.
Yeah, and
3-year pro to North Dakota.
For the majority of the big plays for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
So going to spot the ball. What's interesting is the command center is helping with the spot of this infraction. They're going to put it, it looks at the 43 of the Roughriders.
The defensive pass interference was against Winnipeg number 31.
Oh, there we go.
The ball will be placed at the 43-yard line.
I was about to say, we can see the Bombers' numbers and last names, right? Like it's our team we're struggling against. They're such nice uniforms.
I love them.
And I love the helmets, too. The more I look at those helmets, the more I like them.
I'm going to be at the Riders store again tomorrow, just so you know. 5 receivers for Saskatchewan on first down at the 43-yard line. Hand the ball off to Ouellette. Little stutter step, then blasts ahead to the 51-yard line. A gain of 8 for A.J. Ouellette. This man's a warrior because he's come up limping a number of times, and he's going to hobble off to the sideline after that 8-yard carry.
You got a Joe and Ratkovic throwing the lead blocks, and yeah, he's just doing a good job of now really staying true to where his running lanes are. He's going to leave the field here. We got Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. We've got Clint Ratkovic.
Well, it's second down and 3. Bertrand-Houdon has not carried the ball yet this season. It's 2nd and 3, just in advance of the Rider 50-yard line. Patterson fakes the handoff, now swings it out near side. Nice completion, but it's going to be stopped in its tracks.
Yeah.
As coming across to make the tackle. Nice play there by the Bombers, Riddick Cramdy.
Yeah, very good job by Cramdy.
As Emelis not going to get much.
It's a good play call by Mueller here. You run Emelis underneath the linebackers, because you have now gotten the Bombers used to seeing your receivers throwing those blocks from the Bomber position on the end man line of scrimmage. This time you just run them into the flats, but Cramdy with great acceleration once he realized that the receiver was not throwing a block and gets in on the play. Good job.
Korsak on to kick for the Riders. 9:15 to go. Bombers almost get to it as Korsak is going to flail it out to the far sideline. That's where Case picks it up after he had to run about 45 yards to track it down. And then he gets hit out of bounds by the Riders as the flag comes out late, and that will improve the Bombers' field position. Is
this Jaden Dalkey?
I'm not sure who took it.
Corey Mace is saying this better not be Dalkey again.
Major foul, unnecessary roughness, Saskatchewan number 38. 15-yard penalty enforced from the end of the run.
It is Jaden
and
Dalkey.
a first down.
Jaden Dalkey has gotten every bad special teams penalty that the Riders have been hit with.
Well, the Riders are going to have to recover on it. 9:06 to go here in the fourth quarter. Riders leading the Bombers 16-6. We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Trevor Harris, quarterback of your Saskatchewan Rough Riders. When I'm on the field, I need a strong team to back me up. When I'm off the field, I need a reliable vehicle to get me around. That's why I trust the experts at Mercedes-Benz Regina. They have the best selection and the best service anywhere. For a luxury vehicle that any MVP would be proud to drive, make your way to Mercedes-Benz Regina and score a touchdown deal. Proud vehicle suppliers of the Saskatchewan Rough Riders.
Mercedes-Benz Regina. We drive Rider Nation. Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 18 plus. Use your game sense.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
We were talking about dinner with doubles coming up during the Labor Day long weekend. Go to CasinoRegina.com to get your tickets. But, of course, you don't have to wait until then to hear from Darian. Double Talk with Darian Durant on the all-new Sports Cage Mondays just after 5. The Plaza of Honor inductee will give you the insight from the huddle each and every week as you break down Rider plays on the all-new Sports Cage, again, just after 5, coming up on Monday. In the meantime, 1st and 10 for Zach Collaros and the Bombers. He'll throw one up. It's complete near the sidelines, or at least caught, but was it caught in bounds?
This was a perfect throw.
As Wilson went up to get it, and they're going to mark it as a good catch and a good first down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Yeah, it's a perfect throw from Zach Collaros. 3-man rush. Majority of the Riders' defense is in coverage, and Zach Collaros puts it only where Ontario Wilson's going to get this football, makes a great catch, gets a foot in, they advance the sticks.
20 yards on the reception for the Bombers, now inside Rider territory at the 48. With 8:24 to go in the fourth quarter, Riders in front by 10. Collaros to pass on first down, swings it out far side, complete to Wolotarski, and he's got it up near the 40-yard line of Saskatchewan and beyond. It'll be good for a first down up to the 36.
Yeah, the Bombers again, this is a team that's been to the last, how many Grey Cups?
4.
4 Grey Cups. They're not going to go away easily, so this should not surprise anybody here listening to this broadcast. The Bombers are going to figure something out. They've got to, because time is slowly starting to dissipate on them.
1st and 10 for Winnipeg at the Saskatchewan 36 on the right-hand hash. Riders going to bring the blitz. Collaros back to pass, takes a hit, and then has the ball dropped. Far side, he threw it up for Wilson, and Wilson had it in his hands and hit the carpet. It's second down.
Yeah, Collaros feels the pressure from the strong side here, and again, the pressure's a little bit late, but it still manages to affect the throw. Collaros throws it behind Ontario Wilson, and Deontay Williams ensures that the play does not get completed. 2nd and 10. The Bombers are within field goal range, but you want to hold them to that. And this crowd is loud.
7.5 to go in the fourth quarter. 2nd and 10 for the Bombers on the right-hand hash at the Saskatchewan 36. 4 receivers near side of the field, well offside as the flags do come down, and they're not going to let the play go ahead as the Bomber receivers were a good 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Wait to see if the Riders get flagged on this too, as there was some movement on the D-line.
My Lord.
Offside. Winnipeg, number 80. 5-yard penalty.
You say
it remains second down.
Offside. Everybody on the left.
Well, and that's one to the fans, as it was deafening in here as the Rider receivers couldn't hear the cadence.
This has been a great crowd tonight. It's Friday Night Football. Where would you rather be in Rider Nation than Mosaic Stadium at the moment? And, you know, this is really good to hear this crowd this energetic.
2nd and 15 for the Riders, for the Bombers at the Rider 41. Caleros with 5 targets in motion. Back to pass. Caleros dumps it off underneath. Flag comes out. Oliveira has it up near the 30, puts his shoulder pads down near the 29. Still going to be a couple of yards short of the first down.
Yeah, they're going to get a holding penalty too, Dave.
You're right. It's well in the backfield. I just saw it fly out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, it's Stanley Bryant got beat, and you don't really say that a lot.
No, do you ever? No.
Holding Winnipeg, number 67. 10-yard penalty. Will replay second down.
So Stanley Bryant gets beat around the edge here, and he just reaches back and drags Brian Cox Jr. to the ground. I mean, he just essentially gives up on it.
So now
they hit Kolinkowski with the holding call.
Yeah, 2nd and 25 now for the Bombers. The ball all the way back to the Saskatchewan 51.
2nd and Batosh.
Yeah, you were there.
I was there today.
Great celebration at the Métis culture up in Batosh. We say hi to everyone that way. 3 receivers in motion for Caleros, who's back to pass. Here comes the rush. Hold along the line. Caleros pulls it down, finds Oliveira far side. He'll get back inside the 35-yard line of Saskatchewan. Not near a first down, but definitely back into field goal range.
Hey, listen, this is not near a first down, but you're right, Dave. This is a huge completion for Zach Caleros and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. They are punting where they are throwing the football from, and Zach Caleros extends the play, finds Oliveira, and they still get it within field goal range. That is critical for them.
39-yard attempt coming off the foot of Sergio Castillo. 2 of 3 this evening. Good snap. Castillo's kick is up and splits the uprights and draws Winnipeg back within a score. It's 16-9. Saskatchewan leading Winnipeg with 5:51 to go in the fourth quarter. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When you need precision agricultural equipment, you need Claws. Discover how a Claws combine can give you the superior harvesting efficiency you are looking for. Claws Lexion pre-owned combines are an engineered mix of efficiency and convenience. With low-rate finance options, there's never been a better time to buy. See your local dealer for details. Be the best in your field with Claws. Made for more.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new provincial budget makes record new investments in our growing province. There's a 9% lift in school funding, so our kids get the best possible education. A 10% increase in health funding, so Saskatchewan people get the care they need when they need it. And a 14% increase for cities, towns, and RMs, so our communities continue to be great places to live, to work, and to raise a family. The new provincial budget. Classrooms, care, communities.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
5:51 to go in the fourth quarter as we go downstairs to Derek Bidwell on the sidelines.
Hey guys, yeah, lots changed here in the last little while. Temperature-wise, it's just about 10 o'clock, and when this game started, it was over 30. Right now, it's about 23 degrees. Things a lot cooler down here. In fact, the Riders even turned off their air conditioning machine next here because the guys seem to be fine. Things a lot cooler now.
Should have brought it up here, Luke.
Yeah. Yeah, speak for yourself, Bidwell. It's boiling up here.
16-9, the Riders are leading with 5:51 to go in the fourth quarter. They'll have the football on their own 40-yard line.
Well, and we were calling in the game in a cave, too. Nobody had the lights on. And then when we did turn the lights on, we realized that the lights probably could use a little bit of an adjustment. It seems they need to be a little bit brighter than what they are. But anyways.
Well, for now, the Riders need to power up the offense. They've got 5:44 to go, leading by 7. Shay Patterson and the offense start at 1st and 10 on their left-hand hash at the 40. As Patterson back to pass, looks to the near side, has a man complete right at the sideline. Nice catch there by a Joe. Nope, pardon me, Samuel Emelis. He's got it, and he's got another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, this is a tough throw because it's from the boundary to the wide side of the field. Shay Patterson makes the throw, and Emilus, who's been up and down today, makes a solid catch here. And you got to keep that clock rolling.
17-yard reception for the Riders, and Samuel Emilus, 1st and 10 ball at the Bomber 53. 5:22 and counting to go here in the fourth quarter of play. Ball is on the right-hand hash. Patterson. He'll hand off to Ouellette, goes to the left, cuts back to the right. He'll get down inside the 50 near the 49 for a gain of about 4 on first down.
Kill that clock, right?
5 minutes and counting.
Kill that clock.
Of course, the Riders back in action next Thursday when they'll travel to Montreal to take on the Alouettes and Cody Fajardo if he's healthy.
That defensive front of the Bombers is getting a little bit tired. You're seeing guys getting knocked off the line of scrimmage now. That's exactly what you want, right? That's why you got A.J. Ouellette and this offensive line.
2nd and 6 for the Riders. Ball on the Bomber 49, right-hand hash. 3 receivers come to the near side of the formation in a 5-receiver set. Bombers load up the line. Patterson throws it, but it's knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Looks like Willie Jefferson able to get a mid up on that one and knock it down, and it'll be 3rd down for the Riders.
Yeah, this is an all-out blitz, and Willie Jefferson, nobody's better. So Willie Jefferson here, as a guy who's involved in the blitz, realizes he's blocked. So it's one of those deals where you can, if you get blocked, stay blocked. And Willie Jefferson, there's nobody better than doing it. He realizes he's accounted for in the blitz, so he just jumps, and he gets that 6'8" frame or whatever he is all the way up in the air and knocks the ball down.
So Adam Korsak comes on to punt the ball away for the Riders. He'll stand at his own 48-yard line. Back to receive Cody Case for Winnipeg at his 10. 4:20 and counting to go here in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front of Winnipeg, 16-9. 3 on the play clock. Snap from Hughes is good. Back to Korsak. He's got a little more time this time for an end-over-ender. Will be taken by Case at his 10. He'll be pushed out of bounds at the 16. Nice downfield coverage there for the Riders, and the Bombers will have the football with 4:04 to go, and now trailing by a major score here in Regina.
We're getting close to that 3-minute mark.
As Kean Schaefer-Baker is on the sidelines now in his sling with his right arm.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Positive thing is, though, he's encouraging his guys. He's being a good teammate, telling everybody, don't worry about this arm. Let's go make some plays. Huge drive here for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
1st and 10 for the Bombers on their 16, left-hand hash. 4 receivers far side of the formation. Little run pass option. Caleros keeps, but he'll be brought down. He didn't hand it off, and Malik Carney, he just stayed right with the quarterback and brought him down after little or no gain.
Yeah, and the guy that makes this play happen is Miles Brown, who just absolutely bull rushes Patty Newton. Sorry, it's Micah Johnson. Can't believe I got a bull rushing guy wrong. Well, that's Micah Johnson doing what he always does. Knocks Neufeld into the backfield, and it forces Caleros to keep the ball. He doesn't want to keep the ball, but he's got a ton of guys in front of him, so he keeps it, gets it what he can, and he can only get 1.
2nd and 9 for the Bombers on their own 17. Just over 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Caleros, here comes the blitz. Riders get blocked up. Caleros pulls it down. Now he'll swing it out. That's complete to Wilson up across the 35, and then he spins ahead up to the 40-45-yard line as Caleros was able to avoid the blitz and then got the ball away. Bombers are moving it with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, trailing by 7. It'll be a 1st and 10 after a 28-yard reception. We'll be back with more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
When the growing season is limited, you need the right equipment at the right price. Redhead Equipment is your go-to for premium used equipment, including certified pre-owned Case IH ag units. With 10 locations in Saskatchewan, we can find you the right unit to get the job done. Plus, you'll get peace of mind with a 12-month powertrain protection plan. You can also count on our Case IH factory-trained technicians to keep you up and running. Visit redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
It's another summer road trip. When you pack up the family car with picnic baskets, blankets, toys, and your dog Roy, there's one thing you may be forgetting. Make sure you have tires that are ready to handle the road trip with a quick trip to Quality Tire. Old and worn-out tires can be dangerous and leave you stranded. Install new tires from Quality Tire on your vehicle and eliminate one thing that could ruin your road trip. Now, if you could only do something about the mosquitoes. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
So
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
3-minute warning has been given to the benches for Brett Young seeds. More bushels per acre? We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. As the Bombers are marching and the Riders are bringing this crowd to life. How loud is it down there, Bidsy?
It's loud. They're trying to get everybody fired up. And speaking of getting people fired up on the bench, veteran offensive linemen Logan Ferlin and Peter Godber are trying to get the guys focused. They know that if the offense gets back on the field, when they get back on the field, that they're going to need a decent push. So an update there as far as the offense goes and how they're focusing for their next push when they get on the field. And also an update on the 50-50. Almost $230,000 now.
That's all right. 1st and 10 for the Bombers. Rider defense looking for a stop. Bombers have the ball at their 45 for Collaros as the backfield empties. He'll fire it over the middle. It's complete. Nick Dembski has it. 35. Ball comes out. It's on the turf. Riders have it. Riders can recover. They still have it. Down to the 10. Bringing it back the other way. At the Riders 20. Still going. Ball is still going with the Riders up to the 30. Finally, they bring it down after Nick Dembski fumbles the football on a huge reception.
What a play by Jameer Thurman. Jameer Thurman does not give up on this football. He finds Dembski, and this is a drill you work on all the time in practice. Secure with one arm, try to get the ball out underneath with the other, pops it out. Rider football. Great effort by your middle linebacker.
Marcus Sales scooped it up after Dembski dropped it, and with 2:36 to go, it's Rider football at their own 29-yard line. I couldn't believe that return kept going. As Sales was not going to go down.
I was like, go down, man. Because you don't want them to knock the ball out, right? But that's a clinic film fumble, forced fumble from Jameer Thurman. Secure the ball carrier with one arm and come up under it with the other arm. Great job.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Ball on their left-hand hash. Crowd quietens as the handoff goes to Ouellette. Searching for a hole. He'll find a small one. Get across the 30 up near the 32 for a gain of about 3. It'll be 2nd down Saskatchewan with 2.5 to go in the 4th quarter.
Winnipeg obviously anticipating run here this whole way. They do a good job on the line of scrimmage. Jake Thomas specifically, you're not able to move him off the football, and you get a ton of bodies and calamity just sort of right there at the first level. Ouellette does well to get 3.
2nd and 7. Saskatchewan with a 5-receiver set at their own 32-yard line. What does Mark Mueller have dialed up from his left-hand hash? Bombers are going to bring the blitz. Here comes the house. Patterson gets rid of it. It's caught up to the 40. Still on his feet. Up to the 45, 50. Midfield stripe and more. Inside Bomber territory. Finally pushed out of bounds. A Joe. A 1st down, Riders.
Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time moments. And a Joe, a 7th-round draft pick, has done phenomenal with the opportunities he's gotten today. That is a fantastic play. Just simple crossing route. He's just coming across the field. Catches the ball. Shay Patterson reads blitz the entire way, right?
And
goes
that was
to the right guy.
Sorry, Luke. That was where my credit was going.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. I'm glad you did. Yeah, Shay Patterson deserves all the credit for that.
1st and 10 Riders at the Bomber 32. Clock is stopped as Joe went out of bounds. 2:02 to go. Bombers load up the line. Hand it off to Ouellette. He'll carry the pile up across the 30, down around the 27-yard line, but he's shaken up at the end of the carry as he's got his hands on his face mask on that amazing Obsidian helmet, pardon me. And that's not a good sign with A.J. Ouellette on the turf, but he's going to get up. Look at him go.
Yeah, that's why A.J. Ouellette is so loved here so quickly.
Winnipeg.
He's got that Western work ethic.
Yep.
This guy is banged up. He looks like he's on one leg, but he continues to get out there and run the football. He continues to give everything for his teammates. And that's really the culture here in Saskatchewan, right? The agricultural industry, the mining industry. This is a province full of grinders, full of guys that are just out there to get the job done, man. And A.J. Ouellette, number 45, I mean, it's very obvious that he's one of one of the community here.
Let's go down. Well, actually, we'll get to second down, then we'll check in with Derek Bidwell. 2nd and 5 for the Riders. Ball on the Winnipeg 27. 1:58 clock stop thanks to the Bombers' last timeout of the football game. Riders do have one remaining. Patterson in the gun. Hands it off. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan has it down inside the 25-yard line, or is that Rakovic? Pardon me, it's Rakovic on the carry. And he'll get down inside the 25, but still going to be well shy of the first down. Let's go down to Derek Bidwell.
Yeah, Dave, an update on A.J. Ouellette here. He's right beside me. We talked about his left leg before bothering him. It seemed like it was probably going to be a Charlie horse or something like that. This is his right leg, and he's kneeling now in front of the bench with his head down, and seems to be in a considerable amount of pain. Once again, it's his right leg this time.
Thank you so much, Bidsy. Of course, his report's brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, as it's another Reliance Heath water heater rental. Field goal attempt for Brett Lothar. This one from 32 yards, they'll mark it.
Winnipeg's overloading the right side.
Korsak on to hold. Hughes with the snap. It's back, down, up, and Brett Lothar splits the uprights from 32. He's perfect 4 of 4 for Reliance Heath water heater rentals. Serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. We're back to a 2-score game as the Riders now in front 19-9. With just 1:32 to go.
Yeah, there's plenty of time on the clock here if things happen quickly, right? And fortunately for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, it's the Bombers that have to make things happen quickly. So right now, I mean, you're probably not going to go to your running back. But here's the thing. Zach Collaros over these last couple drives, I mean, that fumble isn't on him. It's on Nick Dembski, right? He's done a great job of moving the pocket, adjusting the launch point, and finding spots in the Riders' defense, right? So realistically, things have been working slowly for the Bombers. They just haven't managed to finish. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they got to come out here and they got to, one of the things they got to do, if they're going to get pressure on Collaros, they got to get him on the ground. They can't let him adjust the launch point because he's starting to find his targets directly over top of those linebackers.
A minute 32 to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan in front 19-9. Another quality tire kickoff from Brett Lothar. This one will chase the returner back inside his 10-yard line, up to the 15-20. Cutting back near the middle to the 25. Now room to go to the far side to the 30. Still on his feet, it's Cody Case to the 40. 45 of Winnipeg before finally pushed out of bounds in the Winnipeg bench as Brett Lothar was able to get over there quickly. And a pretty good return is a kick of 72 turns into a return of 37, and Winnipeg is set up first and 10 at their 45.
Case starts this out to his left, and because he goes so far to the left, Adam O'Clair and the rest of the left side of the Riders, they collapse down and in, and they're not able to get back out and balance the rush lanes when Case makes his move back to the right.
So first and 10 for Winnipeg at their own 45 right-hand hash. Backfield empties. Collaros over the top for Dembski, and it's incomplete. He takes a big shot as Nelson Lacombo came up to make a play, and it falls incomplete. Second down coming up.
We haven't talked about Nelson Lacombo a whole lot, but, man, this kid loves the physical aspect of the safety position, and here he lays a licking right into Dembski's ribs to make sure Dembski doesn't come down with this ball. And you got to think that this 2nd and 10 is the game for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers if they can't manufacture.
A minute 17 to go. 5 receivers set for Zach Collaros. 3 of those receivers were to his right on the far side. Lots of pre-snap movement. No flags come down. Collaros does go down. Sacked by the Riders. Getting home. It's Caleb Sanders with a quill plain sack.
Can we talk about Caleb Sanders, man? I mean, he's had a great training camp. He's come out here with an opportunity to play here. They run an inside-outside stunt. So the defensive end comes inside. Caleb Evans comes around the edge, brings down Zach Collaros, and it's 3rd and Batosh for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and this is the game.
3rd down and 3rd down and 19 from the 36 of Winnipeg. Riders with 3 down defensive linemen on this long play for Zach Collaros. Has time. Back to pass. Pulls it down. Here comes the pressure. There goes Zach. Ball is out. Bombers fall on it, but it's a turnover on downs. Riders have it with 53 seconds to go.
Well, that should do it. This was a workman-like effort today from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. All of the plays happened because guys were sprinting to the football. Guys were making extra effort. Fantastic things put on film from this Rough Rider defense. And Shay Patterson in this offense, when they needed plays, they made them.
53 seconds to go. A third turnover of the night for Winnipeg. Saskatchewan has capitalized with 6 points off the 2 previous turnovers. And now the Riders come out in victory formation. No timeouts left for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Actually, Patterson's in the gun with 53 seconds to go.
This is definitely getting handed off, Dave. Don't worry.
And it does get handed off. Carey going to go to the far side of the football field. Gain of just a couple of yards on that carry.
How about that Winnipeg plus 4.5, huh? Idiots.
That was bugging you, wasn't it?
Sorry, minus 4.5.
So Clint Rakovich on the carry gets 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7 as A.J. Ouellette is not in the football game. 2nd and 7, 43 seconds and counting to go here in the fourth quarter.
Well, the Riders, they got a short turnaround, right? They got a Thursday game, so they head to Montreal Wednesday morning.
2nd and 7, 33 seconds to go. Riders with the ball in the Bomber 41. Bombers load up the line. Handoff right up the middle. Not a lot of doing there as Rakovich will fall forward for a couple. It'll be a 3rd down now for Saskatchewan with 24 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
What to do if you're the Riders, right? Do you just stay out there and run the ball again and leave 4 seconds on the clock? Do you kick a field goal? That's probably out, right?
A.J. Ouellette is trying to come back out onto the field right now.
I know. Hey, man, I'm telling you, man, this guy's as Saskatchewan as it gets.
That's probably the ultimate compliment that you can give a football player, isn't it?
He's a grinder.
So the clock is counting down. 10 on the play clock, 13 on the game. Coming up, of course, it's our 5th quarter post-game show, then the radio roundtable where you talk to us, Saskatchewan. Tell us what you think about this team. And Obsidian Green, as we get down near zeros and the Riders...
Please reset the game clock to 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
And the Riders are going to take a timeout.
There was a timeout called by Saskatchewan.
So it'll be 3rd down and 4 for the Riders with 5 seconds to go. The offense is going to stay out on the field.
Good night. Friday Night Football, man, this was a great game. It was funny, I was in the alumni lounge, and all the alumni guys, if you were an offensive guy as an alumni, you didn't like the game. If you were a defensive guy, you loved the game. I love this game, man. This was a fantastic job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They really deserve this today.
Fans on their feet, 5 seconds to go with Patterson in the gun. He'll just drop back, still backpedaling.
All right,
Gonna get away from the rush.
Go down.
And now he just throws it up into the second row as Adam Bighill absolutely lays the lumber on Shay Patterson at the conclusion of the play. There's zeros on the clock, but the benches are emptying.
I'm not surprised he did that. Shay Patterson needs to just throw this ball away, and Adam Bighill took exception. He hasn't made a play all game, so he figures he'd make a play in the waning moments. Shay Patterson's up.
A.J. Ouellette is incensed out on the field right now.
That was a BS play, but I wasn't surprised the way Shay extended that. Hey, man, good win.
Well, it's going to go ahead and calm down, and the Riders are going to improve to 5-1 with a 19-9 victory on the Quality Tire scoreboard with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. The 5th quarter postgame show is coming up next from Harvard's Studio 620 here in Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Considering your university options for the upcoming year? Consider First Nations University of Canada. Built on a meaningful foundation of Indigenous knowledge systems and tradition, they provide quality post-secondary education for Indigenous and non-Indigenous students within a culturally supportive environment you won't find anywhere else. First Nations University of Canada campuses are located in Regina, Saskatoon, and Prince Albert. To learn more, visit their website at fnuniv.ca.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
At McDougall Auctioneers, we're not just selling heavy equipment, we're powering progress. Hi, this is Riley McChesney. Our online auctions bring together the best machinery and the biggest network of buyers. Whether it's construction marvels or industrial giants, we sell with expertise and a commitment to value. Choose McDougall Auctioneers for auctions that move as fast as your business does. McDougall Auctioneers, 1-800-263-4193, or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
The game is over. Time to break it down. This is the fifth quarter postgame show, brought to you by KFC, Western Ag, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, SaskTel, Johnston's Grain, Sask Lotteries, AgCo, Quality Tire, Capital Auto Group, Salford Equipment, SegaPlayNow.com. Back to the McDougall Auctions broadcast booth. McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Riders, it's Blue Bombers. It's a rivalry, and we're happy to be in Obsidian. Splits the uprights from 27 yards to tie the ball game with 5:07 to go in the opening quarter. It's Winnipeg 3, Saskatchewan 3 after a real impressive second drive for the Rough Rider offense. Yeah. Game as Patterson going to keep, takes the ball, has room to run across midfield, and then dives ahead into Bomber territory as a little run pass option read to perfection by the quarterback. Hands it off to Ouellette. He'll go to the right side. Pardon me, it's a throw into the end zone, and it's a touchdown. Fakes everybody out, including me, and Clint Rakovich has his first CFL touchdown. Riders! Oliveira the lone back in the backfield for Collaros, who fakes the handoff, pumps once, now he sprints near side, pulls it down, and it's intercepted. Riders have it again. Zach Collaros, as the Riders stepped in front of the target, Nick Dembski, and pulling it in was DeMarcus Field. Again with a 30-yard attempt by Brett Lother into the south end zone from the left hash. A clean snap, good kick, and Lother nails it, and the Riders extend their lead to 10 points here early in the fourth quarter of play. Now 16-6, the Riders in front of Winnipeg. 39-yard attempt coming off the foot of Sergio Castillo. 2 of 3 this evening. Good snap. Castillo's kick is up and splits the uprights and draws Winnipeg back within a score. It's 16-9. Saskatchewan leading Winnipeg with 5:51 to go in the fourth quarter. First and 10 for the Bombers on their 16 left-hand hash. 4 receivers far side of the formation. Little run pass option. Collaros keeps, but he'll be brought down. He didn't hand it off, and Malik Carney, he just stayed right with the quarterback and brought him down after little or no gain. Fire it over the middle. It's complete. Nick Dembski has it, 35. Ball comes out. It's on the turf. Riders have it. Riders recover. They still have it. Down to the 10. Bringing it back the other way. At the Riders 20, still going. Ball is still going with the Riders up to the 30. Finally, they bring it down after Nick Dembski fumbles the football on a huge reception. What a Hughes with the snap. It's back, down, up, and Brett Lathers splits the uprights from 32. He's perfect 4 of 4. 3rd down and 19 from the 36 of Winnipeg. Riders with 3 down defensive linemen on this long play for Zach Caleros. Has time. Back to pass. Pulls it down. Here comes the pressure. There goes Zach. Ball is out. Bombers fall on it, but it's a turnover on downs. Riders have it with 53 seconds to go.
Good win.
Well, it's going to go ahead and calm down, and the Riders are going to improve to 5-1 with a 19-9 victory on the Quality Tire scoreboard with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
That was your post-game rewind brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca. Justin Dunk, Dave Thomas joins me, Luc Mullinder on the far side. Fellas, the Riders improve to 5-1. Dare I say, Mr. Mullinder, I'll start with you, a dominant defensive effort.
Yeah, there was, you know what, we said on air, all of the great things that happened defensively came because of extra effort. Guys sprinting to the football. Like Adam O'Clair doesn't get that interception if he doesn't sprint to the football. Jameer Thurman chasing down Dembski with an absolute clinic when it comes to causing a fumble. You work that drill every single week in practice. Arm over, come underneath, knock the ball out, right? That was clinic film. So everything that you saw from the Saskatchewan Roughriders defense today was because of great effort, and that's what's going to sustain you, right? Schematically, offenses are always going to figure something out to get some yards. But if you're a defense that plays with incredible effort and you do all the intangible things right, you're going to come up with a game like this. And by the way, for all those people that have been, ho-humming against Shay Patterson not only played a great game today, probably the best we've seen him play, but Shay Patterson was poised today. He made every single throw he was supposed to make. A couple of the big throws that he made came off the board because his receivers dropped the ball. But when they needed it, he stayed poised and he made the right read. I thought everything was great today. It was funny. I was telling the guys on air, right? Like if you were a defensive player, you loved the game. If you're an offensive player, you hated the game. If you're a Rider Nation, though, you love the result.
Shay Patterson, you got to call it what it is. He outplayed Zach Caleros. No doubt about it, Luke, and you noted a couple of those balls that could have been caught, specifically the first deep throw of the game down the sideline to Kean Schaefer-Baker. He catches that ball 9 out of 10 times, and some other ones that could have easily been caught to put him over 300 yards. The evolution of Shay Patterson is happening right in front of our eyes.
Absolutely, and the growth is incredible. 261 yards passing for Shay Patterson, but hey, let's go ahead and give credit to that offensive line to give him the time to get done what he needed to get done, because we weren't talking about him, right? We weren't talking about Jacob Brammer. We weren't worried about Trevor Reed. We got 2 first-year tackles on either end, and really, predominantly tonight, they gave him time to get the ball away and allowed A.J. Ouellette to be successful carrying the ball 17 times for 88 yards in really a Saskatchewan football effort.
Yeah, I said it on air today, and A.J. Ouellette, that guy he's as Saskatchewan as he comes. That's a guy that's getting the job done on one leg. He wants to continue playing, and man, I'm very fortunate to travel a lot throughout this province, and he reminds me a lot of the farmers and the folks working in the mines in Saskatchewan. The guys driving the trucks, man, they're willing to get the job done at whatever hour, whatever time of day, whatever weather. Saskatchewan's out there getting the job done, and that's A.J. Ouellette, man. He's a football player, and I love watching him because you can tell how much he cares about the win.
We're waiting on head coach Corey Mace, hopefully have him on the other side. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device. Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Hey Rider fans, AJ Ouellette here, running back for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. To be the best, you have to put in the hard work. And at Capital GMC Buick Cadillac in Regina, they work hard every day. They're the #1 GMC dealer in Saskatchewan, always offering the best selection of GMC trucks and SUVs for prices other dealers wish they could match. Whether I'm up early for Breakfast Club workouts or staying up late watching film, I know the team at Capital GMC is always ready to help. They drive Rider Nation.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sunrise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. redheadpowersports.ca.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders beat the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers 19-9 at Mosaic Stadium, improved to 5-1 on the season. The Bombers boys dropped to 2-5. What do you think's a better feeling among Rider Nation, the Riders record or the Bombers record?
Riders.
Well, listen, anytime you beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, it's a great day, right? You said it earlier on in the pregame. This was a rivalry game, and you got the win. I'm not sure what type of cannabis the experts are smoking to give the Winnipeg Blue Bombers a 4.5 point cushion. That was ridiculous, and I'm glad that the defense came out here, stomped them out, and I'm glad the offense played well.
Can I just throw this out there? Sorry, Luke, you got me totally off my game. How about Shay Patterson being 2-1 in 3 starts, defeating Toronto, of course, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and I thought he fared well against BC. And a lot of us thought when we saw Trevor Harris shaken up in that game against Hamilton that, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. It is not.
Well, here's the thing about Shay Patterson. I mean, he looked like a completely different quarterback from game 3 to game 1, right? So, again, the organization has to be so proud of him. And kudos to Mark Mueller, too, man. He was outstanding today.
We got Coach Mace on the line downstairs. His postgame comments brought to you by KFC. $5 sandwich of the day is back at select KFC restaurants. Check out what sandwich is on special in your area at kfc.ca. Coach, you talked about it leading into the game that you hope to find some things where you could kind of slow down Zach Collaros. How did you feel your defense did that tonight?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I was just locked in on that KFC he was just talking about. So that sounds pretty good right now. I just it's a testament to the fellas. You know, there was a few calls that we knew we really liked, and we executed extremely well. And at halftime, we really just stressed in tight games like that, just trust that, your play is going to come. And, in the situation, a perfect example there at the end, we didn't cover down the way we wanted to. But, the hustle and the effort from Jameer Thurman there to punch the ball out, that was his play to make. The ball was exposed, and we look at those as opportunities, and we made the best of it.
Hey, Coach, one of the things that we saw today from Shay Patterson was poise. They threw everything at him that they could think of, and it felt like he was just making the right. Talk about the progression, because I know that I listened to an interview here from you this week, and you talked about him getting a lot more comfortable, specifically in the huddle this week in practice.
Yeah, and that's just part of, over time, as you know, Luke, right? With more reps, the more comfortable you get. Not necessarily just being out there, but also within the scheme and the playbook. And he did another excellent job tonight. He was bang on. He read zeros. I mean, he knew where his hots were. He did a great job, man. And some zone read stuff. He made the right decision to pull it. I'm certain you get on film, he's going to be like, dang, man, I wish I could have had that one. That there was a couple out there I felt like he's going to wish he had back, but we're not going to live there in the past. I know he's just going to continue to push himself to be a better version of what he was even today. And as we move forward, we just got to look to go 1-0 next week, fellas.
Coach, one of the things that you've talked about is the pillars and building the culture. And Luc mentioned it in the broadcast, and it kind of stuck with me. He said that A.J. Ouellette, when he was literally carrying himself off the field at times in this ball game, and the list goes on and on with other guys that had the similar type of effort. He said, that's a Saskatchewan football player, a guy that brings his lunch pail and just goes to work. Tell me about your team and that mentality, because you really can't coach that kind of want, can you?
You can't really coach it. You can talk about it, but it's easiest to just point it out. And that's a perfect example. And, again, I've seen that from AJ for a few years, and, that's why it was so important for us to get him in this building. Guys like him, guys like Jamarcus, and, again, it's infectious, man. And, he was hurt right there. But he drug himself off the field, specifically in the situation of that, right? If we end up, he gets taken off, we stop the clock there. He understood that. They ended up taking a timeout, though, unfortunately. But that's just AJ, man. He's a freaking cowboy, buddy.
Coach, Mark Mueller has been absolutely lights out in the second half. The call quarterback draw to Shay early on in the second possession of the third quarter. The tendency breaker with the corner route in the end zone with Clint Ratkovic. Talk about the ascension of Mark Mueller and how this has all come about.
Yeah, I don't want to give Mules too much credit. I'm just joking. No, he's excellent, guys. That was the first call, I made, looking at the possibility of getting this job. I've been around him for a long time, even when he's a runt, on the defensive side of the ball back in 14, and he's just a brilliant mind. He got a great feel for the game, and he's going to look to capitalize on things that defenses don't do well. Certainly the play that was drawn up there for the Rat Dog. That was something I know that he's seen throughout his film study, and just being able to dial it always seems like the right play up. And again, that's just the coaching, the teaching, not only from him, but the offensive staff. These guys put in a tremendous amount of hours, tremendous amount of work, and they got great belief in the players, and the players have belief in the staff.
Coach, Joe, 4 catches, 110 yards, 70 of those yards after the catch. What's behind this early jump start to his career, and are we going to see more of this guy in the lineup?
He's earned everything he's gotten, you guys. Obviously, everybody had a lot of stuff to say about him coming into this. He's a 7th-round pick. I happened to have a relationship with the kid even prior to him going to college. We had some good conversations. Now J.O. just slapped me right on the cheeks there. I scared the mess out of him.
Yeah, J.O. guy, he's got heavy hands, man. That's a former lineman, right, Mace?
But the main thing, this is things that are coming to fruition for him, making plays on the ball. But what he's been able to do without the ball in his hands, blocking for his teammates, the selfless stuff. Those are the things that we look for to prove to us that he was the guy, he was a rider, and he's done that. We've seen it week in and week out, and he just solidified again that he is a playmaker. It makes it tough for us not to see him on the field, man. He just keeps ascending.
One of the fan favorites who was not on the field to end game was Kean Schaefer-Baker had a sling on his right arm for the duration, or second half, I should say. What's his update, or where do you see him being at with that sling on his arm?
Yeah, I haven't. I had a halftime update. I haven't talked to anybody since the game has ended. There was discussion about potentially, getting some things done to see if he can go in the second half. So that just kind of leads me to believe that it's nothing, extremely long-term or anything like that. But, anytime you don't have 89 out there, that's, it takes a bite out of the offense. But, guys have to step up, and the standard is the standard. And, Joe is the guy to step up at that position. So, extremely pleased that we were able to still manufacture great drives. But, it's always tough to see, anybody go down.
One more for you, Coach. Short week, tough place to play is Montreal. You've got them coming up on Thursday. Set the week of preparation up for me.
Yeah, I think, the glass half full kind of deal is that we just went through kind of a short week, so the schedule will be pretty much the same for these guys, just depending on how we look and how we feel after the game. We're going to have 2 days of practice. We're going to have rundown tomorrow to make sure we get the corrections from this game, and then, as coaches, we'll, start game planning right away after we get the breakdown of this game done tonight or tomorrow morning. And then we got to make sure that on walk today we hop on that dang plane, and we're going to a hostile place versus the defending Grey Cup champs. The team's still playing very good and coming off a bye week. So there's a lot of things that most people would say are not in our favor, but just knowing and understanding this group, they love being in these kind of situations. So we're excited to go get it.
Thank you, Coach. Enjoy the win.
Appreciate you guys, man. Much love. Save some KFC coupons for me.
We know Luke will. He loves his food. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Fendt 500 Vario is the right fit for your farm. Whether you have a large cattle or dairy operation, mid-sized grain farm, or hay production that defines your operation, the Fendt 500 has the ability to adapt to meet the needs of your farm to increase the bottom line. And that means more money in your pocket. See the Fendt 500 Vario at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the heart of Saskatchewan, SaskTel employees are more than just workers. They're our neighbors, friends, and family. Dedicated to serving our community, SaskTel workers ensure we stay connected, providing quality jobs right here at home. The strength of local expertise, the pride of public ownership. Together, we're building a brighter future. Let's keep these jobs in Saskatchewan. SaskTel workers, from Saskatchewan, serving Saskatchewan. A message from the United members of Unifor Local 1S and 2S.
It's time to field your best. Here comes Salford Spinner Spreaders, gridiron gladiators charging onto the field with a lineup of various sizes and models. Salford Spreaders are constructed with stainless steel and complete the pass with pinpoint accuracy. Select models go long with application widths up to 120 feet. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Here comes the stretcher. Looks like the medic's saying he needs to put something cool on his knee. Here they come with the York air conditioner and a generator to plug it in. Okay, folks, a York air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating is the best on the market, but it's not meant for, well, our man is back up, helmet on, and he's back in. Look at that.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs. ReginaPlumbing.net.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Beat the rush and get your comments out there on the Souris Valley Industries text line at 306-936-6262. Souris Valley Industries in Weyburn, supplying Saskatchewan with precast concrete products for over 40 years. Call 306-842-5754 or see sviprecast.com.
That's right, my man, Dave Thomas. We want to hear from you in the Rider Radio Roundtable. We're about to hear from a Joe, this rising star in Rider Nation, one of our game stars on the offensive side. Our Game Star selections brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Joe, man, 70. Count them, 70 yards after the catch for you tonight. You go over 100 yards, 110 to be exact on 4 catches. How were you able to get it done and play at such a high level early in your career?
Oh, well, I got to, first and foremost, give thanks to God. Give thanks to God, thanks to my coaches for trusting me. Thank you to my teammates for keeping me accountable, telling me to go study your plays and whatnot, stay ready, you know what I mean? Like, it's all around, man. It takes a village. It takes a village for sure. So I just want to, I don't know, like, I just want to thank everybody, for real.
Joe, you found some space today, and especially some space with matchups that were favorable to you. When those plays are called, how big do your eyes light up? Because you seem calm and poised and just ready to make the play.
It sounds kind of corny and cliche, but I'm ready for this. I feel like coaches prepared us. We practice every day, just like everybody else. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy in the recipe, but I just feel confident. When I go out there, I got to know that if the ball's in the air, it's mine. You know what I mean? Like, you just got to have that to you, especially when you play this position. So,
Joe, one of the things your coach said about you, and you just mentioned it, is there's a lot of trust when it comes to you, but more importantly, that trust is developed by the way you've approached the blocking assignments you've had. Talk about you being a bomber receiver. Was that a big part of the game plan in college for you, or was it just something that you committed to now that you're a pro?
I feel like I've always been a good blocker. I just feel like I just want to more now. You know what I mean? I feel like, playing for the Rough Riders, this is my family. You know what I mean? These are my brothers. Like, I'm not gonna let anybody go hit my brother. Like, blocking is 90% want to and 10% technique. You just gotta want to go and block him. You know what I mean? So just going out there and letting my brothers know that I'm gonna fight for them. If they in a dog fight, call it Joe. You know what I mean? So.
Joe, we just talked to your head coach, Corey Mace, and he said he knew you before you even went to play university or college football. Can you take us through how that relationship was formed?
Yeah, so February 19th, I moved down to Clearwater, Florida, where I lived with the host family. And within that host family, I was with Javon Jacobson, Corey Mace's little brother. So, yeah, right then and there, like, it was, we kind of just, we didn't really know each other, but, we knew about each other and whatnot. So, yeah, that's where it all started.
Tell me how much inspiration that you took from last week's performance and the fact that it really seemed like this team wanted to bounce back and make a statement against Winnipeg tonight. Is that the case? Was that the mentality going into this game?
No, that wasn't. The mentality going into this game was just play every game, prepare for the same game the same way every time. You know what I mean? Like, it don't matter who it is. We're going to prepare the same because we're going to take it one game at a time, one day at a time. We're not counting days over here. We're going to make them count, and that's all.
You got Montreal coming up on a short week. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Hey, Joe, I'll get you out on this. How does it feel to record your first 100-yard receiving game as a pro?
I actually don't know how to feel. Like, I'm lost for words right now. I just thank everybody around me because it wouldn't have happened without them. So, yeah,
I just think. Dancing in the locker room to celebrate?
Am I dancing? Is the sky?
Hey, man, look, the break dance move on the first down. I mean, that's gonna go down in the TSN top 10, man.
Like
kudos. I love that one, man. I was all over that.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I'm gonna trademark that one.
Yeah, do it.
Thanks to Joe. Enjoy the win.
Thank you so much. You guys have a great night.
This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
For 35 years, SaskTel Wireless has been more than just a network. We've been part of your journey, connecting you through all of life's precious moments. To celebrate, we're offering our most exclusive rate plan with 35 gigabytes of data when you switch to SaskTel or upgrade your device. Plus, enjoy $5 a month in savings. Thanks for being a part of the last 35 years. We look forward to the next 35. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or sastel.com/35 years for details. Conditions apply.
Thanks to feedback from farmers like you, Massey Ferguson raised the bar with the 8S series. To protect you, design reduces cab noise and vibration while improving engine air quality and combustion. The industry-exclusive Dyna VT transmission delivers fuel efficiency with easy travel speed and RPM adjustment. When you have a straightforward and dependable Massey Ferguson 8S series on your farm, the work just gets done. See the MF 8S series at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
Football fans, score $200 in free plays with PlayNow.com/Green200. PlayNow.com is fully operated by Sega, and whether you're a new player or already have a PlayNow account, you're eligible for a $100 sports free bet and a $100 casino free bet with a minimum $40 deposit when you enter promo code GREEN200. That's right. Visit PlayNow.com/Green200 today and enter promo code GREEN200 to redeem $200 in free plays. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
It's time to field your best. Introducing the newest gridiron giant from Salford, Halo High Speed Tillage. Halo is engineered for consistent depth at high speeds, getting your seeder closer to the goal and leaving rivals in the dust. Add the new Halo VRT to your special teams with hydraulically adjustable blade angles. Salford Halo, a game changer that dominates. Field your best with Salford.
See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Hi, this is Riley McChesney with McDougall Auctioneers, the largest privately owned auction company with the most locations across Canada, specializing in agriculture and heavy equipment. For over 4 decades, we've set the standard in asset auctions, appraisals, and consulting services. Our experience and commitment to innovation and transparency have made us the first choice for customers across the nation. Our expert team of over 90 staff is ready to serve you, and we ensure every auction is a success. McDougall Auctioneers, where every bid counts.
Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Move to 5-1 on the season with a 19-9 win over the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. How about it, Joe? And that energy. Are you dancing? He responds, is the sky blue? That man always be dancing, Luke, like you said. Break dancing after a first down like it's nothing.
Man, you know, the coolest thing about him was hey, blocking is 90% want-to and 10% technique. Like, I mean, he hit you with a couple gems there. And, I think that if he continues to be surrounded by the right vets, I think he's got a bright future in this league.
How about the offensive game star for Quality Tire, of course, qualitytire.ca with 9 great locations around Saskatchewan. First 100-yard receiving game. But to say that, Coach Edwin Harrison, the offensive line coach, when I asked him this week about the 2 left tackles, both rookies, I said, boy, that's young guys. That must give a coach nightmares. And he said, no, the one thing about these young guys, and this is where a Joe maybe fits into that category, is the fact that these guys have got a lot of tread on their tire. They bring enthusiasm. They bring from youthfulness. They bring some intelligence. They bring a lot of intangibles that you shouldn't say, oh, well, they're a young player. So to me, that a Joe is bringing all of those intangibles right now, and he brought them in, leading the offense with some big receptions tonight.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it is when you're a young guy with talent, you know, I was trying to think, you know who Joe reminds me of? He reminds me of Jamel Richardson, a young Jamel Richardson. Like that, and that's a huge compliment, by the way, because Jamel Richardson was like that too, man. He was really competitive. He just needed the right opportunity. I mean, he went down to the Dallas Cowboys, and then he goes to Montreal and is one of of the best duos that the league's ever seen. But yeah, that's sort of where his ceiling is right now, man. And if that's the guy that you're drawing comparisons to, and I've watched a lot of football, man. I really enjoy watching him because again, that physicalness is there.
It definitely is, man. That guy's an absolute beast, and he can move clearly with his dance move, but that translates over to the field. 4 catches for 110 yards, and I can't emphasize this enough. 70 yards after the catch, he had that big 46-yarder in the fourth quarter that led to, you could argue, the game-sealing field goal. I know Malik Carney had that strip sack as well, but this Joe guy, it seems like every single time he's touched the field, training camp, preseason, regular season now, he produces and makes plays.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want, right? Like, you get the opportunity, and it took an injury, yeah, but that's what the coaches ask of you. Be prepared, be ready, and he's clearly a guy that's ready. So, and that's the other thing. You continue to be ready and prepare. You see guys like Jameer Thurman. You see these vets. You see guys like Jamarcus Hardrick in the locker room despite having your quad falling off the bone, man. That's a guy, though. You continue to see those examples. It just sort of accelerates your ascension into being a pro versus being a guy that just has a ton of talent.
I think Joe came in with a chip on his shoulder, but he didn't allow the chip on his shoulder to consume him. He allowed that to inspire him. And I don't think he's the only one on the team that falls into that category. There are a number of other players that have got that belief in themselves and that little bit of a chip that, again, not going to consume them, but it is definitely going to inspire them to do some big things. And, again, look at the turnovers tonight. 2-0 in favor of the Riders. 6 points off those turnovers. Huge.
We were saying that today. We felt like that game when the second half started was going to come down to the first big play or the first turnover, and that's how it was. And I thought the Riders, again, they did a great job of just sort of, because I don't know if anybody noticed because it's a big win, but like Zach Calero started coming on in that fourth quarter, right? He started moving the pocket around. He started adjusting the launch point, finding receivers, and I thought that the Riders every single time, and it was one of those games where they were just ready to, like we talked about BC. Remember last week in BC, I said, it was a case of every time the Riders punched, the Lions had a counter punch. Well, that fourth quarter, every time the BC or the Winnipeg Blue Bombers had a punch, the Riders were the team that was counter punching today, and I think that's what got them the win. It was a good job.
There's a lot of focus on Shay Patterson, and rightfully so. I think he's progressed every week, and some of the receivers. Joe had the big game this week. Keane Schaefer-Baker could have had a massive game, even before he went out with that injury. But, how good is this defense? I feel like everybody wants to talk about offense because it's sexy, but this defense is an absolute ball-hawking unit just 6 games into Corey Mace's tenure.
Well, I think that...
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Luke. Go.
No, I was just going to say, this is what we've seen out of a Corey Mace defense ever since he's gotten an opportunity to call defenses, whether it's been in Calgary, whether it's been Toronto, and now here, right? It's a defense that flies to the ball. It's predicated on turnovers, and I think that they're doing it. And again, here's the other thing, guys. We got to remember, we focus so much on the fact that Jacob Brammer was going to make his first start and the injuries to Trevor Harris. This is a team that also is playing into their depth at the defensive line position, right? You had a guy like Caleb Sanders today play really, really well. Lake Corte Moore is getting a lot more reps. I thought Malik Carney was good today. And again, they're supported by a fantastic linebacking core.
It does sound like we might have Jameer Thurman on the line. Jameer, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome, we got you, man. What a great game today. 6 tackles, a fumble recovery, even had a special teams tackle.
Oh, yeah.
How good can this defense be, Jameer? You guys are balling out to start the year, taking the football away, and doing it at key times. What's led to this stifling defense?
I think the main thing is our communication. Throughout the week, we talk about different things, D-line, DBs, and then we just have that trust factor when we're out there on the field for guys to go and make plays, play fast, and not think too much.
Jameer, for a fourth consecutive week, the leading rusher in the Canadian Football League came up against your defense, and for a fourth consecutive week, you hold him under 50 yards.
Yeah.
What is working in that run defense right now?
I mean, we're just playing fast. We're gap sound, and, you know, guys are physical. You know, we're controlling the line of scrimmage when teams try to run the ball versus us, and then when they try to take care of our D-lines on double teams, that's when the linebackers are filling in. DBs also are huge in the run game as well. So it's just an overall defense of, want to and tenacity.
Hey, man, first of all, as a former defensive player, I want to give you a lot of credit for the way you handled that Dembski play today. That forced fumble was clinic film, man. Great job.
Thank you.
But more
Appreciate
importantly, one of the things that we talked about was that you're an extra effort guy. Everything that we've seen out of you so far, the fumble recoveries, the interceptions, it's because you're sprinting to the football.
Yeah.
Where do you get this mentality? Because, I mean, it's not given to all linebackers, right?
Yeah, well, I talked earlier this week, I think, with a couple of people. They've been asking me that question, and I told them that, ever since high school, every defensive coordinator I've had has had some type of saying of running to the ball, sprint to the ball, best swarm in America or, in Canada in this case. But it's just a mentality thing, People always say good things happen when you run to the ball. You never know unless you're around the ball. And, I'm trying to be around the ball as much as possible, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to have some fumble recoveries and some takeaways.
Jameer, when we first saw you in training camp this year, one of the things that I remember saying to Dave here is like, man, this is a guy that's really taken the quiet approach. Talk to us about a little bit of how you sort of ascended into Rider Nation here and to being the leader that you've been. But the early stages, what was your approach when you first got to camp and sort of your thoughts around how you wanted to fit into this defense?
Well, the first thing was, I had to earn the trust of the guys on the team. I didn't want to, come in being a big shot guy. I'm new here. I got to earn my keep here. I got to earn the respect from the rest of the guys on the team. And in training camp, each day we just kept building that. And then, as training camp went along, my voice starts to get a little louder, try to take control of the defense and bring everybody else up with me. And I think we've done a great job at that. We can still be a lot better. But yeah, it's just earning the trust of the guys. So then when we're out there on the field, and we're communicating, we're listening, we're on the same page.
Tell me about the emotion level on the field and how much maybe fun you're having right now, because this crowd was going berserk every time your defense was on the field. What's it like having Rider Nation behind you?
Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing, having the fans out there, they were loud. Rider Nation was
that?
That was Coach Mace, actually. That was Coach Mace. Rider Nation was loud today. Whenever we're at home, we want to play for our fans. They come here to support us, and we're just glad to have the opportunity to come and play in such a great city and a great province, and we got to put on for the fans. And today, with the new jerseys and everything, everybody was feeling good, look good, feel good, play good today. So I feel like everybody accepted that, and we just went out there and just had fun with it.
And the other thing that was said this week, protect our house. How true is that?
Oh, you got to win at home. You got to set that standard early on that you don't lose at home. And I think we've done a good job at that so far. We can also do a little more. You don't have to make it close all the time, but I feel like defensively we did our part.
Coach Mace again?
No, that was Lanier right there. But yeah, I think overall, in all three phases, I feel like everybody showed up today and made plays when we needed it.
Thanks a lot for the time, Jameer. Go enjoy the 5th win of the season already in 6 games.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, boys. Any final thoughts before you go?
Man, it's on to Montreal, right? I think that with this team, it's clear that they've really done a good job being able to move forward. One of the things that Coach Mace said a number of times here, and it was even somehow managed to work its way into the pregame video, was that you can have a setback, but you can't step backwards, right? Like you can't, right? And And I think they continue to approach things in the right way. So Montreal, just for everybody out there, Montreal is one of the toughest places to play in the CFL. And that is also a fan base that has been re-engaged. They've been re-energized. And this is a huge test for this team. You've got a lot of positives. You've now proven to yourself that you can hit a speed bump and then bounce right back. Now how are you going to handle success, right? How are you going to approach things? And it's going to seem like a quick turnaround because the team leaves on Wednesday. So you've got a very good Montreal team that hopes to be a little bit healthier. You know, how can you continue to focus and keep the main thing? Because that's what this team has done. They've done a great job of focusing on the things that they can control and focusing on the big picture, and that's being 1-0 every single week.
That does it, boys. You guys are out of here.
I think we've got one more segment left, don't we?
Well, let's just give the stats right now, and then you guys can go.
Okay. Stat story for Opa Souvlaki.
Opa, I could go with some of that right now. Oh,
all right, Shay Patterson, 17 of 25, 261 yards. We're starting on the individual side of this first off the hop. A.J. Ouellette, 17 carries for 88 yards, as you heard. Joe, the leading receiver, 5 catches, 110 yards, the first 100-yard performance of his young career. Defensively, Jameer Thurman, who was our defensive player of the game, 6 defensive tackles, throw in a special teams tackle, not to mention that forced fumble and fumble recovery along the way. Team stats, Saskatchewan out first downed Winnipeg by a count of 19-14. Net offense 377 to 322 for the Riders. Rushing yards 132 on the ground for the green and white, or Obsidian and Emerald tonight. 65 for the Blue Bombers. Passing yards 266 for Winnipeg to 261 for the Riders. Penalties 5 for the Riders for 50 yards.
Here comes the important one.
81.
Here comes the important one.
Sacks allowed?
No.
Turnovers. 2 turnovers by the Bombers, none for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. The big key, I thought, was the 19-9 statistic that the Riders go 5-1 with a victory over Winnipeg tonight.
Bam.
That's all that matters, fellas. Enjoy Montreal.
Yeah, La Belle Province.
I like it. Appreciate you, fellas. Coming up, your calls and text. The Professor, Don Hewitt, joins me on the Rider Radio Roundtable. Call or text the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Morris knows the pressure farmers face when up against a narrow planting window. We built the 10 Series air cart to relieve this pressure with the seeding experience you need. Maximize your acres per fill and seed with confidence with scales under each tank. The high-quality 10 Series air carts looks the part with powder coat paint and stainless steel in all the right places with overbuilt, maintenance-free, electric-driven metering. The 10 Series air cart is designed to run for years. For more information, see morrisequipment.ca.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Communications has long been trusted to bring technology to rural Saskatchewan. Access offers you a complete rural home solution with internet upload and download speeds up to 350 megs. Plus, you can watch TV at home or on the go with Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things in real time with Access Rural Security. It's a complete rural home solution at a completely affordable price. Visit myaccess.ca today.
What's Gleaner's secret to harvesting? Actually harvesting. Because if you're in need of maintenance, you're not harvesting. And if you're not harvesting, you're losing time and money. That's why Gleaner makes the industry's most reliable combine. Year after year, it gets the job done no matter what. Be ready to actually harvest. See the Gleaner S9 combine at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee. It's gotta be Gleaner.
your equipment is really worth? Hi, I'm Riley McChesney from McDougall Auctioneers, your go-to appraisal experts. With our finger on the pulse in today's market, we offer the most accurate, up-to-date valuations for your machinery. Planning to expand or thinking of selling? Get the real value of your equipment with McDougall Auctioneers. Over 42 years of expertise at your service. Call us at 1-800-263-4193 or visit us at mcdougallauction.com.
Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders beat the Winnipeg Blue Bombers 19-9 at Mosaic Stadium. The Professor Don Hewitt joins me, and the host of the Sports Cage, Barney Shinkruk, on the panel with us for the post game. The Professor organizing all of these notes. But Barney, what was your take on the game overall?
Shay Patterson going through 1, 2, 3 reads, not panicking, making the good plays. I don't know the last time I saw that much tight end coming from the Riders and what they schemed there. The defense played exactly how I thought the defense was going to play. That zone, yeah, they gave up some plays. They're always going to give up those plays like that. But, yeah, I thought at the end of the day, I was impressed with Patterson. A Joe getting in space, drag routes underneath. He just spread the ball around. And Mark Mueller, right? Like, I thought that there was going to be some different schemes, some different looks. The corner to a Joe followed up by the tight end. Touchdown from Rack, right? Like, I was just like, it's almost like old school football. It's like, who's catching that out of the tight end? Is that Gronk? Like, what are we watching?
Well, you're talking about old school football, exactly right, Barney, because you know what? The Winnipeg Blue Bombers have been pushing the Saskatchewan Roughriders around for a number of years. Tonight, Saskatchewan was more physical.
Yeah.
And we saw the frustration by Winnipeg at the end of the game when Big Hill, what would we call that? He's a punk. He's a punk for doing something like that, just like at times Mike O'Shea was a punk for doing similar things. If you remember Mike O'Shea in his day, tried to break Kent and Keith's leg on the sidelines at the old Taylor Field. But getting back to the biggest meat of the matter, this is a physical team, Winnipeg, over the years. They have knocked the Rough Riders around. They didn't do it tonight. And to me, that's the number one key. And you tie in with Patterson, and you have to say Mark Mueller called a hell of a second half. He called a hell of a second half. Winnipeg didn't know what the heck was going on out there. Their defense was in confusion for half of the second half. And Shay Patterson showed those ball skills that he learned at Michigan, quite frankly. And he executed what Mueller wanted him to execute very well.
Don, we got to get you situated here, man. We're on video out here. Let's get the Professor situated, okay?
I'm just warming up anyway.
Barney, the Sports Cage, 3 to 6, Monday to Friday. What can the people look for on Monday about the Rider win?
Obviously, yeah, Rider win. Dave Thomas coming in. On Mondays, it's double talk with Darian Durant, always getting his take on the game. It's nice to kind of pick his brain, right, as a quarterback. And, you know, like last Monday, we talked to him about those second and long plays that the Riders gave up. And I said, okay, well, Darian, when you were playing, what were your favorite, second and long plays? And then who were the guys you liked to go to? And he broke it down. It was Getzlaff. It was Bag, guys like that. So on Monday, we got Darian Durant. We got Farhan Lalji, who is obviously all over the CFL. He's been watching the games today and tonight. So just a full recap. And just really looking forward to the engagement from the people of Saskatchewan too, right? It's like almost like overreaction Monday, but on this it's like a few days to calm down. Okay, now what did you think? All that. Justin, I gotta ask you or tell you that when Don came up and we would have put him on the air 25 minutes ago, he was so fired up. He had foam out of his mouth on the Big Hill play. I'm glad you had a chance to calm down.
I was mellow when I started here on air. Thank heavens I had 45 minutes to shuffle around. But memo to the Winnipeg Blue Bomber fans out there. Are you listening, folks? Driving back to Winnipeg, the day of you guys pushing Saskatchewan around is now officially over. And
you're calling it.
I'm calling it. And the best deal of all, and thanks to Adam Bighill, the Riders will really, really be ready for Labor Day after Big Hill's move at the end of that game. Mm-hmm. All he did was fuel the fire for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Keeping receipts, right? You got to keep that receipt for Labor Day.
That's right.
Labor Day long weekend. But yeah, no. What were your takeaways? Main takeaways from the game?
Oh, we'll get to that a little later, man. But I just thought Shay Patterson, the evolution is happening before our eyes. This guy looked
he outplayed
great.
him. He outplayed Caleros.
Definitely.
Clear as day.
10%. He's so calm moving around the pocket, and that was one of my knocks against him when he finished up that Ticats game, was that felt like he had happy feet a little bit and he was moving out of the pocket too quickly. But you see this evolution happening. He could have easily been over 300 yards if some of those other balls were caught. You know, I'm not calling anybody out necessarily, but the way he moves around, manipulates the pocket, scrambles to buy time for his guys down the field. Like Keane Schaefer-Baker down the left sideline, if he reads that right, that's an easy touchdown ball. So I think Shay Patterson is looking great. You know, we had a caller a number of weeks ago call in and say the Saskatchewan Roughriders have never developed a backup quarterback. Well, that was actually wrong, but we're seeing this guy evolve before our eyes.
Right. I love coming out of the gate with that long ball, too. Obviously, Schaefer-Baker would want that one back. I thought that the confidence in him and then the play calling to see that and go after that early. Mark Mueller, right? Like, we say enough about him.
Piece of work for Mark. Brilliant work. And how about a 7th round draft pick from that football factory, Garden State? Joe, 110 yards receiving, 46 yards on his longest run. What a draft pick. I mean, you've got Schaefer-Baker in a sling. We don't know what's going on with him. Midway through the second quarter, Joe comes out, and I'm thinking, oh no, because Shay Patterson, he loved Schaefer-Baker, as you saw in the first quarter. That was his favorite topic or receiver. And then you see him out, you go, oh, is he going to be as comfortable now, you know, in terms of Shay Patterson without Schaefer-Baker? And Joe comes out, and oh, that's too bad. No, it wasn't, as it turned out. No knock on Schaefer-Baker, but 110 yards receiving and basically some sensational running after the catch, and a 7th round draft pick. Who's had a better pick in the 7th round, you guys?
Loves the sound bites too, and playing the crowd out there, right? He's got that mojo going. I think for Patterson, really the only two things that made me cringe was end of the second half when he threw that one away, and there was 2 bombers there. Luckily, it was holding. Yeah. Riders got a chance to punt, and then at the end of the game, Big Hill landing on him. I thought, doing the 1,000, 2 1,000 your head, getting rid of the ball. He just held on to it. I think we talked about it. I think he thought he could outrun him. And then, so a little bit scary there. I was scared about that. But so Monday to Friday, we take it all in. And it's have to tune in.
Love it, man. Thanks for joining us, Barney.
Yeah, right on.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Get your calls and texts in now on the Echo Sound hotline. The professor is red hot, so he's going to let it rip. 306-936.
I'm done with that.
6262. I don't know, man. You look pretty heated when you got up here. Or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
What do you think of when you think of Burgo air seaters? Do you think of the heavy-duty steel construction, or possibly the flexibility to efficiently combine products with the next integral tank system? Or maybe the PDM Pro metering system that allows you to meter a multitude of products with bang-on accuracy? Whatever innovation first comes to mind, we know that it translates into added value to your seating operation. Burgo Innovation, pursuing perfection with Young's Equipment Incorporated.
To get the job done right, you need the right machine for the job. For better hay, the right machine is the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson. The 1316 Heston by Massey Ferguson is a rugged, high-capacity mower designed for reliable performance. The Massey Ferguson Quick Change Tool makes changing blades easier, getting you back to cutting hay quickly. See the 1316 Heston Disc Mower Conditioner by Massey Ferguson at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. nicksservice.com.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling. Early booking discounts apply until September 15th.
Rider Nation, the biggest weekend for football in Saskatchewan is almost here. The night before the Riders take on the Bombers, we're proud to present Dinner with Doubles. A chance to meet, greet, and eat with the Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend and 2024 Plaza of Honor inductee, Darian Durant. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, is Saturday, August 31st at Casino Regina. Your ticket includes a chance to meet Darian, a prime rib dinner buffet, and a special live edition of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable with Darian and friends. Proceeds from the event will go to the Saskatchewan Rough Rider Foundation in honor of Jim Hobson. Tickets are on sale now at CasinoRegina.com. Dinner with Doubles, brought to you by the Cooperators, Tom Bamford, Dylan Holmson, Lori Jasper, Quality Tire with 9 locations, Ingelheim Charters, John Romick of the Sask United Party, the all-new Sports Cage, Harvard Media, and the Saskatchewan Rough Riders Radio Network. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. Brought to you by Western Ag Professional Agronomy, Saskatchewan Cancer Agency, Johnston's Grain, McDougall Auctioneers, Salford Equipment, Unifor Local 1S and 2S, Connexus Credit Union, Redhead Equipment. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. The Roundtable is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, where you're guaranteed the best buying and selling experience. McDougallAuction.com. Here's Justin Dog and Wes Cates on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
The Professor Don Hewitt joins me on the Rider Radio Roundtable. The callers are lining up, so let's get to them. Professor, Lauren in Saskatoon, what did you think of that Riders win over the Bombers 19-9?
It was a beatdown. When was the last time the Riders didn't allow Winnipeg a touchdown? That was a beatdown. And they changed their jersey. They should also change their name to the Dangerfield. They're getting no respect. They're coming. Winnipeg with a 2-4 record comes in here, and they're favored to win in our backyard. They aren't the team that I've been saying this all year long. They aren't the team that they used to be, but they get more respect than the Riders. I don't understand it. But anyway, Shay was actually outstanding, given the amount of experience he has or doesn't have. He played that game very, very well. He protects the ball. You know, it's interesting that Polaris, who is, the senior quarterback in this league, and he throws across the green there and throws a pick, and the kid never did that. I'm totally impressed, and it's a good thing that he's coming along because Harris isn't going to play forever, so they got a real gem there. And by the way, Brammer looked pretty good too. I didn't see him getting run over. He seemed to do what he's supposed to do. So this team moves well. Harris comes back, they're going to have a good 1-2 punch there. And, if he ever does get hurt or has to come out for a few series, they're not going to lose a whole bunch, I don't think, by putting Patterson in.
Well, I mean, there may be a new era here with Saskatchewan, Winnipeg. All season, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have thrown 3 touchdown passes, and none to date. So they're still at 3. And what do you guys think? Is Claros starting to show his age, Justin?
I don't think so. I think there's some other elements at play here.
Yeah.
He is making some questionable decisions, definitely with the football. But I think there are some other things on this offense that just aren't working well. Jamarcus Hardrick, I don't think they've necessarily been able to fill that role. I know Eric Lofton is there, but there was some issues with Brady Oliveira not in training camp, and then upset about not getting the ball enough. Zach Collaros was even angry about being held out of the game. Kenny Lawler was injured in week 1 for them. Dalton Schoen's out for the season. And Collaros is a guy that you have to build a trust with. And he doesn't have those go-to guys that he's used to having that he can trust, maybe with some of those questionable balls, 50-50 balls, I guess people like to call them. I don't really like that term. But I think that's part of the issue with this Bombers team. That said, you're the 2-time MLP for a reason. You have to step up when there's injuries to the team. So, Lauren, thank you so much for the call. We got a lot going on here, so we're going to keep it rolling. Let's go down to the land down under. Mark in Sydney, Australia. What did you think about that Riders win over the Blue Bombers?
I loved it. So, g'day, Professor. G'day, everybody. And I loved it. It was a great game. I honestly thought Shay Patterson wouldn't be as good as he was, but he was lights out. He was brilliant. And the defence, they were all over Winnipeg. So I'm a very happy Saskatchewan supporter. It was great.
You should be. Shay Patterson, 17 to 25, 261 yards with 1 touchdown. Easily could have been over 300 yards.
Yeah, that's right. But I've got a lot of confidence in him. If he can keep this kind of form up, and it appears that he scrambles a lot more successfully, more so than other quarterbacks in the league, I think we've got a real weapon on our hands when it comes to Shay Patterson.
And how are you enjoying the Rough Riders with their turnovers down under? I mean, they were 16 turnovers going into this game. They were +8, number 1 in the CFL, and they just won the turnover battle today. I believe it was 3-0 turnovers. Are you enjoying all the Australians in the fair country of Australia enjoying the Rough Riders wreaking havoc, causing fumbles, and intercepting footballs?
Oh, absolutely, especially with the way Corsak's playing. I mean, I think Corsak's my favourite player in the league because he's Australian. But, yeah, his punts were lights out today, and the whole team was lights out. So I'm very pleased with the way the team's form is going. We are better off than we were at this time last season, and I think it's all coming together really well under our new coach, so I'm happy.
Mark, do you think it's possible that the Bombers end up out of the playoffs and the Riders could take first place in the West?
I would say that would definitely be the case because judging by today's form, if Winnipeg can't improve their form, they'll be out quicker than you can say Grey Cup.
Well, you know, it's that. I don't know. I'm sorry, Justin, if you already talked about this earlier, but I mean, this was the classic 4-point game because if the Rough Riders win, they're 3 games up in Winnipeg. If they lose, they're only 1. Easily their most important victory mark of the season.
That's right. And it's like, I don't know if you guys follow rugby league, but down here in Australia, we have a rugby league series called State of Origin between New South Wales and Queensland. I live in New South Wales and Sydney. My brother lives in, he's from Queensland. He's living in New Zealand at the moment. And we just finished the series here, and New South Wales won it 2-1. So that was a very good morale boost for us New South Wales supporters because usually Queensland wins it a lot. And the main reason is because, in my opinion, the referees are unfairly biased toward Queensland a lot when it comes to giving them penalties. But we simply outplayed them. And it was just like an apocalypse against Queensland. And here, south of the border, we're very happy about that. And it was the same today at Mosaic Stadium when Saskatchewan won. So, again, I'm very happy.
Thanks for the call, Mark, and enjoy the win in the land down under.
Oh, definitely. Thanks a lot.
Coming up, more of your calls and texts on the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show. Make sure to get at us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider Football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
It's time to field your best. Salford's Independent Series tillage equipment has a variety of sizes and models to tackle any challenge on the field. It's a pro at setting the stage for your seeding equipment with those incredible options like anhydrous application shanks and hydraulically adjustable finishing systems. Salford I-Series, preparing the field for victory. Field your best with Salford.
See them at Eberassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn, and Mazer Group.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jams. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online, wood-country.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
How many water companies can say they've been at the new innovations and new farm inventions at 2 of Canada's large farm shows? Farm Fresh Water has achieved that. How do we do it? Well, we live on a farm. Kelly is a journeyman electrician, and Brian has training as a plumber and a refrigeration mechanic. Our goal was to create perfect water from your dugouts or well with the least amount of maintenance and ongoing costs. That's the way we want it on our farm. See us at farmfreshwater.ca.
Summer is here, and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Tractorland Kubota is the home for all your Kubota, turf, construction, and agriculture products. They've got a sweet lineup of tractors, mowers, utility vehicles, mini excavators, skid steer loaders, compact track loaders, wheel loaders, stand-on compact loaders, tractor loader backhoes, track carriers, agricultural implements, construction attachments, and more. Stop by and visit them. They'd love to meet you. Proudly serving the prairies and conveniently located at 705 Henderson Drive, Regina. Tractorland Kubota, committed to doing it right.
Hey, Rider Nation, got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
And stream us live on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and just put Sports Cage in there. Go to sportscage.com and click that button in the top right-hand corner to see us live in color. The professor alongside Justin Dunk. Westgates is off in the United States. He'll be back in a couple weeks, I think, for the next home game against the Edmonton Elks. But it is now time for your moment of the game, brought to you by The Keg. The Keg-sized moment of the game. Locations in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Fire it over the middle. It's complete. Nick Dembski has it. 35. Ball comes out. It's on the turf. Riders have it. Riders recover. They still have it. Down to the 10. Keep bringing it back the other way. At the Riders 20. Still going. Ball is still going with the Riders up to the 30. Finally, they bring it down after Nick Dembski fumbles the football on a huge reception.
That's your Keg moment of the game. And Professor Don, I really felt like that spoke to the overall game. A dominant defensive performance. Thurman chasing it down, knocks it out from Dembski. Marcus Hales picks it up and almost scores, by the way. That would have been an ideal kind of storybook ending to this game overall. But the Echo Sound hotline is absolutely hot. Let's go to Robin in Surrey, BC. What were your thoughts on that Riders win over the Bombers?
Absolutely loved it. I love the new uniforms. The name stands out so well on them. You know exactly what player is playing in their position. And, you know, Patterson's getting better and better each week. And I'm wondering if Patterson will be back after 6 games the way Patterson's playing. But, you know, he is just doing it right. And, I mean, beating Collaros. Collaros is a season MVP. And what? Patterson made him look ball. And you know the biggest thing is the O-line. How many players are over 30 on the O-line? And then not only that, how many rookies are playing on the O-line? And we're doing a great job protecting the quarterback.
Brammer is 25, playing his first CFL start. So he's a young offensive tackle. And from what I could tell, and from what I could tell, both tackles played well. Don't you think, Justin?
Definitely, man. I mean, when you don't hear those offensive linemen being talked about, that tells you everything you need to know. Robin, do you feel like it's more likely that the Bombers miss the playoffs or the Riders claim first place in the West Division this season?
Well, I think the hype is over for the Blue Bombers. And what Big Hill did tonight shows that they're a bunch of sore losers. Because that was the cheapest shot Big Hill could have done to Patterson. The game's over. Let's face it. Patterson was killing off the clock. And, doesn't that Big Hill realize that it's the end of the game and do the cheap shot like that? I mean, I don't. The way the hype was with J.C. Abbott, well, Winnipeg's on their way back. They beat the Red Blacks. They beat the Stamps. And I'm going, yeah, right. We beat the Argos, and we almost came tying up the game against the BC Lions, and we got a damn good team. We got a great team planned, and they got to accept that fact that the Riders are not the same as they were the last 2 years.
Robin, just for you, I will give the gears to my colleague at 3 Down Nation, J.C. Abbott, about his incorrect prediction in Week 7 about the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Okay, just for you.
Thank you. Because, like I say, he doesn't know. It's almost like he doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to the Riders. He doesn't like watching them.
I'll teach him to learn to love him. It's okay.
I was going to say, great game. And one other question: is there any way of changing linemen, offensive line, and putting bigger players in on 3rd and 1, or you have to keep the same players in their positions?
There's not really many options there, though. They're only dressing 6 offensive linemen, and they actually have given a couple defensive linemen offensive lineman numbers if those guys got to come into the game. But I think they're big enough up front.
Well, I mean, they're as big as they can be, and right now is the last time you're going to find a football player with NFL just going into their training camps. I think a few teams just started this week, 20 next week. But, they may look at, they always are looking at players, but you're looking at them at the end of the camps in August. So right now they're going with what they've got in that area. I just wanted to give Jameer Thurman another shout-out because, Justin, you made the great call, and in that play you decided would be the play of the game. And he led the Rough Riders in tackles tonight, but he is more than advertised as far as I'm concerned. Now, you've seen him a lot in Hamilton playing before in other teams, and he was 40 yards down the field to pop that ball out. Is this, in your opinion, Justin, is he playing right now the best football of his career? Because he's way better than I was anticipating in a green and white uniform.
It's possible. He was really good with the Calgary Stampeders, shared time there with Corey Mace, but I feel like because Hamilton had such a down season last year and he was only there for 1 year, that some people kind of forgot about him. But to get back with Corey Mace as a defensive coordinator and be the leader of this defense, this is clearly what Mace thought he could do. So I'll let Mace be the defensive expert, and it does look like he is playing the best football of his career. Robin, thanks so much for the call. Enjoy the win.
Yeah, I will. And you guys have a great day. Bye.
You as well. And you can hit us up on the Echo Sound hotline, which is brought to you by your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. We are so jammed up. Let's go to Aaron on the way to Yorkton. What did you think of the Riders beating the Bombers at Mosaic Stadium? Aaron, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Okay. Hey, as always, nice to see you guys at the game. Hey, it was a big win for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. 5-1 looks good on them. As I was talking to Don before he went on the air, JoJo Steele in the draft, getting him where he did. 110 big yards tonight was very nice to see. And something you guys did that I don't know if you guys touched on yet, but again, the Riders held the offense of the other team to less than 100 yards rushing, which is unreal, and it's nice to see. And that front four is unreal. So I just wanted to pass that along and say thanks for everything, guys, and go Riders.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
I was going to say, Justin, it's interesting because you look at O'Shea, you think of him as a head coach, he wants physicality, and he wants to run the football. And then you look at Corey Mace, he's the exact guy in some respects, and he wants to stop running the football. And it was sort of like two head coaches with different wills colliding. Like Oliveira, can we stop him? Because guess what? If they didn't stop Oliveira, they likely don't win this football game. When you really think about it, they made Claros pass the ball, and he hasn't been that sharp this year, as you said, missing some of his go-to receivers. But it was a real test, I thought, for Saskatchewan. Can they stop Oliveira? And that was such a huge key. And I don't know what Oliveira ended up having.
9 for
rushing
49.
yards.
So he averaged
49 yards, yeah.
4 yards per carry. But I felt like part of that, the reason they didn't run the ball as much is because Corey Mace was loading the box. Looked like he was run blitzing a little bit on first down.
Right.
There was a 16-yard run in there, which might skew things a little bit. But I thought they were ultra physical, and they were more physical than the Bombers, which is rare over the last number of seasons. But this is a different Rider team.
Aaron, anything else?
I think he might be gone. Let's keep it going. Apparently, we have Ryder, Mark, and Ben on the line from Winnipeg. What did you guys think of the Riders' win over the Bombers?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Oh, good. Ryder,
What did
Mike,
you think
and
of the
Ben.
game?
Well, I'll tell you what, you young punks, I'm 59 years old, and I've known the Riders since I was 3. Just kidding to call you young punks. But
Yeah, I'm 10 years your senior, so watch what you're saying.
attaboy. Okay, fair enough. Darn it, I thought I was the oldest. Okay. We have rarely in Saskatchewan developed a quarterback.
Here
Since
we
Ronnie
go.
Lancaster, we have brought guys in who were established or even past their prime. We've never developed quarterbacks. And this kid tonight, who came in under
You
pressure...
can't say never. Okay, you can't say never. Darian Durant was once a backup quarterback, was he not?
Okay.
Cody Fajardo was once a backup quarterback. I don't want to go down this road again.
For a long time, he was.
Oh, Cody was a nice prospect. I'm just trying to be positive about this young man who played tonight. In his third game, he's developed better and better and better in 3 games. And I got a lot of hope for our team. We got a defense. We got special teams. The only doubt about if we were going to lose to the Bombers tonight was if we didn't have a quarterback, and we did have one. And I'm proud of that kid tonight.
And it's good you're calling because a lot of people don't realize I get texts from so many friends who are Rider fans from Winnipeg. There's a ton of Rider fans in Winnipeg. They're seeing the light, and it's a wonderful thing, Justin, to see.
They hate us here.
I bet.
What do you think is more likely, the Riders getting to first place this season or the Bombers missing the playoffs?
What's that?
What is more likely, in your opinion, the Riders claiming first place in the West Division this season or the Bombers missing the playoffs?
It'll be BC, Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you're on the record. We'll hold you to it.
Yeah, can I say one little funny thing? Because we have a good-natured rivalry between Saskatchewan and Winnipeg, I hope. I was in the grocery store. I'm in Winnipeg. And I ran into this fellow wearing a Bomber cap, and I was wearing my Rider cap, and I said, big game tomorrow. And he said, you know, if you're going to go 14-4, you got to lose 4, he said. Everything's falling right into place for us, he said.
Positive
I
thinking.
said, good for you, good spirit, man.
You know, honestly, tonight sitting in the crowd, and I forgot to take off my Rider jersey. I'm showing my true blood here, but it was like a lot of Saskatchewan fans, I was looking around me, it was like we'd won the Grey Cup. In Saskatchewan, people were so happy to beat Winnipeg tonight. They were joyous. And, what do they have, 29,000?
Mm-hmm.
Guess
Just
what?
over.
The attendance is going to go up because he had 29,000 plus leaving home ecstatic. Things are looking good at the Rider
Except for
Walk
some of the
Zone.
Bomber fans.
Yes.
There was a handful here.
But there was a handful. Nobody was looking at them.
You know what I liked on the Jumbotron is the Rider team up there who controls all that stuff, putting the crying emoji faces on the Bomber fans in
That
stands.
was funny. That was good. You weren't there. Sorry, caller, but it was a good graphic.
Thanks for the call out there. Enjoy your night.
Thanks, boys.
All right, if you want to call in or send a text, you can get at us on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. You have less than an hour to do so. So if you want to get in, make sure you do it as soon as you can. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Since 1973, RJ Sales and Service in Wadena has been Saskatchewan's short line experts. They sell and service all the brands you want to use, including Morris, Seedmaster, Degelman, Mandaco, Rightway, Lemkin, Kellobuilt, Elmer's, and Salford. Plus, they have pre-owned equipment available from the biggest names in the business. Before you buy anything, do yourself a favor and check for a better deal at RJ Sales and Service in Wadena, rjsales.ca.
Homes in Regina are selling fast, which makes it tough for buyers. Many buyers are putting in offers on multiple homes and still coming away empty. When you're looking for your next home, why not get what you want and build instead? Uncommon Developments is your local builder. They seamlessly blend the warmth of tradition with the clean lines and open spaces of modern architecture for a fair price. For your next home, stop losing out on offers and win big with a new build from Uncommon Developments. uncommondevelopments.ca.
Two-Way Service in Southie has a big selection of SUVs on the lot right now. Choose from Ford Escapes, Edges, Explorers, Broncos, and Bronco Sports. And get financing as low as 0.99% OAC on select new SUVs. Purchase a new vehicle and receive a trip or two to Vegas. See store for details. Two-Way Service, your local Ford dealer in Southie. Drive a little, save a lot at Two-Way Service in Southie. The small-town family-run store just 30 minutes from Regina. TwoWayService.com.
This football season, Positively Perfect will be introducing their MVP, Most Valuable Pups. They understand that your furry friends are all your most valuable players, and that's why they carry the best pet food in town. They offer a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Go long with their full line of grooming services that they also have available. Score all the pet touchdowns and get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect, 4637 Ray Street, and visit their Facebook page.
For the leanest, meanest prices in the crop input industry, call Johnston's Grain. Johnston's offer the best prices in Western Canada on a huge range of products, including seed treatments, inoculants, glyphosate, pre-burn tank mixes, in-crop herbicides and insecticides, fungicides, plant growth stimulants, water conditioners, desiccants, and more. Johnston's has low overhead and top-notch logistics so they can deliver products at ultra-competitive prices. Call 844-324-7778 and ask to speak to an agronomist.
Visit your local Integra Tire dealer for all of your car's mechanical service needs. One of the most important safety aspects for your vehicle are tires. Get new tires for your vehicle to keep you and your family safe on the road. Their team is also there for all of your mechanical services and will keep your vehicle running in top condition. They can even tow you and get you fixed up if your vehicle is stopped somewhere. Your locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell. At the intersections of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or a comment on today's game? Text it to us for the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable Postgame Show. 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Catch the podcast at sportscage.com.
Your Saskatchewan Rough Riders beat the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers 19-9 at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders improved to 5-1 on the season. And Corey Mace has started his head coaching career are in a great way. The Bombers fall to 2-5. This segment brought to you by Arcola Co-op. You're at home here on Highway 13 in Arcola. Tommy, you'll have a whole bunch of text messages coming in. You'll agree with this one. Big Hill needs to be fined. It was a cheap shot. There's no name on the texter there, but I know you agree.
You know, weirdly enough, there's no flag in the play. I agree. But there's no flag in the play because technically, I don't think there was a penalty. Was there? He drilled him from behind. He was running with the football, and it was just the situation. He was just running out the clock. The game was over, and he drilled him needlessly. But the letter of the law, Justin, was that a penalty?
Probably not, but I think there's sort of an unwritten rule there.
I agree.
Right? Among the players especially, or in the player safety era, that you don't take a shot like that.
Right. I agree. I'm just, just for interest's sake, where's the flag? Well, there was no flag. I've already said my piece on that. I'm not going to say it again, but yeah, I mean.
Bernie in Regina said, the offensive line did a great job considering the replacements that were in. They were impressive. Shane Christo in Assiniboia. Hey guys, great game. Was there tonight. You said this already, you may have said this already, but what was the attendance? It was 29,649 as we continue on the Echo Sound hotline, giving out some of the text messages that are coming in. Lots of receiver talent on the Riders. However, why is Mitch Picton virtually ignored? No targets today. What a waste of a talented local receiver. Thanks, Rick Bell from Victoria, BC. I don't think they're wasting him because if you're a receiver out there running routes, you're helping other guys get open. And we saw during the last home game when Shay Patterson got his first win in his first start, 2 clutch catches at the end of the game from Mitch Picton. So perhaps, especially at clutch time, teams are paying a little more attention to him.
Right, and everybody sort of takes their turn in certain games. I mean, there was a couple of Rider receivers, I don't even think they got any
targets,
balls throwing them at all. Yes, there's a few here. I'm looking down the list. Stearns, is it? Mm-hmm. I don't think he had a ball thrown at him, and that's the way sometimes it works, depending on the coverages and what's going on with the defense. But that's football. But I wasn't on the post-game show with that Argo victory, but I thought, boy, Mitch Picton, great mitts on those 2 catches.
Definitely. Some more texts on the Echo Sound hotline. Driving home from the game and listening to the show. My comment is about the last hit on Patterson. Can you imagine what would happen to a Rider player if he hit Zacharias like that? The league would crucify him. I wonder if there will be any fine or suspension handed out, player safety and all. This is Sharon, but she said, by the way, loved a Joe. That's where I wonder if there could potentially be a fine here. I don't think that's a suspendable offense, at least in my opinion, but I would imagine the league's going to review it. And at bare minimum, just knowing what goes on behind the scenes, the Riders are probably going to send this to the league and say, hey, why was there not a flag, or does this deserve a fine or a potential suspension?
You could argue that it was an attempt to injure.
Definitely.
In that sense, but I mean, Shay Patterson probably made a few errors too. He should have thrown the ball away or just gone even down on a knee if he wanted to. But we'll see. But Adam Bighill, I got a funny feeling he might get booed on Labor Day. What do you think, Justin? He just might get booed.
I think you might be right, Professor.
Yeah.
Somebody texts in here and says, yeah, Professor, it looked like Mace said something to O'Shea at the end.
He did.
Punk is a good name for Bighill. He likes your name for him.
Yeah, and Punk is exactly perfect for Bighill because I thought about it for 45 minutes before I went on the air, and I said, that fits.
You have calmed down a little bit.
I have. And you've helped me calm down. I appreciate that. But, Mace went right to O'Shea, beeline, and he was doing this. I'm on television, so I can do this. Like, there's a flag. Where's the flag? What are you doing there? O'Shea just trotted away. He didn't want any confrontation with Mace or talk to him about it. He just ran away. But, Mace, in that moment, showed what a leader he is. He stood up for his players. He stood up for Shay Patterson and did it quite publicly because he basically did a 100-yard dash to O'Shea off the Rider bench. So that's why the Rough Riders have a leader as their head coach, he's sticking up for his players.
Definitely. Great to see. From Taylor in Regina, go Riders go. What a win. Big Hill, you are a loser for that hit. Milt Stiegel, what's up? Riders win, Bummers lose.
What did
Great
Milt
win,
Stiegel
Riders.
say about that? He's such a homer for Winnipeg on TSN. I'll say it right now, folks.
I think that's just what he's
talking.
talking about.
Okay.
Is that Milt's a homer for the Bombers.
Well, yeah. That's very evident.
He's just calling them out.
Good.
Another text coming into the Echo Sound hotline. I've been a supporter of players not losing their jobs because of injury. That said, I also think the QB job is Patterson's to lose right now. Oh, my goodness. This is a texter, okay? This is not my opinion. So what do the Riders do when Trevor Harris is healthy? Great situation to have, but also don't want the good old QB controversy. That comes from Kevin Wog. That is way too early. Don.
Yeah, there's
agreed or disagreed?
There's no quarterback controversy, nor will there be, because Shay Patterson is a class act and he's a team player. He's not going to create anything like that. But from a medical point of view, I'll ask you this, Justin: will Trevor Harris's knee heal quicker after tonight's game? What do you think?
That's an interesting question because I was talking about this with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Yep.
The game that seems like it's possible where Harris could come back, because I don't think they're going to bring him back on a short week.
No.
Right? That wouldn't make sense in terms of just getting the reps to get back into a rhythm. So you look at that next home game against the Edmonton Eskimos in early August, and you think, hey, maybe he could come back. But from at least my perspective, do you now have to start thinking about, okay, if we keep Trevor Harris on the 6-game injured list for the full 6 games, what does that do? Opens up a big amount of cap space and also gives him time so he doesn't have to rush back. I'm all for Trevor Harris getting back out there, but if you're 5-1, Shay Patterson's 2-1 as a starting quarterback, and you're going against the Elks in that game, I think you could probably beat them. And you can allow Trevor Harris to have that week, and you get that precious cap space so that if down the road, if there's some NFL cuts or if you happen to have an injury and want to bring a guy in, pay that premium money, that cash could be available.
No, that's a fabulous point, and they're not, rushed to bring him back in any sort of desperate means at all, Saskatchewan. But there won't be any quarterbacking controversy. Trevor Harris is the starting quarterback of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and when he's healthy, he will be back as the starting quarterback of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and all this is a good thing with Shay Patterson, and what a adventure of a life he's had. He has a child in the middle of all this starting quarterback
starts against the Argos. 2 days later, he's in Michigan for the birth of his son Carter. Comes back, then goes to BC. Trying to get all this FaceTiming in with his kid and his partner Jessica, and then trying to get prepared after the loss to BC for this game against Winnipeg, where he played so well. This is a good problem, but it ain't no controversy right now, okay?
No controversy.
Lynette texts in on the Echo Sound hotline. Shay Patterson played very well, loved every moment of this game. I thought Winnipeg showed unsportsmanlike behavior at the end. Lynette in Saskatoon, I think, is what's going on here. Team is well coached. Still need to find a way to get number 45 going. AJ Ouellette. I thought he played pretty well tonight and has the last couple games.
Yeah, I thought he played well. Hopefully he's okay, by the way. Hopefully he's okay. He did hobble off.
I think he'll be all right.
Yeah.
He's done that a couple times this season already.
He's playing well.
This text says, was the first time since Ken Austin days that as a fan you just knew we were going to win in that fourth quarter. I mean, they've been really good in the fourth quarters to start the season, but I guess Corey Mace is just building this trust in the fan base that his team can get it done in the clutch.
Well, Corey Mace talks about the family. The team is a family, and he said earlier this week, I never expected the team to come together as a family as fast as they have. Sometimes it's a bit of a process to get everybody together like that and really care, and in some respects love each other, really. But he's saying, you know what? It's happening faster than I thought, and this is a a real together group of men on this team, and that always comes out and shows on the field, and it did tonight. That was unison. That was a very unified effort by Saskatchewan throughout their entire roster, really. In special teams, too, like Auclair. I thought Auclair was a great free agent signing, getting him from Ottawa. He's a heck of a football player. Makes that interception. Comes out, makes a couple of good plays in special teams, angles off a few guys. He's a really good football player, but because Avery is so outstanding, he's such a good outside linebacker. Unbelievably, they thought Auclair would be a starter there, and they had to switch their ratio. But Auclair is a hell of a ball player. He really is.
That's the key to why Avery can start, though, is because of the depth they have
right
in terms of Canadian talent.
Oh, Avery, I would say right now, arguably, but I'd say right now, Avery is the best player Saskatchewan recruited over the offseason and inserted into the lineup. He's all over the field. And, I mean, he
new player, you mean?
Yes. A player recruited over last offseason who made the team this year. Avery completely rocked Oliveira several times. He's 220 pounds himself. He doesn't look 220, but he is. And you know, he's sort of I look at him almost like an unsung hero. I don't know if people realize how good he is.
He's really darn good. That's for sure. Make sure you get in on the Pick the Score weekly contest on CKRM. Winner every Friday, sponsored by SaskTel. Pick the Score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game. SaskTel, stay connected. If you want to get in on the action, make sure to hit us up on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. We're toll free, 1-866-767-0620. Let's go to Bernie in Regina. What did you think of the Rough Riders win over the Blue Bombers? Bernie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just adjusting my phone.
What did you think of the win tonight by the Riders?
Well, it was awesome. And there were many things to appreciate, but I was really amazed by Shay Patterson's he was so composed for a young quarterback to do what he did. It was truly amazing. But he did it behind a depleted offensive line. Browner played well. Reed had been injured the last game, and he came back. They did really well, and I was really impressed by how they held back Jefferson and Big Hill and everybody else.
One thing about Shay Patterson was, and you had it on 3 Down Nation, Justin, was he talked about, playing for Jim Harbaugh at Michigan, and Jim Harbaugh saying,
yes, it was.
Jim Harbaugh saying, you are Shay Patterson. And once Shay Patterson got some confidence at Michigan, he was lights out. He was outstanding. But it took a little bit of time for him to gain his confidence, and he had a good leader, of course, in Jim Harbaugh. We might be seeing something similar, where he's now feeling his oats, he's feeling more confident, and now we're seeing maybe more of his skill set.
Definitely, and Shay Patterson actually compared Corey Mace to Jim Harbaugh, saying that they're both winners. So I think that says a lot.
That's cool. That is really cool to say.
Big compliment.
Yeah.
Bernie, is there anything else you wanted to get in about the game quickly?
Well, the only other thing I have to say is that the turnovers, as predicted at halftime, or the halftime interview, was right. It was all about turnovers to change the game, because the first half it was a very even game.
Yeah.
Turnovers changed it. That defense has been getting after that football, Bernie. Thanks for giving us a call, and enjoy the win. All right, it's time to say goodnight to everybody on our live streams. Thanks for tuning us out. tuning us in. Excuse me, don't tune us out. Stay tuning us in. But live in color, the professor and I, Don Hewitt, say goodnight to everybody on the live stream, but on 620 CKRM and everywhere else that we're on in the province, make sure you stay on with us. 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620 if you want to get in on the Echo Sound hotline. We'll continue to take your calls and text over the radio. Next, this is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the home of Rider Nation, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com and the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Radio Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. You know what's dumb? Not knowing if eggs are fruits or vegetables. Know what's smart? Regal aluminum